kept seeing a car go into the water. All day they've been showing me reruns in my mind of Adventures with Purpose. VP's gonna find her in the Prosser Lake.
We have found Kylie Rodney's vehicle. Again, our search for Kylie at Prosser Creek Reservoir on August 21st at 10.
There are plenty of questions and very few answers after 4 students at the University of Idaho were found murdered in their off-campus house.
It's like if you look at Ted Bundy's eyes and you look at his eyes, they're the same. Maybe a little bit lighter. The one thing that I keep seeing is curls. So I don't know if he has curly hair or wavy hair, and that might be when it's grown out. I think he elongated, like his face might be a little bit longer. There's a reference to a pointier type nose. He honestly looks a lot like Ted Bundy, but like a jacked up Ted Bundy. Like not as handsome. I keep getting like a security guard or a badge. Like a Brian or something like that. It's because they are going to catch him. Because I'm seeing him in an orange jumpsuit. He wasn't as smart as he thought he was. Okay. He's probably going to go to jail for this eventually. I keep getting December.
The name Richard again.
I also get the name Rick. Damn name Allen is coming in again.
Jailed 50-year-old Richard Allen in connection with the double murder. Teen best friends Libby German and Abby Williams went hiking on a trail and never came home.
Done on November 20th, 2019 at 7:14 p.m. Quentin, but I'm seeing trash and I don't.
9:42 Wednesday morning. Quentin Simon's mom told 911 her little boy was gone.
I do keep hearing a trash truck though. Then I keep hearing the trash truck. It's almost, that's one thing I can't get rid of is the twisting of the trash bag. And so then I'm like, well, is he in the trash? Okay. Unfortunately, I hate to say that. I do hear landfill could be the...
Well, new tonight, a heartbreaking search underway in Georgia for a missing toddler. Police are sifting through trash at a landfill for the remains of 20-month-old Quentin Simon.
And I felt like he was going to be found. That was earlier in the day.
3-year-old boy found alive and in good health.
And I said, like, within 3 miles, but I'm not seeing him being hurt, and I'm not seeing someone coming up and getting him.
And I said, were you alone? Yes.
The main 2 things I keep getting is the wooded area and the shed.
Well, to take cover in that shed.
Late into the night to find.
I see him running to the woods. Oh, I keep getting the repeated image of him running to the woods. Okay. So maybe he decided he wanted to go play and then he kind of got lost in the woods. Be within 2 miles. I keep getting a reference to the edge of the woods. And so he's still alive because I'm not using him to get this information.
Right.
Around in the woods like I can't find my way out. I'm stuck. And I said he's in a bush.
Okay. I went across a field of grass. I came up on some woods. Sure enough, I went in the woods and about 100 feet from where I was at. I think he was in some stickers. There's a lot of stickers and all there.
Tonight in our Missing series, a case that we have heard a lot about from our viewers.
He wants to take me down the road to like a neighbor's house or something, like another farm. I also hear neighbor. He said he knows this guy. He knows him. And he's a neighbor. I don't know what the friends come in.
Suspect, 58-year-old James Brenner, who also happens to be Dylan's closest neighbor in the remote desert area of Lucin.
Hey everyone, and welcome to my channel. If you're old here, if you're new here, it doesn't matter. So I had an idea that I wanted to put all of the readings together from Idaho 4, all the important parts. I'm going to go ahead and clip out a lot of the live stuff because I realized I didn't clip 1 and 2. I'm going to put all the important stuff that we know or I feel is important into the videos. We're going to make it one long video, and I'm going to explain really quick how spirit works so that I don't have to reclip all that and keep that in there so it's not repetitive and you don't hear it before ever reading. So information that comes in a reading can be past, present, or future. It can be symbolic, not always literal in the way that I see it, and have multiple meanings. Spirit will often use my references, experiences, how I relate to things to try to explain what they're wanting to say. This is a telepathic communication, so spirit does communicate telepathically through visions, and symbols and things like that. And it's all in how we perceive the information. So perceiving the information is really important. Sometimes we misperceive, sometimes we misunderstand. It's us trying to put the clues together in puzzle pieces. When it comes to any type of crime reading, it's all about puzzle pieces. I am not the police officer. I am not here to solve a case. I was glad that I could give these kids the voice that they needed to get, that they needed. That is what it was about. It was for them, the victims, to have their voice said. Again, it's not like I was going to go track down the perpetrator, but it also is a validation of spirit. So I had a sitter during this. She would validate what she know, or she'd just be there as somebody to bounce back and forth off of. It does help the energy flow between spirit and I, and also it's like I'm giving somebody a reading. So for those of you that are new here that don't understand why there was a sitter in the reading, that is why. Also, I can pick up things around the case. I can pick up things around the area, around the situation. For instance, there was a big thing that happened with Brent during this time, and I might have picked it up a little bit. So remember, one other thing I need to remind you guys is not everything revolves around the perp. So sometimes things revolve around the victims and people that they knew. Sometimes it does revolve around the perpetrator. Like sometimes they will talk about a brother or sister in order to help us find the perpetrator. Like we get connections to people. So not everything I get, not every description I get is going to revolve around the perpetrator. So I can be describing people that were there that night. I can be describing people that were in their lives or in that situation. Okay, so keep that in mind, because I have so many people that don't understand that it doesn't just revolve around the perp or even the victim. Sometimes we get a description of other people that are around the situation. And another thing I want to mention is I kept feeling really like he was really, really close through a lot of the readings. So keep in mind that we can feel the energy. So I did misperceive that as thinking he lived close, although 8 miles is not very far. He was stalking. His energy was close to them a lot of the time. So that's why I kept feeling that way and I couldn't shake that way. It was almost like I had this creeper vibe, like someone was very, very close to me. I could feel his energy close if I were them. So that's how I was perceiving it. I took it as he possibly lived close, which again, 8 miles isn't very close, but that's why he felt so close to me. If he was constantly stalking, he would feel that way. And again, if big things happen during this time frame, like say the whole Brent thing where the SWAT took him out, I'm gonna pick that stuff up, you guys. It doesn't mean he's involved. There's a couple things there, but it that came in about him, but it doesn't mean he's involved. I mean, BK had he had family members that were in the military. He wanted to be a cop. So there comes the, when I get the badge, that's symbolic for criminology, a cop. Like he was actually kicked out from being that. And so we have to kind of remember that it is how we perceive it. And a lot of times I'll just throw stuff out to tell you, say like it could mean this or it could mean that. But I did misperceive the energy. I should have figured it out at the time, because again, I knew he was stalking. I could feel it. But again, 8 miles isn't that far anyways. But we put the pieces together. I could get it at any point in the live, any point in the situation. Like, for instance, in the beginning with the bar in the first reading, like it could have been a different time. We don't know. We don't know when he actually saw them or met them. So it's not for us to say. So just keep that in mind, and things come in mixed up. They don't always come in the time frame I would like them to. Let's say we have something big that goes on, I'm going to pick it up. But a lot of people keep trying to fit it to another person, Brent. Beard and mustache, remember, BK became disheveled afterwards. So this is a vision. I'm not saying, when I say facial hair, I'm not saying a full beard and mustache. He still grew out and he ended up going to the barber and get everything cut. But he still grew out facial hair. So keep that in mind, guys. People try to make things fit other things, and yes, it does kind of seem that because of military reference, but again, that could be BK's family. So again, this is all alleged, and I just want to I'm just trying to explain it to you guys and teach you how it kind of works when you're listening to these readings, because I keep having the same comments and the same questions, and I don't know, maybe you guys don't listen to the beginning of this part, but I say things for a reason, and I try to teach and explain things for a reason. So just wanted to put this in there so that hopefully people can understand a little bit more of how this works. I try to just keep what I feel is important from the readings. If you want to see the original, they are all in the playlist. I want to thank everybody for being so supportive during this last year, and for subscribing to the channel and for having such belief and confidence in me. If you are here, thank you so much, new, old, everybody. I appreciate you guys. And I just decided I wanted to put all the readings together. They're all here in one thing. And then we can go back and look and be like, oh, now that he's been arrested, allegedly, the person that did this, we can now look at things and be like, oh, wow. Because a lot of people don't go back and watch the readings. I think cutting out a lot of the live and a lot of the extra stuff will be helpful. So I hope that you enjoy it. And until next time, you guys, thank you so much. And again, I was glad I could be their voice. That is what it was about. One thing I can say is my chest is hurting really bad. Like I'm having a hard time breathing for some reason all of a sudden. She's already kind of getting into it, but I'm gonna try to get her to take me back to like maybe where this person saw them, or maybe what happened, prior. I want to kind of go through the whole night. But the weird thing is I hear music. So I don't know if they were out or what, but I hear music like I'm at a bar or I'm out and about. Do you know if that makes sense? Okay. It's weird. So it's weird because I keep wanting to put them in some kind of bar or something like that, or that they went out. Yes. Because I keep hearing this music, and the weird thing is where I think that it's weird because what the girls show me, so she's showing me like her dancing with the girls. There's a weird guy at the bar that I see. He's kind of got a hat on and it's tilted down. There's something that happened at some kind of altercation with the boy. I feel like the boy went to go get drinks, or there's something like that, or maybe he didn't like the way that he was looking at his girlfriend. There's some kind of, it feels like the boy went to go get drinks or something. The girls are dancing, but there's some kind of something with this guy that I'm seeing, and the guy looks older. He's a white guy, and he's got his let's see, his face is sort of rounder. He's got sort of a pointy nose. It's weird because I feel like he's got like a jacket on or something, but a sweatshirt underneath his jacket. Like it feels fluffy, or like bigger than he is. It makes him look bigger because he's like layered, like layers on. And the sweatshirt seems like it's gray underneath. I've got the chills in my head on that. And so the weird thing is I keep seeing the boy go to the bar, and he gets in some kind of, I don't know if he's in a conversation with this guy, maybe that he said something the guy didn't like. It comes off as he kind of ticked the guy off with maybe this is some young kid that, like he thought didn't respect him. There's something that made him kind of become a little obsessive, if that makes sense. He did not like maybe the way the kid looked at him, or something that he said to him. It seems to stem from that, and it kind of made him angry. And he's been drinking. I feel like he's been drinking. I get there's a reference to hard alcohol with him. Okay, so they also show me he might be a possible drug user, because I'm getting needles, which is what I normally get with drug use. And that doesn't necessarily mean that's what he uses, but that's like a symbolic thing for me. But they're showing me like, I don't know what kind of alcohol it is. It's like a lighter brown kind of alcohol. in like one of the short glasses, and he's drinking it like straight up, is the way that it comes across. And I keep seeing him like there's the bar and then there's bar stools. Like I keep seeing him on the bar stool. There's also a reference to a pool table and possibly playing pool, or I don't know why that's coming in at, but yeah, it could be whiskey. Whiskey, brandies. Probably whiskey. I want to lean more towards that. Probably Angela. Probably right. So, I only said that because she just commented in our chat. That's how I saw that comment. It's weird because okay, so everybody seems a little tipsy. Now, I don't know if they got an Uber or it feels like they did not drive, but there's an Uber or a taxi or something like that they got. Yes. So because they feel kind of tipsy, like the girls were being like all rambunctious. They had a good time. I feel like there was a lot of laughing. Like it was a really good night besides this. But there's this altercation that sticks out to me. Also, I feel like the guy, besides him being like a little irritated with the boy, there was a girl that he liked, one of them. And she snubbed her nose at him. And he didn't like that either. He didn't like, because I get the sense of rejection and not like feeling rejected. But he looks at them like they're young punk kids. And I feel like it really infuriated him for some reason. Now, this guy, he's a psychopath. And he may have done, I feel like he might have a record. I hear the word record.
Okay.
But I don't know I'm not sure what his record like is for. But I get violent. And I also hear he does not like to feel rejected or lesser than. That comes in. So there's a reference to I feel like I'm being followed and watched at this point. I think he came from the bar, is the way that it's coming across. And they were followed.
Yeah.
Was there any? I hear the word surveillance, so I don't know if they were caught on surveillance or he was caught on surveillance, but I get an A. I don't know if that belongs to one of them, or it belongs to him. So I'm trying to see how did he follow them? How far was this bar from how far was this bar from where the college is? Was it like really close?
I'm not sure, but it's far enough to have to Uber.
Right, that's true. Because I'm trying to see like if he drove or walked. Because I feel like it's like if I'm standing there watching them and they get into an Uber, like how do I catch up to where they're going? You know what I mean?
Somebody said about 1 mile.
That's walk. That can be walked. I think maybe they just didn't want to, because it felt close. The bar feels like a college bar. It feels like one that's close to campus. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
You want me to say it?
What?
Or let's wait. I'm gonna wait.
Okay. I see him walking. It's so freaking weird. But at the same time, I get like a black vehicle or a dark vehicle.
Okay.
I
can tell you, but I don't know if you want to wait.
I feel like he lives around there. I feel like he lives within vicinity. He doesn't. Okay, so I don't feel like he goes to that college because he feels older than me, or he feels older to me, like maybe like 40s, 40s, maybe 50s, but he feels like maybe late 40s is what I'm kind of picking up, like around 45-ish.
Okay. You take him now. Take him.
So are there because this house was off campus, right? Are there other houses where like regular people live off campus? Because this guy feels like he lives close to this house. He had an obsession. He has an obsession with one of these girls.
Okay.
And I feel like I'm following them. Like to the bar and from the bar. Like I feel like that maybe he's watched them. Like this was not a maybe they didn't know about him, but he knew about them. Does that make sense? Dude, I feel like he lives like right down the street. That's why he knew where they lived.
Yeah.
I literally feel like I want to go down the street from their house.
Wow.
He lives She says he's a creeper. He's a creeper. There's a reference to peeking in windows. There's something about this night that like really infuriated him though. But I feel like he kind of been planning this in a weird way. Like again, I feel like he lives really close. I can't shake that feeling that he lives within the vicinity. Like he lives like feels like somebody that may have seen them. I feel like kind of an obsession feeling with one of the girls, and one of the girls that's blonde. It might even be the one that I'm looking at right now, and that might be the pool to her. Okay. I keep getting 6 for some reason.
That makes sense.
I can't get away from the fact that I feel like he lived close, and what they're showing me now is I don't see him. I see that he has a vehicle, like there's a dark vehicle I keep getting, but I hear like whenever someone's walking on a sidewalk, how your shoes kind of sound, especially if you're wearing kind of like a boot kind of. It feels almost like a work boot, hike boot, some kind of boot shoe thing. Like whenever that walks on cement, that's what I keep hearing. So I think that they're trying to tell me that he walked there or he was in walking distance.
Okay.
Because that comes through as being like I can't get over that he lives like really close and he knew about them. He's got an obsession over one of these girls. But there's something that happened that night, like I said, with the boy, and like I don't know if they know him, but I know he knows them. And they might know of him, but not like personally. Like it doesn't come through like he doesn't feel like a complete stranger, but yet he is. Like I don't know, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like maybe they've seen him around the area or something like that. I feel like I get the color blue too. I wonder if there's a blue house around there.
Okay. That makes sense too.
Okay. I hear the dead of night.
Yeah.
He waited. It's almost like he waited till they were asleep. Because it's really dark.
Okay.
It feels I hear the word crap, I had it and I lost it. Coward.
Yeah.
And this is where I think it's going to get a little confusing because it's going to be very violent and I'm not going to be able to keep track of, who you got first. But the thing that I keep seeing is them all sleeping.
Okay.
I hear the words breaking and entering.
Makes sense.
I don't think that they let him in. I feel like they were asleep or going to sleep. It seems like it's dark inside the house. Okay. And like I keep picking that up like it looks pitch black to me. For some reason. And I get like I don't know where the reference to 3 comes in. I don't know if that's 3 o'clock in the morning that is significant for some reason or something. I'm not really sure. I don't know what she's showing me posters on the wall for. I don't know if that's their house or his house. Oh,
your 3 makes sense too.
Okay. So he is going, okay, so he gets into that house. It's weird because I'm trying to see exactly how he gets in. I'm kind of confused on that. I keep getting a reference to a window, but then also a door, so I don't really know. It's weird because like I hear, when a sliding glass door opens, like how that sounds, but I don't know if they had a sliding glass door.
Yeah.
Oh, they did? Yeah. Okay. Maybe they forgot to lock it. I don't. Yeah. Because I hear because I have one and it sounds like when you open it and close it, like how it sounds. That's why I was getting a door and a window because it's basically a window door. He lost it. I mean, this is a what is that word I'm looking for? Frenzy. This is a frenzy attack. I feel like he smokes. I see him walking down the street smoking. I don't know where the word Marlboro comes in. I don't know if he smokes Marlboros or if it's just like symbolic of it, but it's weird because they show me the Marlboros like my mom used to smoke. I see the flash of a knife at this point, and there's a reference. I don't know if someone was sleeping on the couch. It's weird because I get someone sleeping on the couch, then I don't know if there was someone sleeping on the floor. It's weird because at the same time I feel like he's going into rooms because I hear the doors open and like the creak of the doors. So I don't know if their throat was cut. I'm getting a reference to that. I'm getting a reference to being stabbed multiple times. This is something where someone's lost control and my head is hurting, so I don't know if at one point I've been stabbed in the head or something like that. Like this feels, I'm trying to be as gentle as I can, but I just see blood splash everywhere.
Yeah. It makes sense.
And like I said, they didn't even get to fight back because I feel like it comes across as I'm sleeping. And what this reminds me of and what I've been trying to say, like, for the last few days is what this reminded me of, is when Ted Bundy went into the dorm and attacked all those girls. That's what this reminds me of, and that's what I keep picking up with this, as it's similar. I hear serial killer. Now, again, you have to have 3 to become kill 3 people, you're a serial killer. I don't know if this means he's done this before, or this is just a fantasy of his to want to be. Right. I hear the word severed. I don't know if something was severed. I
wouldn't doubt it.
This is a multiple thing. This is not just I just stab you once and I'm done. This is I just keep doing things.
Yeah.
And then that's all I think I'm going to, because Spirit will sometimes, they'll show me details, but not too many details, because they know what I can handle, what I can't. It gets a little much. And at this point also, it's so confusing to everybody because there's so much that's going on. It's really like I sneak in and I just start killing people. Is basically this is a horror movie.
Yeah.
But it's weird because at the same time, I don't know if one of them woke up, because I hear screaming and someone running. So it makes me wonder if one or whatever woke up and started to run and screamed. But it feels very like at the, like I'm very stealth.
Yeah.
I'm very stealth with it. One of these ones feel like they were into music or something.
Yeah.
I keep hearing music. So I don't know if they sang or something like that, but it's weird because I heard George Michael, and I know that's like a singer, and I don't know if that's like his name or one or two of his names. I don't really know why I heard that. That's kind of weird. Unless that's a way to give me a name.
Right.
I really don't know. Because I kept hearing that earlier. I feel sick all of a sudden. I feel like he looks like I think he lives alone. I think he might have a dog though. I think he's weird. The A kind of keeps popping in for some reason. It's weird, like this is like a fantasy for him that he just lived out. And I'm concerned that I don't know if he's done it before, he's going to do it again. He likes the thrill. I hear the thrill of the kill, sorry. There's a lot of anger. This is very personal. And I think it's directed at, there's one girl that she snubbed him or something. Like that comes in, like he didn't like the rejection.
I could see it.
Okay, so there's a reference to, I don't know if he's got fake profiles online. I keep getting an online presence, but it's not him, but he kind of like a catfish thing.
Oh, no.
And I don't know if it's related to them or if it's just something he does.
Okay.
You know, like talks to women online. Like there's a lot of that. And maybe, you know, some pornography. Because I keep getting a computer. Like him sitting at a computer, like talking to people. It's kind of weird. He gives me that energy again of like Ted Bundy. I keep wanting to reference that, and I think it just has to do with whenever Ted Bundy went in and you know, attacked the girls at the college. He might have a thing for college girls as well. There might be just more similarities there with him. I can't get over the fact I feel like he lives really close. I see him wiping off tools, so I don't know if like he works on cars. I don't know if it's just something he does or what. Like a hobby. I don't know if it's like something he does for work or not. But I see, like, you know, whenever people are done with their tools, sometimes they wipe them off like a rag. I keep getting that with him for some reason. And I kind of smell oil too. Weird, because the dog seems like a brown dog. I'd be curious if there's not some kind of dog hair or something at the scene, or why I keep seeing this dog. Let's see. I feel like he put his clothes in a bag. What did he do with it? Trash can. Because he actually would have been really covered.
Yeah.
In blood. And it's like I see him put his clothes into a black bag. And I'd be curious if they don't have like rollout service or something. And he threw it in the trash can. Because I keep being reminded, you know, the trash cans that, you know, roll out, like the ones I have, ones you have. Like lifting up the top on that and throwing a trash bag in there.
Okay.
There's also a reference to 9. I just keep getting music with these, with one of them. And I also keep getting like science or... There's science, but also, like, I don't know if someone wanted to be a nurse or, like, in the medical field, because that keeps coming up, too. I also get cheerleading, so I know someone did it in high school. But those things are coming up. I guess I'm trying to validate. Weird, like, when I get the cheerleading, I get, like, the color red, so I don't know if that's for the college or if it was for high school, like, prior. There's also one of them has like really good grades or is like really, really smart and does really well. They keep saying like 21.
Okay. One of them was 21.
I can get I don't know if one of them wanted to be a psychologist. I hear psychology major. I don't really know where that fits in. I hear the word slasher, and I don't.
Oh no.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. He's not worried about getting caught. He's arrogant. Maybe he just doesn't care. But I think they are going to catch him because I'm seeing him in an orange jumpsuit.
Good.
So that tells me that he wasn't as smart as he thought he was.
Okay.
He's probably going to go to jail for this eventually. I keep getting December, but then I keep getting a reference to next year. For some reason, I feel like the cops know more than we think. They think we know, or know more than what we think in regards to who this is. Is it a B? Then it's. I feel like one of these had. It was twins or triplets, or there's a reference to I get 3 of the same one.
Yeah. There is one that's triplets. That's where your 3 came in at.
Okay. I keep getting the color red too, but I don't know if it has to do with the college or the high school before, or if it has to do with him, because I keep getting that color for some reason. I also hear the word circle. I don't know if that has anything to do with the street name or something.
Okay. The 2 girls were 21. 2 of them were.
Okay. That's why they gave me a range. They're 21, and then they gave me a range because I feel like they're all around the same age. But
yep.
I hear the word anniversary. But I want to connect it to the couple.
Okay.
And they show me red roses with that. So I don't know if maybe because I don't know if I don't know if there was one coming up or one past. I'm not really sure how that fits. Because I'm seeing those 2 with it. I keep getting the reference to a memorial, like a bunch of, and I know that's obvious, but I'll say it anyways because I'm getting it. A lot of stuffed animals and stuff. Being put out. But what's weird is I think he's even put one out there.
Wow.
The way that it's coming across, I see this. It's like I see him walk up and put one there. And it's not that he's sorry. It's kind of a DICK move. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not out of the goodness of his heart or anything like that. Because honestly, he's pretty much soulless.
To do this, yeah.
Yeah. I think he might have a weird fascination with horror flicks. And that might be the posters. I keep getting posters, and I don't know again if that's in this house. Like one of them had posters in the room, or if it's connected to him, like in his house. But I keep getting, for some reason, I keep getting posters on the wall. What is it with his shoes? I wonder if there's a shoe print. Like a bloody shoe print. Because I keep seeing, I keep getting a reference to that, like a bloody shoe print.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he kept his shoes, because what's weird, that would be stupid if he didn't. If he did, I mean, it would be kind of dumb. But I mean, I've seen criminals keep them, because whenever I saw him throw stuff away, it was just clothes. I wonder if he's got a backyard with a tree, because I keep getting reference to him possibly burying the knife back there. And the knife looks serrated to me. Like a serrated edge. And it's weird because I keep seeing there's a reference to a backyard with like one tree, and then like the knife is there, like he buried it. Like, why would he do that? I don't know.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a weird thing to get, but it shows me that he has a front yard with a fence, and then a backyard. It looks like it's got, like mostly dirt, and there's like one random tree. That's what they keep showing me.
Yeah.
And there's something with his shoes. I don't know if he scrubbed them off. I think he got them clean and kept them, because I see him putting them back in the closet. Like I don't see him throwing them away, which is weird to me. Like, why would he keep them? I don't really know. And I also feel like he may have, there's a reference to one of the girls' hair. I don't really know what that is. If like there's a piece of like hair, or if he took some of the hair. I mean, I don't really know what this is. It kind of reminds me of what I got in Delphi with the taking of the hair, like just cut it with a knife. I don't know if he did that or not, or if there's just a reference to that might be some kind of evidence. But I feel like he walked there to and from somehow. I don't know how nobody saw him, unless it was just when everybody was sleeping. And like I said, he knew where they lived. So it's not like I'm some stranger at a bar and I see these people when I decide I'm going to go kill them. Because then I'd have to like figure out where they lived. Like he already knew where they lived, and part of this was he followed him there. You know what I mean? Like it feels like he was kind of stalking.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's why I feel like he lives close, and I can't.
Okay.
Because again, like he knew them. I wonder if one of these girls ever went jogging. There's someone that's jogging. There's a reference to someone jogging. He might have went jogging and ran across her house. I don't know. There's someone that's jogging. Was one of them a waitress or something like that? I see one of them waitressing somewhere. I see they're waitressing or bartending, but I don't know if they just had a part-time job doing that, if that comes in. It's also a reference to either birthday just passed or one coming up, because I'm getting presents, which is usually I either get presents or cake for some kind of birthday that's either just passed or is coming up. And again, I don't know if it's them or someone related to them.
2 of the girls worked at a restaurant.
Okay. So that's why I'm getting the waitressing stuff coming in. I feel like this dude like stalked.
Yeah.
To get like stalker with him.
Yeah.
Even online stalking.
Oh.
I think they would be surprised if like they got a hold of his computer, what they'd find as far as like stalking them. They might have even talked to him and not known they were talking to him. I don't know. That there's kind of that energy. But like he's stalking them. Like I don't know if they have a Facebook page or Instagram page, but I see him like staring at one of them. I keep saying it's one of the blondes. I want to say it was the one I was looking at with the blue eyes, but I'm not sure. It feels like one of the blondes.
Yeah.
One of them used to dance because I don't know if that's the same with the cheerleading. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I keep getting not only like the cheerleading kind of thing, like I don't know if they were, but I keep getting dancing like ballet and like different kind of dancing like that. Like that comes in.
Would they make like dancing videos in like their living room and then they would post them on social media?
So that's where the dancing comes in. But I'm wondering if one of them actually took it when they were younger.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you know, like I keep getting dancing and they could just be showing me the ballet because I can reference that to dancing, but there might be one of them that actually took ballet when they were younger. Like that comes in. Or they just liked it, or I don't freaking know. They used to, when they post them, they post it on like TikTok and stuff like that?
On social media, yeah.
Okay.
And your reference to 6 is there was 6 people in the house.
He planned this. This is a plan. I hear plan.
Oh man.
So again, I feel like he was stalking.
Yeah. I have a feeling too. Yeah.
That's something like I can't let go of. Like he knew about them. This wasn't like I randomly walk on like I randomly see you. You know what I mean? It's not like that.
Yeah.
It's like he knew of them, and maybe they even kind of knew him, thought he was weird or something, but it's not like, you know, like I'm friends with you or anything like that. Like, it doesn't come across like that. It's like I see you and I get obsessed with you and then I start kind of stalking you kind of thing. But also there's some kind of something that, like I said, like ticked them off, enraged him.
Yeah.
He's got a bad temper,
Right.
bad temper.
Yeah.
And people might think it's weird. His eyes, I think they're light. I keep wanting to put blue eyes on him for some reason.
Okay.
Blue eyes and brown hair. Keep showing me blue eyes. Some kind of shade of blue color. They just showed me blue eyes for some reason. And brown hair. Okay. An X. Do you know if any of their names had an X in it? Or started with an X or something like that?
I'm not sure.
Okay. I got that earlier and I don't know what the X means. They come across as like well liked, maybe even popular. I feel like one of them was like really outgoing. I don't know where board games comes in or like games, something like that. If that's just something like they did.
So one of them's name did start with, it's XANA, xana.
Okay.
I can't chat. I don't know how to see. I can't get.
Yeah, it's weird because I mean my dog's name is Xena, but Yeah, I kept getting an X. And I was like, but it felt like I wanted to put it with one of them. It's like, I don't remember their names or anything like that. Shoot, I can't remember any. I don't know, guys. I'm not really getting much else, honestly. I keep pushing it, but it's like, I'm not getting. I wonder if I just kind of zoomed out and I felt baseball. So I don't know if the guy liked baseball or used to play when he was younger or something like that. I hear like the crack of a bat on a ball. It's kind of weird because that came in right when I zoomed out to like see them all. Because I was trying to zoom in on one or so to kind of get a better reading. I feel like he wasn't like, he was kind of like, not like, he's super sweet. He's not really outgoing. Kind of like almost like geeky. But very, very sweet. Very, very sweet boy. Or young man, I should say.
Right.
Well, boy to me, because I mean, he's young. He's 20 something, but he comes across as very sweet. They all seem like good people, good-hearted people. Good-hearted. I keep wanting to call them kids because, I mean, they're like 20 years younger than me. I hear the word publicity. I don't know if that means that he likes the publicity. Also, I hear the word sketch. I wonder if there's a sketch of him, or there will be a sketch of him. It's kind of interesting because I like see it drawn out and everything.
Okay.
And it's weird. Like, he doesn't have facial hair. His face seems like smooth. Usually that's how it is, unless he changes something about it. They like, it's weird. Like pictures, like, I don't understand this. Like pictures, but then like he's I don't know if he's actually done this or not. Like, you know how like you put X's over their eyes and like weird shit like that, like on pictures. Like I keep getting that, and I don't really know. Like that's like serial killer stuff. It's kind of really weird. I don't know if it's symbolic. It could be symbolic, you know.
Right.
I hear the word alma mater. I don't know what that means. And there's also a reference to I don't know, what does alma mater mean anyways?
I don't know. I was like, what?
I know it's something to do with college, but I don't really know what it means. But I feel like there's going to be some kind of memorial at that college for them. I keep picking that up besides, like, obviously the stuffed animals and everything. Like, I always say what I'm getting, and it's obvious, okay? But there's going to be some kind of memorial for them at the college.
Okay.
I keep getting that. It's weird. It's almost like a plaque with like their pictures on it or something like that. Why am I hearing the word campus security? Campus security, but I'm not really sure what the connection is. He might be with that too. It's just really weird to me why I'm picking that up.
Right.
I keep seeing like a campus security uniform. I also get 12, and I really don't know what that means either.
Okay.
Which again, that would be December, but I mean, I don't know if that's what that means. Oh, they said, please let our families know we love them. And they're all kind of holding hands, walking back into the light. I feel nauseous all of a sudden. Maybe I'll try to focus on Kylie tonight. Or Kaylee. Is her name Kaylee or Kaylee?
Kaylee. Yeah.
Kaylee.
Yeah.
I got corrected when I said Kylie. It was almost like Spirit said, nope, it's Kaylee.
Yeah.
So used to the other Kylie. I never mean to butcher names. I'm sorry. So, what was I going to ask you? Crap, I don't remember. She's the one with the brown eyes, blonde hair, brown eyes. Blonde hair, brown eyes. Because they both have blonde hair, but one has blue eyes and one has brown eyes. And I focused on blonde hair, blue eyes last time, which I'm thinking is Madison. I'm thinking that one's Madison. The other one is, I'm just going to call her Kay, is brown eyes. She's got brown eyes, I think. I hope. Because I focused on blue eyes last night. I'm going to try to focus on her tonight. Okay. That's the only way I can tell them apart. Edited with stuff tonight. It's because they repeat it. And remember, it's how I perceive information. So I can always misperceive things. I can always perceive things wrong. I can always misunderstand things. So keep that in mind too. Which is my with this. I think she's gonna start off with him coming in the house for some reason.
Okay.
So I think we're gonna start off with the hard stuff first, unfortunately. It's weird, and I don't know if he was actually wearing all black or something like that, but that could be symbolic for someone that's, breaking into a house and how I see them. But I always see that all day I keep seeing this person in black.
Okay.
With maybe even a ski mask. I know that to be seen by someone, they didn't want their face seen. It's kind of a weird thing because I don't feel it's weird. It's like I'm sitting and watching and waiting. Okay. There's a reference to I feel like I'm out that night with the person that's involved. I for some reason I feel like watching. Okay. Sitting and having a drink and watching. Like that's how it comes across. Okay. For some reason, I feel like anger towards specifically the blondes, not necessarily the other two. I think they were just because they're friends with the blondes, because they're in the house. Like, just it's almost like the two blondes were the target because maybe it comes across as that they felt they were better than everybody else. This person feels less than. He's very insecure, and I feel like that they've blown him off. But there's a history of feeling blown off with them. So I mean, I don't have anger or something, and I feel like this person has a tendency of getting angry really easily. Like it's not something that doesn't. It's not something that is like new for him. There's some kind of crush though. Like again, it feels like I've got a crush on this girl and she doesn't like me back, or she doesn't reciprocate feelings like I'm I feel like I'm being ignored, or I feel like she looks down on me. There's that kind of feeling that I kind of can't let go of. And even like my scribbles here are harder than normal. Usually I scribble very lightly, but they're literally an angry scribble that I'm scribbling now, that I'm feeling his anger. This feels, he feels very angry to me, and obviously he was, to have to do something like this and to do it the way that he did it. So it's weird because I do feel like, again, okay, so there's something about not knowing that side of him before. Because like before in the other reading, I kind of felt like they knew him, but they didn't know him that well. Do I feel like that I feel like he'd been in the house. I feel like he knew the layout. I feel like he's got those serial killer tendencies. Like he really enjoyed this. I mean, it's one of those things. I don't know if he'll ever do it again. I think probably if he were to feel this anger and feel this way again, like I feel like he's got that rage inside of him. In after watching Ted Bundy today, it kind of reminds me of like that. Like the girls, he felt like they thought less of him, and he was very insecure. And so that's kind of like the feeling that I get with him. And what's weird is I think somehow like I'm trying to see what he did with the dog, because I think it's really weird. The dog didn't put the dog in the bathroom, but still the dog I feel would bark if he didn't know him, or if he felt like there was some kind of danger. There's some kind of, I'm putting him in somewhere because I hear putting the dog in there and shutting the door. But I'm even wondering if somehow he somehow gave the dog something to mellow out. I don't, that's not clear, but I do feel like he put him somewhere else, or their dog is somewhere else, and I don't really know why, because I feel like I don't know, the dog is somewhere else. I don't understand that that vision. And again, that might be the dog I was seeing, but I'm not sure. Like I said, it wasn't as clear as I like. I just know I saw like the brown color. I feel like he wore I keep feeling like he wore gloves or something like that. Like that came in the last reading. They feel like thicker gloves though.
Yeah.
A hand go over my mouth. I see the hand go over my mouth. It's not. It looks like a gloved hand. Which anybody that did this would be stupid if they didn't wear gloves.
Right.
So I know that seems obvious, but she's just not as, for some reason, she's not as strong as the other one, and I don't really know why. It seems like Madison's stronger for some reason. Like, that's why I really connected to. Let me try Ethan and see. Because I'm getting a headache. And I don't know if he covered all of their mouths and kind of attacked them the same way, or because there's kind of that feeling of when Ted Bundy kind of attacked his victims, he like hit him in the head sometimes, I kind of get that feeling with my head hurting. It's kind of weird. I don't know. Do I feel that there was more than one person? No, I don't, which is, it's odd because you wouldn't think like one person can handle all this, but I feel like he knew where to go.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like it wasn't a stranger in the house not knowing what rooms to go into. It's almost like he knew what rooms to go into. He knew the layout of the house. He knew what door to come in. Which that was all discussed kind of in the first reading. And I'm not really sure why I'm being taken back into but I've seen kind of visions in my head all day of like him going into the room, covering the mouth. I don't know which one it is, but the eyes open and they kind of look scared.
Yeah.
You know, and then the knife is to the throat and it's like, don't make a sound kind of thing. And that might be just one person that woke up and tried to fight back. But the other ones, it you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that happened with all of them, but they're, it's a feeling I get with at least one of them.
Yeah. Yeah.
But the others, I feel like it was like just like a cowardly attack, doing it while they're sleeping. And there's a lot of anger with this. So whatever happened that night really ticked him off.
Yeah.
Whatever was said or done, or whatever was said or done ticked him off. But I get this, my stomach's starting to cramp for some reason. I get this, still get like a lurking feeling, like a lurking, obsessive, stalkerish kind of feeling vibe that comes in.
Right.
There was a class taken with someone because I see them sitting in the back of the room.
Okay.
And that's another thing I saw today. See, I've been getting visions on and off all day, and I saw him sitting like towards the back in somebody's class. I don't know who it is. But again, like the last reading said, I feel super like this person feels like they live really close. They did not have to go far at all.
Right.
They live really stinking close. And there's also a reference to I don't know, this guy feels like a like a horror movie freak. That came in last time. Like he's really into the horror movies and the serial killers and like the really dark stuff. But I don't know, I feel like has more knives than just that one. And again, I get that, a lot of the stuff's being repeated from the first reading because I feel like it's important. The peeping in windows.
Okay.
And I don't know if anybody ever seen him do that or what, but I wonder if they show me him in all black because I get the word personal. Like this is, I know it's obvious that it's personal, but they're just reiterating. I can't get away from the brown hair, blue eyes. But I don't know. There's a reference to, I get the word geeky and annoying.
Okay.
I hear the word odd, like he's an odd person. He's an odd person. They're really adamant about the blue eyes, though. It's kind of, I remember the last reading, it was something that they showed me over and over and over, and I like couldn't let it go. And it's
Right.
kind of like the same thing.
Okay.
There's a reference to like fantasizing about this.
Okay.
Like having dark fantasies about it. I mean, there's also a reference to the sorority, and I don't know if that's... my stomach is like hurting really bad now. But he's throwing a football at me. Ethan is. There's a reference to smoking weed, but I don't know who that is. I don't know if... Today I've been getting needles all day, but I don't in the shadows, and so he like looked older. I don't know if it was because of what he was wearing or whatever, and he felt older. But no, it's again this. The personality comes across as I can be this nice kind of person, and then I can be this really dark person. Like there's two sides of this person, and I don't think that everybody's seen it, but I think some people have seen it. But again, he comes across as kind of geeky, like, but he kind of reminds me, I'm getting the reference of someone that would be like a school shooter.
Oh.
Okay. So, you know how they are? They're like, they kind of feel less than, and they want to get back at people. Like that's kind of what that's the reference that Spirit is using to kind of, I guess, explain like his personality. But at the same time, like it's not something you would ever, like if you looked at this person, you would never think he would do something like this. Like I said, like he has this fascination with knives and swords and things like that. Like that.
You'd be getting sorority because the couple were actually at a sorority party.
It's possible. And see who's the strongest. So I'm back with Madison now because she gave me a lot of information last time. And again, you guys, if I'm repeating stuff, and you're like, oh, it was already said. Well, I said it in the first reading. It's just being reiterated. Okay. Because they gave me a lot of information last time, and there's only so much that they're going to give me, whether it be my fault or just not the time for it. Unfortunately, things happen in the timing they're supposed to happen. It's just the way that it is. And names can be, like I said, interconnects can happen, so they might not even fit this case, or they can be connections to someone. I keep getting like a Brian or something like that.
Okay.
A blue cap. Like a blue baseball cap.
Okay.
I don't know if he wore a blue baseball cap or what. It kind of, I don't know if that's why I got blue. I noticed that their house is next to a blue house. It comes across as like a darker kind of blue, a darker blue, like baseball cap. And it's weird. They show me him flipping it, so I think he wears it both ways. I don't know, you guys, it feels like this was not only personal and very, like, I'm very ticked off, but with a knife, there's a sexual gratification that comes with it. With people like this.
That's gross.
Because it's the motion of it, up and down kind of thing. And that kind of feels like where this came from a little bit. Like there was an attraction here. I get specifically to the blonde or the blondes. Like they really feel like the targets for whatever reason. And I don't know why the other ones, maybe they looked at him wrong. Maybe, you know what I mean? There's something else there. But I feel like the blondes were really, and I wouldn't be surprised if I don't know, because they were on the third floor, right?
Yeah.
Which is my 3 again, which is weird that I got 3. It happened between 3 and 4. There's my third floor. That might be another reference, that they were kind of the intended targets.
Right.
And I think because they maybe thought they were snobby, or like I said, like they look down on him and they're too pretty for him. I get like that feeling. Or like the stomach was, because my stomach's hurting really bad, and I think it might relate. I think it might relate to,
I wouldn't doubt it.
Being stabbed in the stomach, because I also, my chest hurts. Like I get a reference to my neck. There's like everything, and that all came in the first reading. Before any of this came out, but it's just like they're reiterating that. It's almost like the guy went into like robot mode. Like I'm not thinking, I'm just doing.
Okay.
And but at the same time I'm very stealth. Get over that he was like wearing black or something though.
Could be possible.
Yeah. And it's like weird, like I'm trying to see about the knife, because I feel like he washed it like really good.
Yeah.
But again, I get that I buried it somewhere, like by a tree, and like in the back of somewhere, the back of a house, the back of somewhere. It's really kind of weird, and I don't really understand that vision, and I hope I'm understanding it right. But it kind of is coming across like I washed it and then I got rid of it, which kind of doesn't make sense.
No.
Yeah, it kind of doesn't make sense. Like, why would you? I mean, I don't know. This is a little OCD, or he thinks if they find it, like they're not going to find anything on it. Like, I don't get. Like, he definitely doesn't want anybody to find or know that he has that.
Right.
But it's weird. Like, I didn't see him wash it off before, but this time I'm seeing him wash it off. So that's kind of odd. That's kind of odd to me. I don't really understand that. The thing that's weird is I feel like I go out the back. I feel like I went a back way, not a front way. I don't know if the back way, like if there's another way to get to their house that's more hidden, or like in between woods or trees or something like that, because there's a reference to some kind of trees or woods or some kind of way that I'm hidden as I move in the dark kind of thing.
Okay. Well, their backyard was wooden or woody.
Okay. So when that 45 came in, I took it as a age, but I'm just wondering if there's not another meaning for it.
Okay.
Because it's kind of coming in again, but I also get 7. Looking at like a fast food place or something.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't really understand what that is. It's like a college job, back then, whenever you're in college, you have jobs like that. It feels like that kind of thing. She's giving me an M. I know that's the beginning of her name though. So I just say everything I get, even if I already know what it is. Because I'm looking at her. So I don't know. One of them feels really adventurous. Like, I don't know if they like to travel or hike, or there's some kind of like being really active and really adventurous coming in with one of them. So I don't know. And then there's another one that I don't know why they're showing me. I don't know if this is related to them or the other guy or the perp, but there's a reference to, like, I don't know why they're showing me using a calculator, so it would remind me of math or something like that. Financial thing, something. I don't really know. Maybe weird how my stomach is just like, it was fine before this.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's weird. They keep taking me back to the bar.
Okay.
The two girls at the bar. So I don't know if that means that he was hanging out with him there. He was watching him from there. There's something about it. Over and over in the first reading, and it's another thing that's repeating. Like he's right there.
Right. Relevance for sure.
Like literally, because I get like it's kind of weird. Like I get like he's a geeky, odd feeling, but then he's not.
Right.
You know, it's one of those closet ones. Like you don't know if what. He's one of those people like you really don't know like that he would ever be capable of this because he's really good at hiding who he is. Knew who was stalking her. I think there was weird stuff that was going on. And I think it was him all along. But I just don't think she knew who it was. So that's why the stalking obsession and everything comes in, and that he feels like she dissed him.
Okay.
And I think she may have dissed him in the past of rejection that he is not okay with and jealousy that he is not okay with. And that it caused like a raging fire inside of him. That's what it feels like. And again, I feel like if he ever felt this way about someone else, he would do the same thing. If he got away with it once, he'll get away with it again. So, and it might be, time before he does that, or he might do it to make it look like something else. Like it wasn't just them. You know what I mean? Like, I think he's pretty smart. I don't think he's dumb. I think he's actually very smart. And I think this is where the alma mater comes in, even if either he was in school or wasn't in school, whatever. Like I see pictures of, and I don't know again if this is symbolic, but I see pictures of like her at least with like a heart around it. Like literally he was obsessed with her.
Okay.
That is how it comes across. And for some reason, I don't know why that Kay isn't really telling me, because when I was looking at her, I wasn't getting much other than what I said in the very beginning. But as I'm looking at Madison, she's giving me all the information. So I'm not really sure why she's being stronger and kind of like the spokesperson, like Libby is with Libby and Abby. Other than when I was looking at Ethan, he gave me the football.
Okay. So,
so I'm just going to see if I can connect to her and see if I can get any more. She gives me a thumbs up. She comes across as very strong though, like a very strong-willed person. Like she's the fighter, and
yes,
this was something her and Ethan were very much in sync. Okay, they're the kind of, it feels like they got along very good. They're very similar with each other. They both have really good hearts. And so they both, that's why they clicked, is because of the similarities that they have in their personalities, as far as they're both like, they feel really good hearted, very genuine, very, like Ethan feels very like a gentle kind of guy, like even more feminine because he's so gentle. I don't know. It's kind of weird because he plays sports, but he has like the sensitive side to him. That's how he comes across. She comes across as like, yeah, she's sensitive, but she's like a badass at the same time.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's how she really was, but I feel like she had this fighter inside of her. I also feel like she got good grades, like she's super smart. She might even been into sports too. I don't know if she ever played or not, but it kind of comes in that she has that personality, like she might have played or something.
Her dad said that she had like defense wounds on her.
Okay.
So she could fight.
Because I think she might have woken up. She might be the one that he put. Yeah, she might be the one that he put the hand over the mouth.
Yeah, Ethan just had a birthday. You got a birthday last
I did.
week.
I got birthday. Yeah, I was wondering when his birthday was.
Had a birthday. Somebody was commenting.
Okay, thank you, because that validates my who just had a birthday last that just passed. It was either just passed or was coming up. So thank you for that validation. I'm just trying to switch back and forth, like call each of them up to see if they'll give me more bits and pieces of the puzzle while I'm trying to validate them at the same time. And I don't know why she's rolling a dice at me. No idea what that means. I don't know if it's symbolic for something.
Okay.
I'm not. If she liked to read a lot. I see her with books for some reason.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. She comes across as really smart for some reason.
Yeah.
She had a really good head on her shoulders.
Yeah.
And honestly, her and Ethan feel like soulmates to me. Like that's the kind of relationship they feel like they would have gotten married and had kids. Like that's how it comes across. They just click. They are just that click. You know, some of those people that get together in college and stay together, it's kind of that kind of feeling that I feel with them. Like I don't feel like they ever really fought. Like I don't feel like they ever really had any tiffs. It doesn't come across that way. It comes across that they had a very harmonious kind of relationship. And hopefully that one day that'll be validated. But I also get soccer. So I don't know if she ever played at one point, but I know that Ethan played a lot, but I didn't be any time in their life, right? But I see she's kicking a soccer ball around. So I don't know where that comes in at. And it's weird because I feel like so the other two, Madison and I never want to say her name. I keep wanting to call her Kaylee. Okay. I'm just gonna call her Kay. Madison and Kay. They feel very like best friends, like this kind of thing. Like there's a lot of laughter, like they are like inseparable kind of feeling. So they're very cliquey in that. I mean, they hung out with these two, but they were always together. Like that's how it comes across. Like you wouldn't see one without the other, really. And they look like sisters. They almost look like twins, honestly. And that's kind of their relationship too. They were like sisters.
They've actually been friends since they were younger.
Yeah, okay. So that might be why that's coming in, is that they've been friends for a long time. They went to college together. They're living together. So it's they have that sisterly kind of feeling towards them. They're kind of I'd be curious if he's not on another. No, I think he might have known where the cameras were, but there's still something about being caught on camera or someone seeing him. I don't know why, because I see him running, but like I said, I go out the back. It feels like really dark for some reason. I don't know. I'd be curious if there's not a whole lot of streetlights around there or something, because for some reason it feels like super dark, not only in the house, but like I don't even really know what he's like, how he like saw to do what he did, because it feels really dark to me. And they might just be showing me like it was pretty dark outside as well. Show me him in black again, and this is really brazen. Like I was talking about Ted Bundy today. Like he was really brazen, like in what he did, and this was really brazen.
Yeah.
Like no fear of being caught. Very arrogant.
Yeah.
Thinking that you're smarter than everybody else is how it comes across.
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to get away with it because I'm smarter than everybody else.
Yeah.
No one's going to suspect me. Which kind of, because I feel like I'm going upstairs to live. Okay, not in that house, but wherever I live, I'm going upstairs to a second floor.
Mama.
Because I see him climbing stairs, but I'm outside. So it's not showing me the climbing the stairs in the house. This is, I think, something to do with where he lives, because I am climbing like those cement stairs that are outside. Like, they have like the spaces in between them. You know how like the outside stairs are? I'm climbing one of those. Okay, and that's what it shows me. Like I'm climbing the staircase to the second floor.
Okay, and that's how they were.
Okay, and so and like I said, not in the house, but this is where I'm going home after just doing this.
Yeah.
I also feel like he took off his shoes at some point.
Yes.
He took off his shoes because he shows me them carrying his shoes, carrying his shoes.
Oh.
And this is so there was no footprints. It's like once he got out in the yard, he took off his shoes. I literally see him running in his socks.
Yeah.
So that's why there's no footprints past a certain point. Because I do feel there is a footprint somewhere in that. There has to be. But they're showing me him taking off his shoes and running. And then, because I can't get that out of my mind about the stairs and climbing up the stairs.
Okay.
There's something about changing clothes, but I don't know if that was after, like he brought a backpack and changed clothes.
Oh, okay.
And why maybe there is not blood dripped everywhere. I mean, there is to a certain point, right? There is to a certain point, but it was like, and I don't know because I feel like it feels like there's still like a blood trail, but it stopped at a certain point, and I don't know why I'm getting. I mean, I see him taking off the shoes. I don't know that. It's like I almost see him either taking clothes off or putting clothes on, or there's some kind of change or that he brought like a. It's weird. I don't know that I'm understanding this right. So if he knew what he was gonna do, right, then he knew that he was gonna be covered in stuff. He knew he was gonna be, and so if he knew that, I could see him bringing something to change into, so he's not seen running bloody down the street or something like that. But where he changed that, I don't know, and why there would be blood outside, I don't know. That's the only thing that kind of like my mind isn't really making sense of. But I do feel like once he got outside, he took off his shoes. That is one thing that's coming in really clearly.
Right.
He knew exactly where he was going. Because I'm watching him walk in the house and kind of walk around, and he knew exactly what rooms to go into and everything. I'm not understanding why is he anything? That's one thing, unless he felt that they looked down on him too. Like there's a feeling of I'm superior to you guys. I'm in control now.
Makes sense.
You guys are not, like maybe he felt like they looked down on him or they were snobby to him, all of them. Because I feel like they were kind of a clique, like they all kind of hung together most of the time. It really does come across as who's the bee now?
Yeah.
I literally heard that.
Wow.
And he might have even whispered obscenities as he was killing them. Getting that. I'm getting like a cuss, like I'm so ticked off, like I'm cussing and I'm like I'm going mad at this point. But not in a loud way to where I wake anybody up. But I just wonder if, because the two girls stay in the same room.
It's the third floor, but they're saying in chat that they were found in the same room.
Okay, so they were staying in the same room together, because that's why I kept seeing them in the same room.
Yeah, they were found together.
Okay. Because that's why I was getting confused, because I was seeing him in the same room. That's why I was asking if they had separate rooms, but I was seeing him in the same room. But the one thing that kind of like, I keep getting that reference to Ted where like he hit one over the head.
Yeah.
Like Ted Bundy was able to do this with 4 people. I feel like it's kind of a similar thing. Like, I keep getting that reference, and it's just because it's very similar, not in the manner they were killed, and not the fact that all 4 of them, but all 4 were attacked. You know, and there was also an upstairs there too, but they, you know, they came from the bar. I don't know. I hear the word psychosis. I don't know. I can't wrap my brain around this, and us normal people can't wrap our brain around this.
Yeah.
But it's almost like he literally lost it. And Ted Bundy had blue eyes. I mean, I didn't even notice that till today. Till I watched that movie, and I was like, holy crap. Okay, well, there's a Ted Bundy reference, has all these meanings in this whole story. You know, he was also went to school and everything, and it's just like, wow. Did this guy idolize him or what? What's going on with this? There's so many like coincidence, similarity kind of thing.
Right.
I also get a C. I don't know what that is about. I feel like they look at him as kind of an idiot sometimes, like immature. You know, like immature kind of little a-hole.
Right.
Is the way that I get with him. I also get swimming, but I don't know who that is. I'm not sure. So one of these, somebody rode a bike. I keep getting someone riding a bicycle for some reason. And I don't know if it's one of these or or how that fits. Jogging. It could just be that they're active, and I could be getting, you know, an active feeling, because I feel like there's one of them that's really active, outdoorsy, like to travel, like to hike, like to do all those kind of things.
Yep. So the thing that was reported in September was a biker with a knife.
Oh, interesting.
And
it's
one
weird
of the
because I get
girls
the bike and they do jog, because it's coming in together, biking. Like there's a bike and then I get a jogging. So like jogging around the neighborhood. Okay, so that makes sense. I wonder which one likes to jog. So I'm looking at Kylie, you know, Kaylee right now. I want to call her Kylie. Sorry.
Yeah.
But I kept hearing Jack the Ripper. So again, thing that was left there or written there or whatever to make it look like. I mean, I don't know. You know, sometimes there's messages in blood or whatever. I don't know. But if my head's hurting again, I really feel like somehow someone got hit in the head or there's something with the head that I can't seem to let go of. For some reason it's brutal with all of them, like really bad brutal, like I talked about in the first reading. But for some reason with the 2 blondes, it feels more brutal. It's especially her. Like that's where his anger went.
Okay.
I keep getting a star. I don't know what the star is about either. The star is about. I also hear the word school colors.
Okay.
Show me police sirens. I don't know what that means. I don't know if that means that he's going to get arrested, or I'm not really sure what that's about, but I see red and blue. I see red and blue police sirens, but it's weird. I just keep seeing like red and blue lights, like red and blue police siren, like police lights. And I'm not really sure. I also get the month of May. It's kind of weird. Like I get beer pong, and I also get like board games, but like Pictionary. So I don't know if those are things that they like to do or whatever. The girls feel like really popular.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Everybody in that house does. So I don't know if they have parties or sometimes, or just like a lot of people in and out kind of thing. Friends over or whatever. But it feels like they, you know, had little activities in there, little like parties and get-togethers and things like that. Like obviously, like college kids. Obviously, I understand it's obvious, but
You got it, because they're known as the party house.
Oh, okay. I just get that feeling like I did that whole first reading. He just feels so close to where they are.
Yeah.
And it's almost like I feel like wherever he's at, he can see their house or see what's going on. Possibly there's a reference again to like fake profiles or something like that. But as far as his, it feels like it's non-existent all of a sudden. Or something changed with his online stuff. These lights are going to bug me now because I don't really know what they mean. But I think even like if they figure out who did this and there's an arrest, like it'll be done really quietly. But at the same time, I don't know. He's pretty much a narcissist, arrogant person.
Yeah.
That thinks he's going to get away with it. So only if there's something like I keep getting like 45 and then 47. I don't know. Like I saw him with a hoodie up and stuff, and so I think that's another reason he looked older with the hoodie and everything on. And again, I don't know if that's the same person or I'm just getting the information that surrounded the night. You know what I mean? Like I don't know if it's connected or not. I just know what I saw, but I don't know if it's connected to this specifically or it's just something that is surrounding the case and happened that night, because I will get stuff that happens and surrounds the case and not be involved, Like the knife is big, and I said that before we knew any of that. It just feels like this feels like overkill.
Yes.
Very much, very much an overkill. Like he didn't need to overkill.
Oh, for sure.
But I get like that again, that slasher, or like I like horror movies. I like serial killers, like that kind of feeling around him. And I don't know if that's a dark side that people don't really know. And I'm having a very, very hard time breathing. It's so bad. I usually don't have this hard time. It's like a huge, huge pressure on my chest.
Yeah.
Which she's kind of showing me why I'm getting that, but I'm gonna tell her I need to go back to the beginning. And again, I'm gonna get some repeating visions here. Because I'm going back to the beginning. I'm gonna try to describe more of what I see from the beginning. So she keeps showing me and this came in before the computer. Like she was in contact with someone on the computer. She might not have known, I really feel like I don't know if someone was watching her on her computer, like through social media, because it feels like someone, because like they did TikTok videos and stuff, or some kind of dancing videos, or like TikTok videos where they're dancing and doing that kind of stuff, like reenactments and stuff. And I feel like someone got this fascination over her. I really feel drawn to Maddie as Maddie being the one, and I've always felt that since the beginning. But it feels like from what I'm seeing is I'm seeing someone sitting and watching like social media.
Okay.
And I'd be curious if she did anything with her location to say where she was going to be and not think about it, because sometimes people forget to turn off their location.
Yeah.
Because I'm getting something with the phone and the location.
Okay.
And so what she shows me older to me. Okay. So like the very beginning, because then I was like, well, I don't know. I can't really tell the age, because sometimes he feels younger. That might just be that for one, he might look young for his age, or for two, he might just do young things, like you be immature kind of, or something like that. But he feels older, like a little younger than that. But that's just what he feels like to me. Okay. It's hard to feel the energy of people and their ages sometimes.
Yeah.
Okay, he's got a beard and mustache, but I feel like shaved after this.
Okay.
Because they showed me with a beard and mustache, and then they show me without it, like a baby face.
Yeah.
I do feel like he has blue eyes. Actually, he has Ted Bundy eyes. Like if you look at Ted Bundy's eyes and you look at his eyes, they're the same. Maybe a little bit lighter. But there's that Ted Bundy reference that keeps coming in.
Yes.
And I think even because I was trying to get a good look at him, the one thing that I keep seeing is curls. So I don't know if he has curly hair or wavy hair, and that might be when it's grown out. I'm not sure what the length that is now. It feels it's brown, so it kind of comes across as like maybe the same color as Ted, but sometimes maybe it seems lighter. You know, like sometimes in different times of the year, depending your hair can be like a lighter brown or a regular brown. I do feel like it's brown.
Okay.
I think he did have a mustache and beard at this time because they're showing him to me like that, but then it's weird. She shows me the baby face, like how he looks without it. Okay. I hear the word elongated, like his face might be a little bit longer. There's a reference to a pointier type nose. And she keeps talking about one dimple here. And there's something about, like, you know how sometimes people have like the dimple on their chin or something on their chin. Yeah. And then there's a reference to, I keep getting with the Adam's apple is more defined than what you would normally see. There's something about that keeps coming in about the Adam's apple. So I really feel like he possibly followed her there. There's something I feel like she maybe left her location on, or she posted that she was from the bar, because I get pictures of her taking pictures with her and Kaylee, however you say your name, and whoever else was there. Like, you know how sometimes people take selfies? I'm seeing that, like, taking selfies. So I don't know if she was actually posting, or if she posted before that's where she was going to be. But there's something about, yes, she was vigilant. She always paid attention to herself, and where she paid attention to what was going on around her. But I don't think her social media presence wasn't locked down. Like, people knew what she was doing, or she was very big social media. Like, that's how she comes across.
Yeah.
What do you call those people that are like, I don't know what you call them, like the people on TikTok. You call them, there's a word for them. The ones that are on social media and stuff. I can't think of the name of what they're called. What people refer to them as. Of her in a bikini. So I don't know if that's like a picture that he saw, or I don't really know what that's about. I'm not really sure why she's showing me that. But I see him, he's drinking, and I feel like he drinks a lot. This came in before with the alcoholic. I think that came in before. And there is I feel like there is some drug use that came in before as well. But the alcoholic came in before. And so also maybe if they ventured to this bar a lot, he might have been there more than once. I hear regular. So he's possibly a regular at this bar, and probably maybe not anymore. Or maybe he doesn't go as often. I don't think he's changed his habits too much, because I feel like it would be too obvious if he did. A partner in this. I don't feel another energy. I don't see another energy. I just get him. Now, he might have another type personality with himself.
Yeah. Were you thinking influencers? Is that what you were thinking?
Yes, influencers. That's the word I was trying to think of. Thank you so much. Like, that's what she reminds me of, is like an influencer.
Okay.
And I don't know if she was just trying to be that, or she, was that. But she says Instagram. There's something about Instagram. I don't know if this person followed her on Instagram, or that's where he first got the obsession. But I feel like she doesn't. I feel like it feels like I'm stalking in the shadows, but I may have talked to her before, but she didn't know it was me. That kind of comes across. Okay. I'm trying to see what happened after this, because she's showing me her laughing, giggling, having a good time. So there's something with his hands, meaning that they're calloused, or he uses them a lot. He's a sexual predator, but I feel like he can't perform the way that and it comes across as jealousy, obsession. You don't think I'm good enough for you.
Yeah.
That's the way. That's what's kind of fueling the fire. Okay.
Okay.
This was planned. This was meticulously planned. And like I said, I think he followed her there for that night. He knew they were going to be drinking. Usually when people are drinking, they can't fight back if they're sleeping. Like, that's kind of how it comes across. He honestly looks a lot like Ted Bundy, but like a jacked up Ted Bundy. Like, not as handsome. Okay. But I'm sorry. Seriously, that's what I heard, like a jacked up Ted Bundy. Like, and he's not as charming and not as smart. But he's still smart. He's not completely stupid. I feel like he may have been a fraternity. He may have picked, I feel like, but at the same time, he was an outcast. But it comes across as he may have possibly have sort of a temper and been kind of weird in college. And he might have even dropped out or been kicked out. You know, because everybody's talking the fraternity and blah, 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 blah. And I don't think it is. I don't think it's anybody that knew her in that way. And I definitely don't get that it's an ex-boyfriend or a boyfriend, because Spirit will usually say, yes, that's it. I don't think it's the neighbor. I do think he lives within walking distance, though, or he can walk to their house, because I don't get a car. It doesn't mean he doesn't have a car. It just means I didn't get that he used the car that night. And I feel like he was stalking her. He knows the layout of the area. He knows how to get in and out. Like, I feel like, you know how sometimes people scope out places and then so that they can act on it later. And I'm getting chills with that. Kind of like if you're gonna go case a joint to go rob it, like that's what it was. I also feel like for some reason, I don't know if they had older people come to that house for parties or if it was just a college thing, because I almost feel like he's been in that house, but she didn't know who he was. Because the weird thing is I feel like he might have dressed younger, and I see him there like holding a cup, like he's at a party. You know, like, you know, people stand around with the red cups or whatever. I see that. And it's possibly that he tried to, I think he looks younger for his age and he acts younger.
Right.
So I don't really think, and it's almost like I see him with a hoodie at that point. No, it's not the same hoodie guy on the camera. This is just, he just had one up during that. I know that guy seems like he's a good candidate, but I honestly don't feel that he's not matching for me. I think the only reason that they were referencing him is maybe he saw something. He might know the person, seen the person, or the eyes are the same. Like, this part of the face is the same. Okay. So that's why they will reference people like that. I feel a lurking feeling. He followed them, but he followed them from far away. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I don't know if she was posting like where she was going, because I keep getting this like I'm checking the post to see where she's at, or I'm checking the post to see what she's doing kind of thing. Okay. This guy idolizes serial killers and horror movies. He will have a collection. He will have a collection of knives and swords. That comes in very strongly. I also feel like for some reason I get this odd thing, and I don't know if this is just symbolic for stalking, but I get pictures on the wall of her with like hearts around it and like scratched out stuff like that. So I don't know if he did stuff like that. Feel like, again, I feel like he's within walking distance, or he could walk to the house. Okay. Or take a back way to the house. hair dropout, or like maybe he dropped out of college or something. But he's got a fascination with the younger girls like Ted did. But I think his are more blondes. Like, I don't know. He might not have any like real particular, just if they're really pretty. But I feel like he wanted to do this for a long time. He may see him, and this is not to scare anybody, okay? But I already see him watching someone else. Okay, he's already watching another house, already watching someone else. So he watched and he knew when they were going to go home, and he wanted to give him a chance to get home and stuff. I feel like he went by his house, got his stuff, because again, it comes in dressed in all black. I have a bag, contains everything I need. I also get some form of either prior military, prior ROTC, prior something like that comes in, which is weird because I got that in Delphi.
Yeah.
And I wasn't getting that before, but they're showing me the fatigues now. And that could be, again, it could be ROTC. He's not anybody that we've looked at. Has darker features, and he's older. I do get a lot of, again, that badge is coming in. I've been getting that security badge for a while. And I don't think it's really campus security. It could be for anywhere.
Yeah.
Security guard or a badge. Now that could have a bunch of different meanings, but I feel like he has maybe a couple jobs. And that could be in his past as well. That might not mean that he just does it right now, but that could be something past that he did. But it's something I kind of can't let go of. It came in when I was talking to Tammy, or Vanished and Forgotten, and I was talking to Angela, and I just kept seeing a security badge. So I don't know. But then I would see the flashing lights. So I don't know if that means he's going to get caught or what. But I feel like he peeps in windows. This is a predator. This is not nobody's been looking at. Yes, the neighbor's creepy, but it's not him. This guy, like I said, he feels older, but at the same time, maybe I couldn't figure out if he was older or younger because of the way he acts and his energy sometimes. This was something that built up and built up and built up until he acted on it. This is a fantasy that he acted out.
Cool.
And he had anger towards all of them. I don't know if they were all friends. I mean, they were all friends, obviously, but I mean, I don't know if they hung out a lot or he saw him a lot or whatever, but it feels like, yes, she was the target, but the reason why it was all four was just because it was. They were all there, and it was like kind of like how spree killers are. They just act and they don't really care who's there. This was like that.
Okay.
Like obsessive issues, and it's like, if I can't have you, no one else can, is kind of how it comes across. I think he's got to live around that neighborhood or really close to that neighborhood. I felt like he was closer before, but that might be because he was lurking closer, or he might know closer people.
Okay.
I mean, it's one of those things people need to just watch their surroundings, make sure you're locking your doors, have any protection that you need, because it's girls go in groups. I mean, it obviously didn't matter in this one, but he's a coward in the fact that he will come in. You know, he kind of reminds me of, was it the Hillside Strangler, or which one was it that used to come in and then people's houses at night? I can't remember what serial killer that was. He's like a bunch of them mixed in together. It's kind of weird. He's copycatting all these different serial killers. It's kind of weird. You know what I mean? Because like I can see where it's very similar to Ted Bundy, but then I can see it's very similar to the Scream guy, and because he used a knife, and then I can see, you know, he's breaking into people's houses. But again, Ted Bundy did that.
The Night Stalker.
Night Stalker, yeah, that's what I was trying to think of. Night Stalker, you're right. Yeah, that's what I was trying to think of. Kind of even resembles him a little. Like his hair is longer. I don't know if he's cut it. I keep getting curls. It's weird. Like they keep showing me curls, not what it looks like on him, but like either his hair's wavy or has curls to it or something. Like when it's longer, and I can keep.
Olivia.
like he walked there. Like I don't get it's weird. Like how can you walk there with no one seeing him, unless he drove halfway and then walked, because I don't see a car pull up to the house. Like right. I don't see a car pull up. I don't see him get out. I see him like lurking in the shadows, like taking the dark undercover, and he knows where the cameras are and where they aren't. I think he knew that they didn't have cameras over there because I think maybe he, again, used to, like, he knows the area. He knows there's a reason he knows the area.
Yeah.
But again, age is really hard with him. But I mean, I swear he kind of feels like, you know, that's 40. Sometimes he feels younger to me. The thing is I don't see two. You know, I know people have asked me if there's two. I don't see two.
Yeah.
Every time that I zone in on him, I see him by himself. Every time I zone in on him, I only see him going into the house. Like these kind of killers don't normally work with partners. I mean, yes, serial killers do, but these kind don't. It's not like I'm looking at a picture of him. It's like I'm getting a blurry vision in my head, or they're showing me bits and pieces. Like they'll show me the curly hair, and then they'll show me the pointy nose. Like they show it to me separately, and then I don't feel like I live really far from the house. Like I feel like I visit it a lot and I walk there.
Oh, yeah.
Very stealth. He's very stealth. So I know everybody's saying, oh, it's a younger person. It was sloppy. It's going to be sloppy for what he did. That doesn't mean he left a lot of evidence. Because, again, I feel like this was very planned. I feel like he wore gloves, and I get, like, the thicker gloves. I feel like he, you know, I feel like he was on all black. That's the way it comes across. He's on all black, and he has a mask, except for you can see his, you know, where his eyes are. And that's why for a while I was only seeing the blue eyes. For, you know, they just kept showing that to me. And it happened. I don't know. I don't know if it happened different with her than with the others. I'm not really sure that I'm understanding that right. I mean, I know cops are thinking that this is isolated and targeted. Yes, it was, but he can target someone else. Like it was targeted on her, but he can. I feel like, again, this is a serial killer vibe. This is something he's going to get that thirst again as soon as he gets the opportunity. It might not even be in the same area because all the cops are there. He might go somewhere else, you know, because I see him sitting. Now he's sitting in a car watching, but I can't get the car. I only see it from the inside. Real lighter. It's a lighter color. I think the darker vehicle I was seeing was the one that took him there, because someone told me that was a darker vehicle. So I think that's why it was a dark vehicle. I was getting because sometimes I'll go from start to finish. And
Okay.
so in the first reading, I was getting a darker vehicle, and someone told me that they actually all got in a darker vehicle and came home. I hear her laughing. She's super bubbly. She's got that really outgoing personality. I feel like everybody loved her. She says I was a little stuck up at times, though. I hear the word sorority sister. So is she also in a sorority? Yeah.
I think they were.
Okay. I see. I was asking everybody about alpha, beta, gamma yesterday because that kept coming to my head.
Yeah.
And then so we looked at the map today because we were looking at and alpha, beta, gamma is right next door. So about sorority girls, sisterhood. There's a reference to tattoos, people getting tattoos in memory, and also something specific being done. I don't know if it's a memorial or like their pictures up on the wall in a memorial at the sorority house. There's something about something being done like that that's like a big deal.
Okay.
And I wonder if the tattoos have names in them because I keep seeing their name or her name, Maddie. So I wonder.
It said 2 survivors got tattoos.
I wonder what they look like. I think there's going to be some sorority girls too that get them. It feels like there's going to be like I hear matching, but there's something about her, like her name that's somewhere.
It says with their initials.
I see it written out. Oh, okay. Okay. Drugs from the house. I don't know what kind he uses. It feels like he's able to hide it because he can kind of hold down a jaw. Does other things. I'm getting pain in the back of my head for some reason. I swear I got that in the other reading, and I just wonder if someone wasn't hit in the head prior, or I don't know. I keep getting reference to like that time when when Ted Bundy came in and he like the first thing he did was hit him over the head. Like I don't know why that's coming in. It's kind of I don't know why that's coming in.
Okay.
But it is. See, she's saying George Michael again.
Oh, geez.
I don't know what that means. I mean, we thought it was for the song, but the guy might kind of look like it. Like, might look like a younger version of him or something, like with the beard and mustache. But like more messed up. Because she said he's not cute, but like he has like the features. He was just too old. So I don't know. That might be like that those names might be significant, like either Michael or George, or it might be. I'm not really sure. Like we thought it was, and it could have multiple meanings because things can have multiple. There's something about again like these killers with the 13th. I think it has something to do with that feeling of what horror movies give about the 13th. Your bad luck.
Yeah.
Almost like I'm repeating Friday the 13th, only it wasn't Friday. It kind of how it comes across. Kind of like Ted Bundy was, okay? No one really suspected him. I mean, this guy's kind of creepy, but I think in certain ways he's charming as well. But he comes across as more of a lurker to me. Like he's watching a lot, but at the same time, I feel like he could be really sociable if he wanted to.
Yeah.
13 still feels significant though, more than just the day.
Okay.
Like it might have a significance to him.
Okay.
go back to when I was going upstairs, you know, like maybe I lived in an apartment building or something. A digital footprint, because I hear digital footprint. That might be where he messed up. I feel like he might be smart enough to maybe cover his tracks, because I get like maybe he could be sort of like, he's kind of geeky and smart. Like I feel like he was actually really smart in college. And he might actually be really good technologically.
Okay.
But I still hear digital footprint, so I don't know if they're going to be able to track anything off the digital footprint or not. This is what he does, though. This is like, he just saw her and became like super infatuated with her, and then it became this obsession and this following and stalking. But it's like lurking, like it's not like, you know,
yeah.
He's got a psycho. There's something wrong. I mean, obviously, for someone to do something like this, there's something wrong. But there's something psychologically that's not right.
Yeah.
I don't get like comes in where there's other sides to him, and that might just be kind of like Ted Bundy, like how he was able to charm people and show everybody, and no one ever thought like he would be the one. Like it's kind of like that. Like I don't think anybody would ever think, like, I think maybe they think he's odd and stuff like that. Like, I do think he went to that, because I keep getting the alma mater or the reference to the school or the college that he used to go there. He used to be there. Like, but I feel like, it comes in, he was either dropped out or kicked out. He didn't finish. That's why he doesn't have a really good job. I see him around that area a lot, as far as, like around the stores and stuff. He might have came into her work and been a customer even. I feel like he would come around, but I don't think she knew who he was. Like she didn't know really who he was. Like he probably pretended to be someone else online or whatever. It was like a follower of hers. I hear the words lost control. Like he just lost control. But it's weird because I do see him like sitting in a car, like watching. And I don't know if it's the house or what. It kind of comes across that way. But has anybody ever seen the show Obsession Dark Desires? That's what this turned into. If you guys have not seen that show, watch that show. Great show. If you can find it. That's what this turned into. And because they're referencing that show to me.
Okay.
Which is basically people that are obsessed and act on it and end up killing people.
Yeah.
And there was actually a serial killer that they put on there, the chameleon, the one that was a chameleon. And the girl actually escaped him. But he was stalking her as well. I just give up references because they give it to me. So it's like really hard time breathing. I didn't have that problem before. It's like I can't breathe at all. I feel like the chest was a major thing with her for some reason.
Right.
She was stabbed a lot in the chest.
Yeah.
Like again, this comes across and it always came as major overkill, but I think with her maybe even more. It's almost like she's saying like she was stabbed, like she was stabbed more than anybody else or something like that.
Yeah.
Or there's something different with the way things were done with her, or
right.
I don't know. I don't know. I see writing in blood, but I don't know if it's symbolic. It's kind of weird. I don't really know.
Okay.
That came in before. But I see him down in that downtown. Is it like a downtown area with like all the shops and stuff? Like I see him walking around down there.
Yeah. It's
Like
all
I
pretty
just see
close
it.
together.
Okay, so is it like sidewalks with like a bunch of little shops and stuff? Because I see him like walking along those sidewalks, just like hanging out. He wears
Yeah.
like some kind of work boots or something. I'm trying to get into more of what he does, and it's like I don't really know. Anybody else around? I just see one.
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to follow him, like as she's showing me like him walking around and stuff. He's like by himself. Like I don't see a partner. I just don't.
Right.
And this was able to be done by one person because Ted Bundy did it. But
yeah,
this is where I think like the stealthness comes into play. He's got something in his background that would make him be able to get in and out of a house real easy.
Yeah.
Be a cop at one time. And again, it could be in his past or it could be something that he does now. I don't really know, but that's something that stressed out right now by all the police presence and stuff. But at the same time, he knows that they're not onto him. Like he keeps going over in his mind if he did everything to not get caught. I'm going back to his house. There's a walkway and it goes up to two stairs. Now, why am I being pulled between the apartment? Because it's like I get a walkway and then like a couple cement stairs that go into this house. I keep getting 13. I wonder if it's in the address. Because we know this happened on the 13th, but I feel like there's another meaning to it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I kind of want to put it with the house at the same time, which I don't really know, and that might not be a full address. I don't really know why I keep wanting to put it with the house. It's kind of weird. And I don't really know. Just like really struggling to breathe here. She has any pictures on her Instagram of like her in a bikini or something. It's almost like he commented on that or something, because I keep getting that picture, but it's like it's a post or it might be a similar post, and then they take me to the comments. Like he's in those comments.
Wow.
Yeah, it's kind of weird how they're doing that, and I don't know if she even has a picture like that or something similar.
Somebody said she does in Hawaii. She was just looking.
Okay. All right. So it would I don't know if he deleted them since then, but that's kind of interesting. That's a good validation. Back of my neck is hurting too for some reason. I see him covered up. I think he works out though. I think he's in really good shape. Because I get like muscles with him or like and I don't know if he necessarily goes out, like he could just do push-ups or whatever at home, like
right.
I mean, he might even be the jogger that I was getting before. Like I feel like he's an active type person for his age. Like he still wants to be young. I don't know if that makes sense. It's like that's why I can't figure out a real age, because I feel like he's older, but he still wants to be young. He still wants to be in the college life. He still likes the college girls. Like he still wants to hang around the frats. Like it's still his mentality is still he still wants to be in that kind of life. I don't know if that makes sense at all. I don't know people like that. I wonder if they're trying to give me the name Michael because of the George Michael, and then now they're showing me someone that I know. Cutting things off of an animal. I don't know if that's hunting or he did that for another. I don't know. I don't know what that is. me gymnastics. I don't know if she ever did gymnastics as a kid, but that kind of comes in, or tumbling or something like that, or it could be someone connected to her. There's a reference to a birthday cake, so I don't know if someone's birthday's coming up or just passed. That came in before for someone else, but she's showing me that. She shows me like bubbly personality, like she would attract all kinds, she said. Really friendly. She says probably too friendly.
Yeah.
And she's like, I love my family. I think she only shows me like a single, like she doesn't have any brothers or sisters. I don't think. Like she just shows me they're standing alone. So
okay.
But I feel this is why I feel like Kaylee and her were like sisters. Like she was the family kind of that she didn't have, or the siblings or whatever. Like they feel that whole family, those two, the families and them feel very close. Like I said in one of my other readings, like before I like ever knew anything, that I feel like they were sisters or best friends and like family. Like they come across like that.
Right.
And so I feel also like Kaylee's family is also honoring her. Like they're honoring them together. It comes across as memorializing them together.
Yes.
And so I don't even know if their funerals might be together, but it comes across as they're honoring them together in some way or another.
Yeah. Definitely.
And there's something that's different, like
she was an only child.
She says my parents don't know how to handle this. I was all they had.
Yeah. Yep.
They thought I was safe.
Yep.
She says never in their wildest dreams. But I feel like she's like super smart and she got good grades. Like good grades comes in a lot with her. Or she didn't really have to try very hard either, I don't think. I mean, she partied a lot. She said she partied a lot, but she she was still trying to make her parents proud. She comes across as, they sent her to college. She was there to learn and to party, she says, but she was trying to make them proud.
Right.
And she was making a lot of good memories and she was having a lot of fun, is what she says.
Yeah.
And I don't know where the volleyball comes in with her, if she played it or if someone else plays it, or she liked to watch the games. I'm really not sure because I'm seeing that as well. Or she had a friend that played volleyball. I'm not really sure.
Okay.
She said she could be a real goofball at times. And she says there's a lot of people that are mourning all of them. She says even ones that really didn't like her. I keep pulling up pink with her for some reason. I don't know if she liked it or something.
Okay.
I still keep getting like something big being done at that school for them. Some kind of memorial. And I'm not just talking about, I mean, I think it goes further than a candlelight thing. I think they're gonna have their pictures up. I get a reference to like scholarship funds or something like that. But it's going to be like a huge deal, a huge memorialization. I keep seeing their pictures on the wall.
Yeah.
And she shows me like Ethan, like with his jersey, like they're gonna retire it or something like that. And like they show me they're like there's gonna be specific things, but they show me like all their pictures in like a big memorial wall. Like that's what they keep showing me, or she keeps showing me.
Okay.
Her
favorite color was pink.
Okay. I'm wearing her favorite color. So there's.
I noticed that.
Yeah. There's. I wonder if they're each going to have their own scholarship because I don't know. It's kind of weird how it comes in.
Yeah.
Like it's not just for one, but maybe for each of them or something. In like the different studies that they were doing.
Yep.
I get like social services. I wonder if she was thinking about doing social services or something like that. I'm not really sure. Because I get like I hear social services.
Okay.
Or something along those lines anyways. She says I wanted to make a difference. I feel like she wanted to make a difference with her major. It wasn't just something like, that was just a regular job. It was she wanted to make a difference.
Right.
I really feel like towards I don't know, she feels like a really good-hearted person. I wonder.
Yeah.
I see her writing stuff down, so I don't know if she kept track of things or if she just liked to doodle, or I'm not really sure what that's about. It's kind of weird, like, because I keep seeing a notebook. Like, I don't know if she liked to doodle on her notebook, sometimes college students will do. I don't know if she did that or if, like, she kind of wrote, like, a diary. Like, I don't know.
Right.
I also get the month of July. Birthday,
Okay.
passing anniversary, her, someone else connected, or something around this case. In the month of March as well.
Okay.
I keep seeing this guy out of like people's houses. It's outside in the dark in his car or something. It's kind of weird. Like, I don't know if he's trying to watch to see somebody else. He's getting the thirst for it again, if that makes sense. Like, this is starting to go away. Everything that he got from it starting to go away.
Yeah.
And so he's needing to fulfill that again. I feel like this was pent up for a really long time, and now that he's done it, the thrill and the what do you call it? Like the adrenaline and everything. It's like all that's starting to go down, but like he experienced all that during the act. You know what I mean? Like he really now he's like got a bloodlust. And I think I don't know, for some reason his victims seem like they're gonna be similar, or they are, I don't know, or it's just convenient. I hear the word convenient. But for some reason, like I really get that, and I really get that Ted Bundy feel, like with the kind of girls he likes, or the sorority, like the sorority type. Like I kind of get that. There's a lot of other similarities. I don't know, and I'm curious if like I hear planet placements. So I'd be curious if the planet placements weren't similar here at this time as they were when Ted Bundy hit. Because that kind of comes in like weird. And I get a lot of music around her too, so I don't know if she liked to sing. I know that like they like to dance and stuff because that came in the other live, but I don't know if she liked to goof off singing or whatever. I also hear the word skits, so I don't know if they did little skits, but keep losing your picture. like just goofy stuff. She says like goofy stuff.
Right.
She said they were just having fun.
Yeah.
She said, I just want my parents to know I love them.
Okay.
And I tried to make them proud of me. Because again, she goes back to the grades. So I don't know if she was like getting good grades or whatever. Or trying to get good grades. Like she was trying to make them proud of her for whatever she was doing. See, I get like that counselor or social services or psychologist, like all that energy comes in around her.
Right.
As maybe what she wanted to do.
Yeah.
I don't know if that makes sense. I just feel like she was a good-hearted person like that. But she was very magnetic too. Like I feel like she attracted people to her. You know what I mean? Like easily.
Yeah.
Like you know how some influencers they just have that charisma or whatever about them. They just attract people. She just attracts people.
Yeah.
But not always good people. But that's how it comes across.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And he's a psychopath. Like and so like I was questioning that because there's a lot of stuff that came in, you know, that was validating other people, but that can just validate people in their lives, you know?
Right.
Weird that ballet comes in again. I know that came in before, and I don't know if maybe she did it when she was younger or something like that. Or I'm not really sure the significance of that.
Right.
So I had the idea to channel Ted Bundy and see what he thought about Idaho 4 killer because there's so much similarities, and when he was alive he helped catch the Green River killer, so I thought maybe he would have some ideas about this that would be helpful.
Hello.
Hey. Okay. So I want to tell them about the phone charger thing. Like that was kind of crazy because I was just talking to him. I was like, yo, you want to talk to me about this? And then Tammy's like, oh, I can't find my phone charger. And I heard on table. And she goes and looks on the table, and that's where it's at.
Yeah.
I told her, I said, I think Ted Bundy just found a charger. Right, Ted, let's see what we have here. I heard his voice.
Oh, I just got the chills.
He's usually very talkative. He said, I can tell you he's a psychopath. That's what he's labeling him as. Hey, Rose.
Okay.
He says, works in the area, lives in the area. A play out of my playbook, didn't he?
Yes.
His words.
Oh, I just got chills.
He's kind of smiling, and he's like, he's kind of smiling, and he's like, I don't blame him. Okay, he says the word smooth operator. So that makes me feel like he's kind of like him because Ted was a smooth operator. But he says he's more shy. He says outcast.
Okay.
He says outcast. He says hidden desires. He says he's an outcast, but you wouldn't know he's an outcast. It's more like he feels like he's an outcast. Okay. Like psychologically or something, like he's insecure, I guess. Kind of is how it kind of comes across. I'm getting a headache all of a sudden. He's kind of giving me the stuff I got last night, like stalker, lurker. He says fantasies though, like he says he's like me. He's like me in that way. I used to fantasize about it. I couldn't stop myself. It's one of those things. He said if given the chance, he will kill again. He talks about bloodlust, the bloodlust being there. He's more personal with it. I need to take this. He talks about he says like like there's things he does in secret.
Oh.
There's a reference to animals.
Okay.
I don't know if he's saying, because I know Ted Bundy, I believe, killed animals. Which he knows I don't like that. But
Right.
I don't know if he's trying to say that is connected or that it's just something that he's done. The guy's done.
Okay.
He says he's a little different than him, though. And that he's so sloppy. Like, he's not gonna go as long as Ted did. And I think it's partly because he's not traveling.
Okay.
Because Ted shows me him traveling, and then he shows me this guy like in the area. But he says you won't suspect him. He's not something that he's not someone that you would suspect. And so I'm asking him because is he older? I get a headache with him for some reason. He shakes his head yes with that.
Okay.
So I'm like, am I looking for a young kid? He says no.
Okay.
He shows me the guy sitting in front of a computer. Like that's what he, and that could be for, certain things that he's watching to.
Yeah.
He says bondage, like, those websites, like pornography websites where they have like the sadistic kind of stuff. Like, I feel like he's kind of into that. But again, he tells me the word impotent. So he's basically just validating like that this guy likes that kind of stuff, but he can't perform doing it. But I also get he is saying that this was, I get revenge, I get from rejection, I get for them just being biatches and WHORES. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that.
No. Wow.
I didn't really say it.
You're good.
He's like, he has the same thing, like the same. He says they're very similar, and that's why he keeps coming in, is that they're very similar. He tells me like he basically tried to copy, but put his own spin on it. That's what Ted's saying. So that's when he says like he took a piece out of my playbook.
Okay.
Like he slipped in and out of the house the same way. He watched them the same way. He followed him home from the bar the same way. Like, that's what he's showing me. That is all similar. And
Wow.
Ted is saying that he meant to kill those other 2 people. And he thought they were, but he was in a hurry. So,
Okay.
so same number of victims, essentially.
Yeah.
But he says there's something about like specifically those 4 that like this guy just didn't. There's some kind of, I hear altercation. And I don't really know when that would have happened, but he says that word to me.
Okay.
I feel kind of sick.
There was an altercation at the food truck with one of the girls.
Yeah, but that was an ex, wasn't it?
I don't know who she was talking to, but she told him to F off.
That was her ex.
Okay.
Or whoever the guy was. That was a younger guy. This guy, he's telling me like he's more like, was Ted like in his 30s or something?
I don't know.
No, didn't he start? He started in his 20s, didn't he?
Yeah, I think so.
Or not, actually he started in his teens. So he started really young. This guy, he just feels older to me, and I really don't know. Like sometimes he feels older, sometimes he feels younger. I don't really know. It's almost like he's saying that he held on to it for a while and something like snapped. Like he shows me the brain psychologically. He shows me like that. I don't know why why I'm getting this, but it's like the brain, and then you know how like you would see like electricity like in the brain like as it's working like symbolically, and he's showing me like it misfiring or something. So it's symbolic for something happening in the brain. But he's talking about trauma or traumatic something that kind of shifted. But also like he says he has these desires that he can't fulfill, but he does not take rejection. Like he can't take rejection. I'm asking if this was a kid at the school. I'm getting a no. Like inner circle, he's just telling me no. He's like, I didn't know any of the girls that I killed.
Yeah.
Like he didn't know any of them personally. If he just saw him and he just wanted to kill him, that's what he did, or unalive him. And so that's kind of what he's saying. Is that you don't have to know somebody personally to do something like this. Although that he's saying that is kind of mostly how, it is mostly someone that you know, in not all instances. He does show me that he's been in that, like that came in the reading last night about him being in the house. He's been in the house before for some reason, whether it be to, buy something off of him or go have a drink or whatever. Like I said, I think he's older, but he looks younger. Like he seems younger. He might hang out with the younger crowd. But how old was Ted when he got caught?
I don't know.
Can you Google that? Because he says around the age I got caught. He just flashed me a picture of him with a beard and mustache, like when he grew it out for some reason. Because I think that they're very similar. Like he's talking about he could be his brother. Like that's how similar they look. But like we were saying, like a Wish,
Yeah.
like a Wish version. But there's just like similarities.
Okay.
I'm not saying they look exactly like, but there's similarities that he's talking about.
Okay. Well, he was arrested when he was 28, and then he escaped and was captured again at 31.
So around the age that he got caught, so getting like older and younger.
Yeah.
because when you're 30, you're kind of both. You're kind of like in the middle.
Yeah.
Okay. It's weird. He just put devil horns on the guy. I don't know if he's trying to say that he's possessed kind of thing, or if he's just, an evil guy like that. But he said you would never know it.
Right.
Like he says he acts normal like I did. But he might make some weird remarks sometimes. That are like kind of like red flags, but people kind of brush it off because he seems like a normal guy.
Okay.
He says good at fooling people. Because that he's strongly saying that he's a psychopath, but it's like you wouldn't really get the vibe off of him, because he's kind of showing me him like being nice, shaking hands. I wonder, because I was kind of whole other side to him and whole other side to his life, like going on the computer and having these weird fantasies and like being kind of weird and awkward. It's almost like there's two sides: the sides he shows to everybody and how he really is, kind of thing.
Okay.
And he shows me like he's like really, for some reason, he shows me he's fascinated with horror movies, and he's got like horror movie stuff like all over his, like, I don't know if it's like, I keep seeing posters, and I think that came in before, but like horror movie pictures on the wall, or figurines or something like that. Like that comes in, and him showing me that kind of stuff.
Okay.
And I hear the words studied me. So I don't know if he actually had a thing, like maybe he thinks he kind of looked like him. I don't know. It's really weird. I don't know how to explain it, but it's almost like he's saying like he kind of looks like him or favors him, so he wanted to learn about him.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. And I don't even know if that makes sense. It's really weird, but he's kind of talking like he studied him to kind of be like him.
It wouldn't surprise me.
Well, he's saying something like a mentor beyond the grave. Leave it to Ted to say something like that.
Wow, yeah.
It's kind of creepy, Ted, honestly. He says people idolize him.
Yes.
And women love him.
Yep.
He's like, I mean, look at you, you're talking to me.
Yes, we know.
We're trying to get information, Ted.
Yes, Ted. No flirting time.
So, it's almost like he has some sort of charisma, but it's not. He says he'll never be like me. He's not good like me.
Right, yeah.
I still get the blue eyes. Like he's even showing me the blue eyes now. But he says like they're kind of like dark. Like it's weird because I don't know, maybe they change. Because Ted's kind of looks like his look like a steel blue or like really deep blue. But I was thinking maybe they could be a little bit lighter, but they might be like that. Okay. I mean, there's reference to peeping in windows. There's this whole fascination thing of being around college kids and wanting to kind of, I don't know how to explain it.
Like a blend in type thing?
Yeah, but he like has a thing about like trying to fit in with the college kids or something, but he's got a thing for, like I said, I don't know. I see him being like obsessive. Man, I hope this is right. My readings are seeming to go against the grain. Everybody's saying it's someone close, and it's someone that, someone close, and it's someone that they all know, and it's their inner circle, and it was something like that. And it just doesn't, I mean, at first, I guess it never felt like that, because the very first reading I got, that it wasn't like that.
Right.
But he shows me, like, he specifically wears like work boots or something like that. And I was trying to think, because I was getting the idea of like military stuff. Like, this doesn't really feel like, I was getting military stuff last night. Like, it doesn't really feel like something a military guy would do. I don't know if that's someone that maybe wanted to join the military and didn't. I don't know if he was actually in, or he just wanted to be, or you know what I mean? Like, it comes across like he might have wanted to be. I don't know if he actually was. Like, that's something I can't really pin down. If he actually was, or he just wanted to be, or there's something in his background with that. But, see, there goes the freaking security badge again, or badge. Maybe he wanted to be a cop at one time or something. I don't understand what that's about either, because he's giving it to me too. Like, he wanted to be authority or something like that. Because he says the word narcissist, like he's a narcissist, but he says like me. Well, at least you're admitting it now. But he shows me work boots and jeans, like he wears a lot of work boots and jeans. He's showing me like his closet. His closet is like, he might have a little bit of OCD, which is weird, because this is very crazy crime. Wasn't neat at all. I don't know why he's showing me his closet. It's kind of weird, but it's like all the clothes are lined up and all the shoes are kind of lined up. I don't know why he's showing me that. It kind of makes no sense. What he just said right now. He said this is kind of like the Delphi girls, which we've kind of thought that was an interconnect due to the 13th and everything, but he's comparing the type of person, like no one thought about that guy doing it, and then one day he just did it.
Okay.
But he, he's and it's 11:11 right now, but I didn't expect him to compare that right now, but he is comparing it in like the type of person.
Yeah,
it's not somebody that you're gonna expect. It's not somebody that acts really weird and stuff. And so I'm asking him about like all the stuff that's going on around the college now, all that weird stuff. He says it's college kids screwing around because they think it's fun. I'm like, it's not connected to this guy. They're like, no, it's like they're trying to make it into a movie, like a Scream movie is what everybody's kind of talking about. So this guy's hands, and that usually tells me that someone works with their hands, does something with their hands. Usually, fixes things or builds things or something like that. That's usually what that means to me. That's kind of weird because I wasn't expecting to get like that kind of thing, but it's weird because it's kind of coming in like he's showing me him walking around in the house. This guy. And so it shows me like he says he drives around and looks in people's windows.
Yeah, that's creepy.
I mean, Ted did the same thing. He would go around and look in windows and do things while he was looking in windows. But this is more of a... There's something wrong with this guy's drive, or like not being able to perform, or you know what I mean? Like it might come and go, but there's something about that he keeps referencing to me. Like maybe he has all those feelings, but he can't have a release. Like that's what, or he struggles with that. And that's what Ted's talking about right now. But this was brutal, and he took it out on the whole time in his head. He's cussing out the bees, those W's, those effing C's, like, in his head as he's doing this. It comes across as an act of rage, revenge for maybe not seeing him or not reciprocating feelings or maybe blowing him off. He says, I had no remorse. Has this rage inside of him, is what Ted is saying. He has this rage inside of him that he can't really control. Sometimes he says it just unleashes. But there's something about this. It's like he's saying this built up. He's talking about it building up, and there being some kind of trauma. I'm curious if this person has had a car accident or had some kind of really hard emotional trauma or something that flipped everything, because that's kind of what he's talking about with the trauma and the brain. Like there's some kind of trauma that flipped a switch. Weird. It seems like he seems older, he seems younger. Like I have a hard time pinning an age on him for some reason, and I think it's just like he either looks older or younger for his age or something.
Yeah.
I don't understand what the curls are. I don't know if the guy actually has curly hair or if there's a connection with curly hair. Like every time I would try to see this guy, I would see kind of curly hair. So, or like wavy hair or whatever. I'm getting tingles on my head with that for some reason.
Okay.
So it must be relevant in some way.
Yeah.
He said that the difference is like he would fulfill his urges whenever he felt the need to fulfill it, and he wasn't worried about getting caught. He always thought he wasn't going to get caught. He was very arrogant, and he wasn't going to get caught. That's the way that Ted says. He says this guy has very similar, like he's arrogant. He doesn't think he's going to get caught. She says that's why he hasn't left. No one's looking in his direction, is the way that this comes across. And he says that he doesn't get his urges filled, though. Oh, he says there's things that they haven't been able to tie to him.
Okay.
And that might not even be in the same area or anything. I don't even know what he's talking about. He said just like things they couldn't tie to me.
Okay.
So that would be cases that maybe maybe we thought Ted did, but we weren't sure about, kind of thing. Like you couldn't be tied to it. It's like the same thing here. It feels like he might have victims that I'm asking if this was his first time, and he's telling me no. It's just, I feel like it maybe was a different crime.
Okay.
He shows me a woman being strangled, actually.
Okay.
He says was his first. And I hope he's talking about this killer, not him. I don't think. Okay.
Okay.
And so I don't know when that was or where it was or anything like that, but he's showing me like a woman being strangled and kind of off the side of the road somewhere. He says missing person. So it was one of those things where it's off the, he, like he says, he likes the breaking in of the houses and everything. Like he likes that control of breaking in, taking control.
Yeah.
And what he did. But this was just an incident where he lost it on someone. And so it's not really. He just says it was an urge he fulfilled.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, missing person in the area. I don't know. I get the name Angela. I don't know where that fits. He says when he did this, it was like, I know people are saying it's not planned, but the way that it comes across was that it was.
Okay.
It was to a certain point. And that was, he waited till they all went to sleep. I really feel like he wore gloves and some kind of, just black or whatever he had. And I actually think that he thought about doing this before. He says obsession can make you do crazy things, but also the urge to unalive people. That's what Ted's saying. He's like, and then you get it in your head where these women are B's and C's and W's, and you act on those feelings. He keeps showing me like Maddie's bikini picture for some reason. Like, I don't know if that's why the guy was like fixated on her or something. I hope this isn't like wrong. I'm always questioning it because I go back to how brutal it was, and I'm just like, but he says, look, as I'm questioning that, he's like, look at the brutality of mine, and I didn't know my victims.
Yeah.
Like they just ticked me off.
Right.
They acted like they were too good for me, and I didn't have control over them, which is what I wanted, was control.
Okay.
Yeah. And he says that yes, to us it seems like a coward way to do it, but to him it was total control.
Okay.
Because he had control regardless of if they were asleep or not. He was in control. Breaking into the house was in control. This was about control. This was about he says this was about coming into your personal space and doing what you want. Because he talks about your home is supposed to be sacred. Your home is supposed to be safe. This is coming in, and I'm getting chills with that. This is coming in and breaking that.
Yeah.
It's breaking the security and the safety that you think that you have in your home.
Yeah.
And he says that's why the Night Stalker did what he did. So now he's referencing the Night Stalker.
Okay.
I look at him and I said, "Are you sure, Ted?" And he said, "Yes, this is not a kid."
Okay.
He says, "Look how he went in and out of that house, just like I did." He says, "I wouldn't have gotten caught if I hadn't have overindulged."
Okay.
He overindulged by the 12-year-old.
Yeah.
And so that's what he's talking about. Like, he wouldn't have gotten caught if he would have just not overindulged and left the area or whatever after that. Like, he wouldn't have gotten caught for that crime.
Okay.
He was in and out.
Yeah.
Really quick. He says like a thief in the night. So it was, and then that 3 o'clock comes in is a time where, it's everybody should be deep sleep by 3 o'clock. And I hear the witching hour. I don't know if it really is, but it's almost like that's just the time to do it. He says that's another thing we had in common was the 3 o'clock or 3 o'clock hour.
Okay.
So he's saying he took it out of my playbook. So I feel like this guy studied or knew this case. He just put his own twist on it.
Yeah.
Because again, he's got the fascination to knives and swords.
Yeah.
And again, like I feel like if I'm looking maybe at a certain part of his house or his room or something, it's kind of weird. It's almost like childish, like with all these horror movie stuff everywhere. And that might be symbolic, but I just keep seeing like horror movie posters.
Yeah.
And like, so he has like a weird fascination with horror movies and serial killers. Like that keeps coming in. That's something I kind of can't like let go of. So And it's weird. Like, I see this guy alone, so I don't see that he hasn't even really comes over to see any of this stuff. And this might just be like, this might be like his own little collection. I'm not saying it's like all over his house. He just might like have like a little horror movie collection or something.
Okay.
I need chills on my head, or tingles on my head. Word stone. I don't really know what that means. I don't know if it's a last name or a name on the street or what the heck it is. I don't have no idea. He says this was about taking their power away.
Okay.
Because they were sleeping. So it's about taking their power away. And he found another way to satisfy his needs besides, the other needs he had. But there's some kind of, I feel like, a snubbing, like maybe she's like someone snubbed him. But then it comes across as I just get this like this overwhelming obsessive feeling.
Okay.
And again, I get referenced that which I haven't been able to find, obsession, dark desires. And so, I mean, those people, they just get obsessed and they don't ever do SA or anything. They just do away with who they're obsessed with for whatever reason. I mean, who knows why they do what they do? Like Ted saying, like, he's not, the guy is not like, he says he's a true psychopath because he's like him, like he's really good at hiding, this kind of stuff, or even his desires to do it. He says he seems like a normal guy. He says you're not walking around looking for a guy that acts like a killer. That's what he says.
Yeah.
This is someone that it's like, he says least expect. Like, like he says no difference than the whole Rick Allen thing. I don't know why he keeps bringing that up. I think because it's on the 13th and it's pretty similar. Knives were used and no one suspected that guy for years.
Yeah.
And this is all alleged, but it's kind of that kind of feeling. Like the guy just decides to do that one day and there's we don't know if there was any signs, but it doesn't seem like it. I mean, they seem normal. He says, look, I seemed normal, but I was brazen. He's talking about how brazen he was to do what he did and to, he said, I didn't even care. I just put him in my car and just started attacking him in my car. Like, that's what he shows me. He didn't even care. Broad daylight, didn't even care. He was that arrogant that he wasn't going to get caught.
Yeah.
He didn't care about any of that. And, there wasn't DNA and stuff back then. But,
right.
I asked him if he's going to get caught. He says he's going to get caught. He says it's going to be really huge and everybody's going to be really surprised by this person. He says, as always, it's the last person you're going to expect. So I'm asking, like, is it boyfriend, ex? Just getting a no with, like, being in the circle or whatever.
Okay.
Like, again, he feels older, but maybe he tried to befriend these young kids because he's in a college town.
Yeah.
But he keeps showing me back on the computer, so I think that might be where, like, maybe he's seen her, but then he started following her and kind of got a little obsessed. He says, well, if they don't want him to do it again, they better catch him.
Yes.
The cop, he's talking about the cop saying it's like isolated.
He says if he has to, he'll just go somewhere else. But he's saying the way he's telling me is that it's not like an ice, like he's already. He says yes, they were targeted, but I mean, this guy could target someone else, like just a different obsession.
Yeah.
He said something weird right now. He says, people pass killers every day and don't even know it.
Yeah.
How many years did Ted get away with it? I'm getting 7, but I know he got away with it longer than that, but I'm just wondering about his spree thing.
Right.
Like not counting when he was younger, like his.
Yeah.
Do you know how many years it was?
No.
Can you Google that for me?
It says 1974 to 1978.
4 years. Wonder if he's giving me 7 because he was actually active before that. We just don't know about it.
It says possibly earlier. Yep.
Okay. So he gave me 7. I'm wondering about 7 years for him. Which makes sense because I think when I did the reading on him, he gave me a lot more than what we know about, like 100 or something like that. I don't remember.
And then it says 30 murders committed in 7 states.
Oh, okay. There's a 7 too.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's a good validation. I'm talking to him then because I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Which is weird because 7 came in the reading too.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know, like I'm trying to get more information on the dude, and it was like weird. It's like he had me put a beard and mustache because he's shaven in this one I'm looking at.
Okay.
And it's darker. And then he has me put like wavy hair on him. I don't know if it's like curly or wavy, but it feels like it's like thicker. Like he kind of looks a lot like him. Like the nose is very similar. The nose is very similar to his nose. The facial, like the face, the way that the shape of the face is very similar. And the jawline and the chin is very similar, but I don't know if he has like a little like dimple or something like on his chin. I don't know. Because that kind of comes in like the face shape and the nose are really similar. And then he keeps like the eyes,
Yeah.
And I don't know if he's just saying like they're kind of like his eyes. I mean, I keep getting blue eyes for some reason. But it's like darker or like a different color blue or something. I mean, they remind me of like when I look at his eyes, I like see Ted Bundy's eyes. It's so odd. Like this is the weirdest thing. This is the weirdest thing. Like I will be pleasantly surprised if he has no features of Ted Bundy at all.
Yeah.
Because it's almost like he's telling me like he looks a lot like him, and maybe that's why he is taking a play out of his playbook.
Yeah.
What else I can get? It seems like wider shoulders, like maybe a stockier guy. And again, I get like his color brown. I don't feel like a red. Like it feels just like regular brown. But I mean, sometimes it could be lighter. Like that. That's the color I keep getting.
Yeah.
Stockier build. Medium build, he says. Medium build. You guys stuff that's like obvious. Like as far as like his personality and stuff. Or Ted's telling you that stuff, but he says master manipulator like he was. Like he was.
Yeah. Yeah.
And there's something about like, didn't Ted drop out of college too? I don't think he finished.
I don't think so either.
So that kept coming in last night too. So there's a lot of like freaky similarities, like almost like Ted reincarnated.
Yeah, that seems creepy.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's like too many like similarities that it's like it's so weird. There's something with Scorpio though that keeps coming in. I don't know if that has anything to do with the planets or if he's a Scorpio and any of his signs. I'm not really sure about that. I don't really know. I don't know because that's not the first time I've gotten that. He walks around town a lot or something. Or he's just in town a lot. Like he says to drown his sorrows. Like I don't know. My goodness gracious.
Yeah.
He says binge drinker, like he's because I got an alcoholic before, but he says it's like a binge drinking that he does.
Yeah.
He says, but at the same time, he's like in good shape. He puts an orange jumpsuit on him, so that makes me feel like eventually, hopefully, he'll caught. I hope. It's weird. He showed me like he put on a pair of glasses and took them off. I don't really know if he needs glasses or if he wears glasses. I think that came up before too, like where he sometimes wears glasses because Ted Bundy did that too, didn't he? Didn't he like put on glasses to? Yeah, it's kind of what the fuck is he like your twin or something? What the heck is going on here? It's weird. There's something about like also him being kind of jealous that they're privileged. Because it comes across as them being privileged and popular, and him being kind of jealous of that. Like that kind of feeling comes in as well.
Okay.
Like I keep getting this "you're too good for me" vibe.
Wow.
Okay. Like you act or you think you're too good for me vibe. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Kind of like he feels like they snubbed their nose at him or something, or one of them did. That's really weird, Ted. I don't know why you're showing me that. He showed me someone holding a heart. I don't know what that means. It's kind of weird. No idea. I see him in those boots for some reason.
Okay.
You know, they're like the either work or hiking boots or something like that. Like with the ridges.
Yeah.
And I don't because he shows me like him living alone, like walking around in his own house, like walking around in his own house, like doing that.
Okay.
It feels like it's a 1-bedroom is the way it comes across. Well, I don't know. But or again, you know, it kind of like how it came in last night, like he could have 2 separate residences, like one. I mean, he just keeps saying like it's the last person you'd ever think about. I wonder if he's gonna get caught like in the act of doing something. Because I wonder if that's why I'm getting like the cop lights. Like, see, Ted shows me a sketch too, so that tells me that either there's gonna be a witness or they're gonna do some kind of DNA sketch thing. Okay. Like that came in before that ever came out. But he's just kind of showing it. He's showing me it again, I guess, for validation. Like, he says he thinks he was smart. he's telling me like it was planned mostly. Like, he said Ted never really planned his stuff. He just, if he saw a girl, he just did it. Or if there was like, he had a lot of crime of opportunities is what he's saying. But he says breaking into a house is a little different. Like, you have to kind of plan it. He said, although like his was on a whim, it was just, he'd been in prison. He's talking about he'd been in prison and then he got out and he had these urges and then he saw these girls in the bar and like it went from there. Like, he just filled his urges. Like, he didn't, I mean, he planned the way he was going to go in and out. He figured it out even though he'd never been in the house. But he tells me those guys been in the house before for something.
Okay.
And I don't know, because like I was getting like a party reference kind of. Was he known as Theodore?
I think that's what his name was. Let me look.
Because I heard Theodore. And so. Like him just saying his full name. Now you want to lay down.
Yeah, it was. It's Theodore Robert Bundy.
This is weird and I don't know what this means. I have no idea what this means, but he shows me a cross and like, like where someone's buried and then someone placing flowers.
Okay.
I don't really know what that means. I don't. He just says, this guy's wicked. That's what he says. He's wicked. But he'll never be as good as me. That's what he says. He's like, he's not smooth like I am. He won't. It's weird. It's like he even shows me like a cross between like him and Night Stalker and like, because it's like, because I feel that's what this guy wants to do, like, is break into houses for some freaking reason. Again, it's to take the power, or whatever, however he described it before. Yep. Ted, it was just like, I just wanted to, like, the girls made me mad that night. It was, it comes across as, they snubbed me. Yeah. When he's like, when you snub a serial killer, that's it. That's the way he says it. They didn't know who they were talking to.
Okay. Yeah.
So he said, I just did what I wanted.
Yeah.
And it's the same. He's like, it's the same thing here. Like, the guy just, he did what he wanted. Yeah. And that's why he likes doing it, because it's the power and control of it. Because you're most vulnerable when you're sleeping. Like, that's the way that it comes across. And I don't know. Wondering if he shaved or not. Like, maybe he just shaves sometimes, because last night they showed me like no shave, and then he's putting a beard and mustache on his face here that I'm looking at. So I don't really know the significance of that. If he's trying to say like he just does it sometimes, maybe not right after, because that might be kind of obvious if he did it right. I mean, unless he's like, someone like this just doesn't stop. It's almost like he says like it. Like he tells me, and I could be wrong and misunderstanding, but he tells me that this is not an isolated incident. Like, this is not something that you do one time and stop. Like, he keeps talking about having that bloodlust. Yes, the targets were taken out, but he says he'll just get new targets. Like, that's the way that's what he's saying. Like, you can't hold this monster inside this guy. Like, that's what he's talking about. Like, this is a monster raging to get out.
Yeah.
And he likes the fact that it's not just one person. Like, he feels like he comes across as a spree killer, serial killer mix. Like, he likes more than one victim at a time because of the power of it. That's the way that Ted is. If Ted's being honest, that's what he's saying. And he loves the attention that's coming from this case, and everybody, and nobody knows who he is.
Yeah.
It's almost like now he's got this arrogant feel like they're never going to figure out who I am kind of thing. And it might just make him a little brazen like Ted was. Ted was like super brazen.
Right.
With certain situations. Like that's what he keeps showing me. He keeps showing me the one time where he just killed a girl right outside of her car. Or unalived a girl right outside of her car. He said it was like just right there. And no one saw anything.
Huh.
I think it was on campus or something like that.
Okay.
And he's just showing me that to show me like he was brazen. He didn't care. Like he wasn't even worried he was going to get caught. I think he says he thought he was never going to get caught.
Yeah.
Like he was just going to doing what he was doing and no one was ever going to catch him. He says if it wasn't for that bee that ran away, that got away, I wouldn't have got caught. That's what he says. All right, calm down, Ted. He just says the word true psychopath, but like it'll be so hard to figure out because it's not like there's no signs of it. Like he's really good at hiding who he is, just like Ted was. That's what he's talking about. He's like their personalities are very similar in that way. He said, but he's not as good as him. He's not as charming as him. He's not as good as him. And not as good looking as him, he says. But he says, I'll hand it to him. Talking about how he did something he couldn't. Because he didn't complete when he went in there. You know what I mean? He went after 4 victims, but the 2 of them lived. So, he's kind of like saying like, I'll give it to him for getting in there and, for going in there and doing what he did and getting out compared to what he did. And that sounds awful. I know. I'm sorry. This is not me saying it. So,
yeah.
Ted's comparing himself to this guy. Again, this has like a serial killer vibe all over it. And I'm asking him, and he's like, yes, potential serial, but he makes me feel like there's something that's tied to this guy that I know about, that wasn't as sloppy and wasn't as like, it was just something that he did. It wasn't as like, this was really rage filled.
Yeah.
And again, like Ted talks about, like it was, built up over time. Kind of like, and it's almost like I'm in a replaying of a Scream movie. I don't know. I mean, he shows me this guy like watching, you know what I mean? Like I don't know if he's watching like people online because I see him sitting behind a computer a lot. So I feel like he does like a lot of stalking. I see him watching people dancing and doing things like that. So he's watching those kind of things. Like we talked about today on what Maddie did, like it feels like when I get social media or anything like that, it's like anything that they do, he could have been watching. And it's kind of the same thing. Like, I feel like I don't know, I get a reference to like scrolling around and, I feel like Ted did, he stalked. This is kind of a same kind of feeling. Like he would but Ted would act on it right away. But this is more like a waiting for the right moment kind of thing. But I don't know. But just like last night, I kept seeing him like watching, yeah. And that could have been him too, like watching their house. It's weird. I think May has multiple meanings because he's bringing up May again too. So I don't know if maybe something will happen in May. I mean, that's also Maddie's middle name, but I mean that could be Court. That could be anything. I don't really know.
Right.
He's talking about a fan club. No, I guess we're his fan club, or he's gonna say hi to his fan club or something. I don't know. He's just being Well, thank you, Ted, very much for helping me out today. Okay. Decided to channel Xana tonight because she came in the end of Maddie's with the gymnastics and the volleyball. He will. He's going to be in handcuffs. I think the cops have a good idea, actually, who he could be. So, all right. Reference to December, I think something's going to happen this month. I just don't know what it's going to be. He's like flashing things like all at once. So I don't know why, if she's like that really ready to talk, but okay. So she shows me the same thing, the gloved hand over her mouth.
Okay.
I keep seeing that, but it's weird. Like she can see who he is. It's almost like she wakes up for a second. Like she opens her eyes and she can see him, and to herself she says, "I know him."
Oh.
Or she, you know what I mean? That's what she's saying when she sees him. Like I don't know if it's his eyes or something like that, but it's see him. And or I know him. Then it's kind of like she's flipping backwards, like she's going back. She's doing this like completely. I like to go from the beginning to get there, but she's going backwards for some reason. It's almost like she showed that and then she hits rewind, and I'm kind of like being rewound backwards.
Okay.
Into the night. Into the night. So what's weird is I'm kind of getting the same kind of vision that I got with him at the bar. But I think that I'm wondering if he didn't go to the bar and the frat party. Like I'm wondering if he didn't go to both places, because I'm getting both places.
Right.
And I keep wanting to take myself back to the so I know Ted said he was like I flip. I'm not even going to try to focus on the age tonight because it just frustrates me. Because I mean, I always thought Ted was older and he wasn't. He did not act like a 20 or 30-year-old. You know what I mean? Like he always seemed older.
Yeah.
So it's weird because I want to put him in two places. Like he leaves the bar and then he goes to the frat or something like that. Like I cannot shake this stalker feeling. And even if like he knew them, he was probably stalking them. You know, sometimes people know people, but they still stalk them and they don't know they're stalking them. It's like that. And I get a lot of social media stalking, a lot of like sitting in front of the computer, social media stalking. And then it's like, I wish I could see him more clear than I can. Hopefully I will. And then it's like, you know, then I'm in their lives too, in a way. But I get this feeling of he feels less than. Like these kids for some reason feel privileged. They feel popular. They feel I get that reference to school shooter again. You know, school shooters always have a grievance. Feel leader. They feel like, you know, something wrong with them and they've taken it out. Now they're gonna go, you know what I mean? Like that's how it comes across, is that there was something. I'm getting the chills with that, but that it comes across like something was said or done that was a rejection. And it's almost like I hear the word fantasy. Something in this guy's mind was a fantasy. Either he thought that he was, you know, with one of these girls or would be with one of them. And, you know, it comes across as he like, because she said the word fantasy, like he lived in like a fantasy land.
Yeah.
it's just like so weird. Like I keep flip-flopping between two different there's something she's showing me muscles, like he's a big guy, like as in he lifts weights or he's super strong, which makes me feel that he's athletic in some way. He's definitely white. Because she shows me like him standing like this. Now, whether he has a picture like this with his back facing the mirror, and then showing the muscles in the back, like that's what I keep seeing.
Okay.
And so again, I don't know if this guy just has like a feeling of I get a lot of narcissism with him.
Yeah.
And again, this insecure feeling. This was in you guys think you're too good for me? Oh, you're not too good for me. Like that's how it comes across. Or you think you can just say whatever you want? You can't, kind of thing. Like that's the kind of energy I keep getting with this. A rejection. And then he becomes like obsessed with the feeling of like this was planned. This was planned for this night. This was planned. This was already something had already been said to where he was just like, I have like this almost like a vigilante in his mind. Like they did me wrong. Or less than I am kind of feeling. I don't take rejection well. And it's almost like because I feel like either he thought he was in a relationship or wanted to be in a relationship with one of these people. So it comes to the feeling where I don't know if he's an actual ex or he just thought that. You know what I mean? Or he just like, I don't know. I'd be looking into her past just in case, but this is someone that I don't know, like the way that I get altercation. I got that in Ted Bundy's too. Like there's some kind of altercation. Yes. I don't know if it was that night or before, but that came in his reading as well.
Yeah.
He like obsessed over like he had fun with this. This was very I don't know I don't even want to say like he had fun with it, but he did. As a psychopath, he had fun with it.
Right.
And again, the thing about breaking into the house and having the power over them because who's the boss now kind of feeling. Yeah. So that's kind of how it comes across. I get the number 29. Not really sure if that's an age or what. She says alma mater again. I don't know if that means like he went there and then he doesn't or something like that. It's kind of weird how that comes in. Not really sure. I mean, that's come in a couple times and so it must be important.
Yeah.
But I heard like it means kind of different things, like depending what someone's alma mater is. I don't really know. I'm not a college person. I don't know anything about it. The back, it's weird. Like my back is hurting my kind of like my spine. I'm having a hard time kind of breathing. See this? And in one of the first readings, I think I remember I said that someone tried to run or there was a reference to running. Like that's kind of what I saw. It was like, I think in the very first reading. So what she's showing me is let me see if I can understand this right. This is a weird vision. I'm just going to explain what it is and then hopefully it's just weird. So I think Ethan was killed first because she shows me that she looks like it's almost like she wakes up for a second and realizes he's not there. But she doesn't think anything of it. She thinks that maybe he got up and went to the bathroom or something like that.
Okay.
And so it's like I'm looking over at an empty spot in the bed and I'm not thinking anything of it. But then it's like, sometimes when you wake up and you're like groggy, but then like you were to turn your head and look, but you're not really paying attention to what's around you. And then it's almost like she goes like this and she looks up and the dude is like standing there.
Oh, wow.
And that's when he kind of, I feel like he straddled her. That's what it feels like. He straddled her and put his hand over her mouth.
Okay.
And I feel like he said a few choice words like "you effing," blah 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 blah. Okay, I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say what it says.
Yeah.
Use your imagination. Like who's in control now? Be like that kind of thing. He was very angry when he did this. Like very angry. There's a lot of cussing I get, a lot of derogatory words thrown as he's doing what he's doing. But at the same time, very stealth.
Yeah.
So. So that's kind of a weird, that's kind of like she's showing, and my head hurts for some reason. I don't really know why. I get a reference to 19. I don't know if that's the amount of stab wounds. It's kind of coming in like that is a possibility for the number. But it's one of those things where, I don't even know if he was counting.
Right.
It's just, I'm so angry and I'm taking the anger out on them. And they flash me back to like how a school shooter is and how they're so angry and how they, it's like that reference that I keep getting of the what this guy was thinking and feeling at the time. But again, she's switching back and forth. So I'm sorry if it's confusing, but then she takes me back to the social media stuff.
Okay.
Like he's just vigilantly watching social media and he might even like and stuff on they might not know he's stalking, but he is. That's the feeling that I get. She shows me a heart and then she breaks it in half. So I don't know if that she's saying like she broke his heart or there's some kind of, or somebody broke his heart. There's a heartbreak.
Okay.
So that's kind of how I feel. And like, I know that they said like the dog was barking and everything, but I just have to tell you guys, because I always give what I get, even if it's already been said. And I will only give it to you if I get it, but I hear this barking in my ear like crazy. Like how my dogs do outside. Like if there's something, like I keep hearing that.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second. There's something about the bathroom. I'm not really sure what that is. Why she's showing it to me. I'm not really sure about that. But she's showing me the bathroom. Whether he washed up in there or something afterwards, I don't really know, because I always kind of thought that he brought like a change of clothes. Like I don't feel like he ran out with full of blood all over him. You know what I mean? Like that always kind of came in before. So not really sure why I'm getting that or what the reference is. Then she shows me all over the walls, which I don't really want to see. Thank you. She shows me Ethan's was surprised and overpowered. There's a reference to getting him in a hook position like this with his arm around his throat. That's what she's showing me. Like, he went in there and this person was hiding. Maybe the bathroom. I don't know the layout of the house, but was hiding somewhere after he came in. because I still get the reference to the window or sliding glass door, something that slides. That is something that came in the very first reading, and so I get a reference to that as well. But there is something with it's weird. Like she shows me him walking, and then this guy coming out of like behind him. So I'd be curious if he had anything in the back. But I get a reference to my throat, my arm around my throat, like some kind of chokehold.
Okay.
To subdue is what I hear.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, I lost her picture. So I don't know why and I'm getting like a pain in my side, like really bad. So
Okay.
I don't know if there was any kind of anything in the side, but it's like it's a sharp stabbing pain literally at my side.
Yeah.
So it's weird because I do keep seeing him in black, and I do feel like he wore a mask because during this time, it's almost like she recognized him from his eyes or something. Like, or he lifted up his mask to show her who he was when he covered her mouth, because it's almost like the feeling of like she wasn't completely asleep. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's why she fought back, because I think she woke up because Ethan was gone. That's how it comes in.
Yeah. Okay.
But he was like standing over her by that time, you know. And maybe he was like standing over her, like it's like creepy, like standing, like staring at her, like super creepy. That's like way creepy feeling.
Yeah.
I see him there like all black, just like standing over her. It's so I don't like it. So I hear maneuvers, like he must know maneuvers. So this would make me think that he's taking some kind of like fighting class, or in the army where they teach it, you know, something like that, police, anything like that where they teach that kind of stuff. I feel like the maneuvers, but it's weird because she shows me why do I feel like he's younger tonight? This so confuses me. I don't understand it. I don't know. I keep seeing like wrestling maneuver things.
Okay.
And hearing how that feels on a mat when like people are wrestling on a mat.
Yep.
I keep getting that kind of feeling or hearing and seeing. I don't really know why she's showing me that. It must be important.
Okay.
I wonder why I hear Range Rover. Like the way I keep seeing him in all black, I even see like his boots are black, which is so it makes me feel like he would have had to have acquired these clothes somehow to be in all black.
Okay. Yeah.
Or unless it could be symbolic for like, I don't know, like there's something in his background that made him really stealth.
Okay.
And I don't know if that's like something with breaking and entering, or something with, again, some kind of whatever that, you know, you have to be stealth doing. Like, I don't know. Because like military kind of comes to mind with that, but at the same time he feels young to me, and I'm like, what the heck? So unless it's like ROTC or something like that, I mean, I don't know.
Kaylee is the one that had the Range Rover.
Okay, whoever it was, I just said there's a mention of a Range Rover, but I don't know what the significance or reference is. Okay. I mean, she's being very descriptive about what happened as far as with those two in the house. Maddie didn't really go over that. So
Yeah.
I'm not really sure what her reasoning is for that. The back of my head's hurting. I don't know. I'm kind of I don't know why she's showing me her kind of fighting him when he's straddling her. There's a like fighting to get free or something, but he's just too strong. He's like super strong for some reason.
Yeah.
Like it makes me feel like he works out or whatever, but he's really strong. I also for some reason get 5'11 now. I don't know if that's a height for him. That's the size that could be about right. That's how tall my son is. And I go about to his shoulders. That's about I don't know. I kind of get it's kind of weird that height kind of comes in.
Okay.
My pen's starting to be stupid on me.
Now, Xana did fight. Like, she had defense wounds.
Okay. Yeah, and that's what she's showing. I mean, we kind of knew that, but that's what she's just showing me, like kind of like what happened. Like she was trying to get free from him, but it's weird because it's like she had that moment of I know you like right before, but like I can't. It's like I don't know if she's having a hard time telling me or like, that's what I don't understand. Because like again, it's super weird because I always felt like he was older. I always felt like he there's like some kind of background there.
Yeah.
I hear the word customer. Seeing like kind of like what Ted did when he had glasses on and then he would take his glasses off. So there's a reference to my right arm and shoulder.
Okay.
As in somebody has had an issue as an injury with their right shoulder or arm.
Okay.
This could be the purpose, could be her, I'm not really sure. So this would be, it feels maybe like a dislocation or a break or something, but it's almost like they're referencing my shoulder, but also my arm.
Okay.
And that it's possible that maybe, and I get a sling, like maybe his arm was in a sling for a little bit.
Okay.
So, or somebody's arm was in a sling for a little bit. That kind of comes in weird. And the customer, I don't know if he was a customer or he just saw him or whatever. I'm not really sure.
A lot of people are saying Xana worked at the Magric, so.
Okay. Yeah, that's what everybody, I don't know what that place is.
I don't either.
Waitressing came in before. He was hitting on. It's weird. Like I see him hitting on. I don't know if it's her or one of the other girls because I don't really know who the target is. It feels like there's one specific, but then there's at the same time he had anger towards all of them for them being like I said, like having things he didn't have or being popular and like that kind of stuff. So also getting a pain right here for some reason, like it's on my collarbone or something like that. Right here, there's a sharp pain right there as well.
Okay.
So I could be picking up on where they were stabbed at.
Yeah.
And because it's like sharp pains,
right,
coming out of nowhere. She says sloppy.
Yeah.
But she says lurker, like Like he would lurk, but there's times where they would recognize him lurking, kind of, I guess, or just being around. It's almost like, it's weird. I get this thing like I'm stalking you and stuff, but you don't know I'm stalking you because I'm still talking to you and being your friend or whatever. Like that's kind of how it comes in. But
Right.
like in the background, I'm stalking you and following you. And I think maybe he would show up at places where they were like out of nowhere because he knew that they were going to be there. And again, there's this reference of I know you're going to the bar and I know you're going to the frat party, and almost like I'm going to hit both places or something like that. Like I feel like he was really stalking that night. Like in a major way stalking.
Yeah.
Stalker's coming, if it's for her or because I know that came in before, but it's coming in again.
Okay.
Ethan got in a pushing match with whoever he got into an altercation with, because she's like giving me bits and pieces of the night and stuff now, like taking me back and forth to different things. But I keep seeing like someone pushing Ethan and him pushing him back.
Okay.
And so I don't know if that altercation involved any pushing.
Okay. Yeah.
Because I see them like pushing each other. I see him walking around. It's kind of weird, like for that time, like just being together kind of thing, like cooling off and like being together. And I don't know if they smoked. I know he did like sports and stuff, so I can't see him like, smoking anything, but it's almost like there's a reference to that.
Okay.
Like the herb or whatever, because it was it was a night out. It was a party night. I think they like went anywhere like weird or anything. It's almost like we're just hanging out together. That's what I come across anyways. Then there's a reference to someone, again, this came in before, like I see him like being good at fixing things or something like that. Like that energy of like I hear hammers and things like that. Now whether he did it for a profession or he was just good at like fixing things and doing things. I had a headache for some reason. This guy went literally crazy.
Yeah.
But it almost feels like he does have someone like telling him to do this stuff, like in his mind.
Yeah.
Or like almost like a kind of, I don't know how to explain it. Like almost like, yeah, he thought about it and stuff and he wanted to do it. But it's almost that's why if there is when I have that's why that maybe the alter ego goes older. Because sometimes it's somebody that's like a regular person when it comes in and they have like regular jobs and stuff. So that's kind of weird. But like in their mind, it's in their mind. I don't know.
Right, yeah.
Like it's weird. I can't figure out, like maybe he just is younger but acts older, but at the same time, again, I still get that like that type of person that's like, I don't know. It's weird. He's like geeky, but he's like he's geeky or odd or off.
Okay. Yeah.
Kind of like maybe creepy, but yet like he works out and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like he's like he's kind of a buff creeper geek. I don't know. I don't know how else to explain it. But the way that he comes across when I try to kind of tap in a little bit is or what she's kind of making me feel.
Yeah.
It's like he's a geek and he's kind of off and odd and even creepy a little bit. And maybe he's not really good at getting girls because of this. Like maybe he comes on too strong. He comes on too strong. He comes off like too creepy kind of thing. And like maybe they just looked at him as like a friend, but they would maybe throw things at him, like make fun of him or something like that. That kind of comes in because I feel like I do feel like they know him. I keep wanting to go back to the frat house. So I don't know if that's like people in the frat that knows him or he's connected to the frat at one time. I'm not really sure what that is. But this is not someone that's like super handsome, or if he does like kind of look good, his creepiness is what like pulls people off. Like I know, or feel like he like puts off like the creeper vibe or something, or he's he's awkward, but he's over like pushy or something like that. And even kind of annoying is the word that she says. Like he's annoying.
Okay.
Sounds like I feel like the cops know more than they're letting on when it comes to this.
I think so too.
Something about the major like the footprint is like super important.
Yeah.
Even though I feel like maybe he thought he was really smart about stalking or something like that. Maybe he wasn't as smart as he thought he was, kind of thing. Yeah. And he's really arrogant. Like he doesn't think he's gonna get caught. She says this was really swift. It was almost like the first or second stab, but she was gone. So there was no suffering. It was instant. And it was almost like she's telling me that right when her eyes opened, her soul left her body. So she didn't really feel anything.
Okay.
Which is usually what happens with these kind of things. So I feel like that's important for people to know that although this was brutal, she wasn't in her body for any of it.
Okay.
I don't know why I keep seeing curls. It's so weird. Like, I don't know if it relates to him because it's like the ringlet curls. Because it's weird. Like, I see the curls and I kind of like, he's arrogant, but at the same time, he's kind of like worried.
I would be too.
You know what I mean? Like, he's kind of worried that he's going to get caught. Like, he keeps going over in his mind, like, did I cover my bases? Did I cover everything? Like, maybe the cops are getting a little too close for comfort or something. Because I see somebody in an interrogation room. So I don't know if he's saying that he's been interrogated or he will be interrogated. I mean, I don't know if she's saying he's been interrogated, will be interrogated, or exactly what that is. But I see him in an interrogation room.
Nice.
And again, I feel like this year, the end of this month is going to be super important for some reason. I get a reference to Christmas, so around Christmas time, before or after, but I also get kind of that for December, but I feel like they're saying like something might come out with the case around that time. She just said you can run, but you can't hide. So I think that's something that she would say.
Yeah.
I still want to put like Ted Bundy color hair on him.
Okay.
Like it's I don't see like a red tint. It's just like brown. And I think sometimes it might look lighter or something. She still shows me blue eyes. Some shade of blue. There's something with the defined Adam's apple that came in before. Like it's something about, I don't really know why I keep getting like a defined Adam's apple. You know how sometimes people have like more of a defined Adam's apple. There's a reference to kind of a strong jawline, a pointier type nose. I get like sometimes maybe, I don't know, because sometimes I see him with a beard and a mustache, and sometimes I see him without. But it's weird, like he kind of has like a younger looking face or something, or maybe he is young. I don't know, or he feels older. That's the weird thing.
Right.
You know, when I try to get an age on it, then I'm like, well, I got something with military, which could be ROTC, and then I got something with cops. Well, that could be, I mean, I guess that could be criminal justice. If he's, studying criminal justice, or that he's going to get arrested or something like that. Like, or the way it came in before was that, the way that someone came in was that, he was going to get caught trying to do something or I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm having a really hard time with age and like who he is. It's weird. It's like he feels like right there, like I know who he is, but I can't get it.
Right.
It's weird because I think when it comes out, like this is gonna be a shock, just like Richard Allen was. This is gonna be like a super shock, and that came in the last reading I just did.
Yeah.
It's gonna be like the least person anybody suspects, and again, I feel like they know him, but he's like a creeper kind of guy. Like I don't think he's a stranger. I think like when I was getting stalking, like you on sometimes you think it's a stranger, but people can stalk you know they're stalking you. Like that happens a lot in that Obsession Dark Desires.
Right.
But it's weird. I see him like stalking or watching more than one of them. And that might just be to see like, where they are, what they're doing for this right here.
Yeah.
Because there's also a fascination he has with one of them. It's weird. It's like, you know, sometimes you see like those movies or whatever where someone meets someone or they start talking to him or whatever, or they're around him and then all of a sudden they build like this unhealthy obsession towards them.
Yeah.
And it becomes like really, really bad. That kind of is what it feels like.
Okay. Yeah.
But it's weird, like for some reason I see her at her work and I see him watching her at her work.
Okay.
Or like being a customer there or whatever. And my stomach's hurting again. Like it did the night that we did one of the two lives, one of the first two lives when my stomach started hurting. My stomach's hurting. Something that I feel like that happened, like I feel like this guy for some reason he gets rejected a lot.
Yeah.
Or something like that, and he's just tired of being rejected, but it's still that you think you're better than me kind of feeling I keep getting.
Right.
Sure why. I don't know why this is coming in and if this is even right, but I see a smear on like one of the cars.
Oh. Okay.
I don't really know why. It's kind of weird. Like if I walked by it and I went like that and I smeared something on it which is weird because I saw him change his clothes, but I'm not really sure why.
Okay. Unless he realized
Maybe he changed but still had the gloves on or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because it's not a smear with your hand. It's like I have gloves on and I smear it.
Okay.
It's kind of weird. Like as I'm leaving the property or something, but I feel like he went out the back or he went through the woods, which came in the previous readings, but you know, sometimes they will repeat stuff if it's important, and I've already said all this. So show me going like up. I keep getting that feeling like I'm walking upstairs again. So I don't know if it's like a duplex, an apartment, something like that. Like,
right.
Because I still feel like, I don't know. Again, like posters. I don't know. Bachelor. I don't get that he's feeling of having an issue performing and being so obsessed or wanting something so much and not being able to have it, but having your nose snubbed at him is what I feel like fueled this. I wonder if she ever won any medals for her gymnastics. Because gymnastics came in Maddie's, but she's bringing it in, and she's showing me her doing backflips, but she's got a medal on. So I wonder if she ever won any kind of anything for that.
Okay.
Because I see her having a medal put on her. So I don't know. That could be symbolic for winning some competed, but getting that. Give me brick. That's kind of weird.
Like brick on a house or just
Yeah,
like brick
like
on the
just
ground?
brick. Well, I don't know. It's just brick. So I don't know why she's showing me brick. Sometimes they'll show me brick because it's on something,
Right.
like a house, or sometimes there's a brick wall. But it's just like she's showing me brick for some reason.
Okay.
I'm not really sure why. And again, it's weird. I feel like he's like in close proximity.
Okay.
But she shows me this person fixing a door.
Okay.
Whether it was an opening right or something like that, or maybe even they were installing the keypad. I'm not really sure. I see them, the part that the door opens, like they're working on that. So maybe putting on a new door or fixing a door because it was broken. There's something to that I keep seeing. Then I'm not really sure.
Okay.
I get that 57 again. What is that? I don't know what that is. I don't even know if it fits this case, but it's kind of driving me crazy. What is 57?
We'll hold on to that.
Yeah. I hope that can't be the number of stab wounds, right? That's a lot.
I don't know.
I keep getting that number. It's kind of like 19 feels like it is, but that's kind of like way, 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 way overkill.
Okay.
I mean, I've seen it happen before, but
right.
I hope not.
So somebody said something about some of the girls had their locks changed because they felt stalked.
Oh, really?
Says the family of Kaylee said that they recently had their doors locked code the code changed. Sorry.
They would be the ones that installed the pad, or if I'm working on the door because it's broken or not opening right or something
right,
like that.
Okay. Yeah.
Trying to see why they were calling Jack. I think something happened like weird, or they were hearing noises. Why they didn't call 911, I don't really know. That's kind of weird. Like if you're hearing noises, I don't know. Maybe they just thought it was nothing. Maybe they didn't want to be over paranoid. Because I feel like that's kind of why it comes in like I need to tell you something, or I'm kind of scared. Like that's kind of the feeling I get from it. I think it was more than like a drunk call. I think that maybe they were like, I don't know, hearing stuff outside or something. I mean, it could be more than that, but I don't know. Like wanted to be with one of the girls, or
yeah.
You know what? It trips me out, and I've always said like I don't think it's like a boyfriend or an ex, because Spirit will always tell me that. They'll usually tell me boyfriend, ex, husband. Like they usually tell me that. It's just
right.
Someone, again, I feel like they had like this whole. I get like she says, like a fantasy in their head.
Yeah.
Like maybe he wanted to be more to one of them than what he was, and they turned down his advances, but they did it in a snobby way, or they treated him less than. I see him like studying with books. I don't know if he's like, if it's kind of weird. It's almost like someone had this idea that they wanted to be a cop or something and didn't, or I don't really know. I don't really understand the cop feeling thing around it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's something that I'm kind of really struggling with, because I don't know the significance of it. I don't know if it's saying he's gonna be caught, or if there's a significance to this person in it, because he feels like either he feels like he has authority, or he wanted to have authority. Like, I don't know, maybe he was studying criminal justice at one time, or you know what I mean? And so I get kind of that feeling. I just kind of see a badge, and it's not really evident as to what the badge is, or that is like really smart. So I'm not understanding why that I feel like he dropped out, or maybe stopped for a semester, or there's some kind of reference to I was in school and now I'm not, but I don't know if it's forever. I don't know if it's like I just dropped out for now and then I'm gonna pick it back up. Like, I don't really know.
Or was kicked out.
or kicked out. Yeah, I don't really know that because I don't. Weird, like I keep flip-flopping between he feels younger and then he feels older. And I can't, that's why I can't get a hold or handle on it. Kind of like I always say, like I never realized Ted Bundy was in his 20s. I never realized that. He just didn't put off that vibe that he was a younger guy.
Yeah.
He didn't put off the immaturity of a 20-year-old, you know?
Right.
And so it's almost like maybe it feels like that. Or
Yeah.
he might just be older. That's one thing I never usually struggle with my ages like that, but for some reason I'm struggling with this. And this is just like a guy that was around them that, like, you know what I mean? That maybe they snubbed their nose at.
Yeah.
Which makes me wonder if maybe he hangs out with the younger crowd or he's into the younger crowd.
Yeah.
Besides of maybe something little in his past, I don't think he's ever been into anything. When they bring in this, when they give me the reference to like high school shooters and how they act and how immature they are, that's what confuses me too, because he's got that immature mentality, even though he doesn't show it. Like he seems smart and seems mature, but he's got this immature mentality over not getting his way.
Okay.
And the grievance of how he felt towards these people for whatever it feels like again, like they stubbed their nose at him or they he didn't like what they had to say to him or how they treated him.
Right.
Or I did all this for you and you can't even talk to me or be my friend, or, you know, kind of that,
Right.
that kind of feeling. And I always get that mentality of the school shooters, because it's like they get pissed off and then they just go shoot everything up. This is different, but with it, I mean, this is almost the same, but with a knife, or power away by going into the houses. And being in that makes them in control, and it's more personal and more, you know, more personal and all that with a knife than it is with a gun.
Right.
And he wanted to be more stealth about it. It's almost like, it's weird. That's such a weird vision. I think he was in the military, or at least ROTC or something weird like that. Because I see like you know how like sometimes people put on like the paint like underneath their eyes, like, and then they're in like the military stuff, like they're doing like those kind of drills or something. Like I see him like that.
Oh.
Like in like with a knife, like it reminds you of a kind of like a movie.
Okay.
Like Rambo, but in military fatigues. Like that's what it reminds me of. It's kind of weird. The swimming that came in before as well. Like I see swimming. Like a swim team, the way it comes in.
Okay.
But I also hear weightlifting, like someone's lifting weights and dropping the barbells. So that comes in as well. Like I know I already said he was in shape and stuff, but she's showing me lifting weights and hearing the barbells, you know, how it sounds in a gym. I was hearing that.
Okay.
Because I don't feel like he's in the inner circle of their friends, so I'm not really sure.
Right.
She's like saying like he would pop up everywhere.
Okay. Yeah.
But it would be like, oh hey, you know, like I'm not following you, like I'm just here, kind of thing.
Right. Yeah.
Does she have a sister? You know, because I hear sister, but I don't know if that's like.
Okay. Yeah. She has a sister. Sorry.
Oh, it's okay. Yeah, I was like, They were like super close at one point because she's showing me like them talking and stuff. And I don't know if maybe she's trying to say that she ever said something to her about this person. She might have, in maybe it was, they didn't think it was anything at the time, but there's something about, and she could just be validating, you know.
Yeah.
So again, the freaking football comes in and cheerleading. Like I keep getting that cheerleading, but I don't know who it belongs to unless it has something to do with the football game.
Right.
I keep getting the football, but see, I got the football way before I even knew there was a football game. And so I don't
Yeah.
really know if it might have something to do with that night or weird, like that I keep seeing it with facial hair and then without facial hair. Kind of weird. I don't really know. I don't know if they have DNA or not. They probably do, but I don't know. It's also like a jealousy type feeling too. Like I don't know if he was like jealous of Ethan or if he was jealous of anybody else, but there's like a jealousy feeling.
Okay. Yeah.
As well. No, and I think too, not just jealous of that, but jealous of like maybe their lives or who they were, or like I hear everything comes easy to them and maybe not to him. Bipolar and inadequacy feelings of inadequacy. But at the same time, he's like, you know, I'm just as good as you guys. You're no better than me. Like, it's kind of weird. I'm getting. My chest is hurting really bad all of a sudden. She's showing me a tiger. I don't know if it's symbolic for something or not.
Huh.
I still get that, and I think I got this. Didn't I get this in Ted, the business owner thing?
Yeah.
I don't really know what that is. I don't know if it's like an entrepreneurship or what. Like a breaking news sign. So I think there's going to be something coming up.
Yeah.
She shows me her laughing. I feel like she's a really good person, really kind heart. She's more down to earth. She feels more down to earth than the other ones, and she's not as like outgoing with like, you know, the other ones were more, they were partiers and stuff, and they didn't mind showing their body and being like that. Like she's more conservative. She comes across as more conservative. And again, her and Ethan, they feel kind of like soulmates. Like they're very well matched. And like really good grades with her or something.
Yeah.
Like I don't know if she graduated with honors to like graduation with honors and then like getting good grades in school and doing really well. Why her and Ethan get along? They're both athletic. You know, they kind of vibe on that same level. She feels older than him or something, or I don't know.
I know Ethan just turned 20 and then she was 20, but I don't know when her birthday was. But they were both 20.
Why does she feel older? She might just feel older to me. Did he go to a different school or something? Why does he feel like I mean, I know he didn't live at that house. Like he was visiting, but
yeah.
Is he from Washington or something? Like I want to go like kind of far, not really far, but you know what I mean? Like a different area with him for some reason. I don't really know.
Mount Vernon.
Where's that at?
WA is Washington, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Yeah, because I wanted to go kind of over the state line, so that's what I was wondering.
Okay.
And it was like a long distance thing. Green kind of feels important for some reason. I don't really know why.
Okay.
Green. There's no remorse. There's no nothing. Like, I don't care. I don't care what I did. Like, no big deal. It felt good to get him out of the way, kind of thing, is the way it comes across. Like, it built up for so long. I did it. Yeah. It felt good to him, though. Almost like a release. So, you know, I don't know if he's going to fixate on somebody else. Because, I mean, yes, this was a spree killing, but it has that serial killer vibe to it. Like, he's the type of person that could easily become one, you know?
Yeah.
Which, you know, I think he would easily be fixated on someone else, or maybe he has been. Maybe there's some kind of stalker thing from him in the past for someone else, or like, I don't think this is the first time he's become obsessed and been kind of stalkerish. Like, maybe he's had a protective order against him or something like that. Because it comes in as he gets a little obsessive, but he also, again, I feel like if they say no, it's like me and you, we would act normal if somebody told us no or act a certain way. We probably just, you know, if it was online, we'd probably just block them or whatever. But him, it's like it built up a fury in him. That keeps
coming. Yeah.
Sorry. I feel like I want to cough. Every time I connect to them, I feel like I want to cough. I'm not really sure. Chest, lungs, I guess. I don't think he drove there that night. I think he was waiting in the shadows for quite some time, waiting for them to go to sleep or whatever they were doing. It's really kind of weird because I don't think there's two people that did this. I really only get one. I only see one. I only see, and that could be connection to that downtown area. Like, he hangs out around there a lot. Like, I see him walking around there a lot. Like, and again, I get like a work boot thing. There's something about his boots.
Yeah.
That keeps coming in. These are like hiking boots, like thing. Or you take a trophy. I mean, I think I got something like that or in a different reading, but I think he took a trophy, but I think he always, like, he also maybe kept the shoes and just like cleaned them off. Like, I don't know. He's got a collection of like I said, like knives and I don't know. He might have a gun, but it's mostly like sharp objects. He's got a thing with sharp objects.
Yeah.
Like, he likes them. It's so weird. Like, I keep flip-flopping between a younger dude and an older dude, and I can't pin it down. It's really freaking annoying me. We're like pillar of the community. They had braces when they were younger. I don't know why I'm picking up braces. Kind of weird. Like, braces on my teeth. Like, but I'm taking back to like childhood. I don't know if that's her or not. I mean, she has really straight teeth. It's possible.
Right.
Like, she showed me like braces. Like, I don't know. Maybe she's saying she was awkward at one point. But I feel like, again, I keep seeing him in the like interrogation room. I also think there's reference to bragging, but I don't know if it's. I don't know if it's I'm bragging as who I am, or I'm bragging as someone anonymously, or I'm just saying it to one person. I'm not really sure what that's about. It's almost like telling on myself, like being so proud of yourself, like you can't keep the secret, kind of thing. Like, that's kind of how it comes in. Only 11, and I know that's like their address, but I just don't know if it belongs to another part of an address or there's something specific with it. I don't really know. And 26 also comes in as being important. I've been getting that number the last few days.
Right.
Yeah. And 12 comes in again. I I got that before. It's coming in again for some reason. That could be December, or it could be the 12th, or it could be, it seems important. Could be number, could be, I don't know why I'm hearing coffee shop. I'm not really sure I'm hearing that.
So for the 5'11", do you feel like it's a height?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to read this comment to you, though. It says there are work boots that a lot of police, EMS, outdoorsmen wear. Tactical boots are from a manufacturer named 5'11".
Weird.
Yeah.
It's weird. I could remember multiple meanings. It could be in like a height, but that doesn't mean that the
caught my
boots don't
eye.
also.
Right.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. It could be a height, but it could be that. Who knows? I don't know. It's like weird. Like, I don't know if I can picture, like, it's, I can't get rid of the badge. And again, I don't know if that's just saying that he's going to get caught. It could be that he's going to get caught. That could be what it's for. But he comes across as I'm an authority figure.
Right. Yeah.
Like I said, this is going to be someone that's, and it could have been in his past, and he might not even be a cop anymore. He could be an ex security guard or something like that. It doesn't even mean that's what he is right now. But there's something with like I said, and it could even be like I said, he wanted to be or something. I don't even know. It's just it's one thing I keep getting a badge, and it, like, again, could be that he's gonna get caught. Which I'm gonna be able to get my mind back and forth from stuff that I know. And it's like weird, like I can't feel for his age or anything like that. And I don't know why they keep flip-flopping on me. He feels older, he feels younger. Like, I don't know.
Right. Yeah.
He feels kind of dorky too, like kind of a geeky nerd, but he's like just odd and awkward. And I think that's why like they didn't want to really hang out with him or something. Or annoying. Or there's her coming out grieving, and that she's having a hard time seeing them like that. And the message is that I'm okay and I love you. Like, that's the message she wants to put across. I hear the word part of my path. So, I hear about Boise, Idaho. And she shows me her and Ethan together holding hands. So she's happy they're together. I don't know where the letters come in at. I keep seeing letters being written out. I don't know if that's them, or I'm not really sure where that comes in. The letters. Something about writing letters, or someone writing letters. I don't know. I don't know what that is.
Sometimes when it's schoolmates, they usually can write a letter and they put them in their caskets and stuff. So maybe that could be it.
Oh, that could be it. Yeah. I'm wondering if that's maybe what happened since they just had her funeral, why she's talking about that.
Yeah.
Sorry. I didn't think about that. So yeah, but she's showing me a letter.
Okay.
And again, I feel like there's going to be, like, that keeps coming in about something being up on the wall, like a whole, like, memorial wall or something. Like, that keeps coming in. And if she played sports, they would probably retire her stuff too.
Right.
Because I feel like that's what keeps coming in, is like the retirement of jerseys or whatever they did. It's like going to be part of the wall. But I keep seeing this painting done. I keep seeing this painting done that someone's going to do of all four of them. It looks like a mural. That's what it looks like, is a mural. It's really colorful and really pretty, and it's got like it's really colorful and really pretty, and there's a reference to a rainbow too, like maybe on it. So I'd be curious if maybe they paint a mural on the wall besides doing that, or something like that, because like there's a big reference to a mural that's coming in. He's definitely gonna get arrested, guys. It's not. I mean, I know it's hard to be patient, but he's gonna get arrested in the time he's gonna get arrested in, and nothing that I. It's one of those things.
Yeah.
But I also hear scholarship with her, and there's also, for some reason, I get like foundation as well. Like she's talking about a foundation. I don't know if her parents start one or somebody starts one with that, with this whole situation. But it's like a foundation thing that's coming in as well. I really get this really strong love energy with her and Ethan. Like I can't explain it. I mean, I feel like they had a really good relationship, and I feel like they really vibed really well. You know what I mean? Like it's one of those kind of really they benefited one another. They complimented one another. Like that because he's the all-American boy, like really sweet, and he wasn't like an a-hole. He doesn't come across that way. I mean, I'm sure we all are at times, but you know what I mean? Like I feel like he was a pretty good kid, and she was a pretty good girl. And like they just are like we're kind of like the all-American couple is the way it comes in. And so she wants to talk about her she calls it celebration of life yesterday, or vigil celebration of life, same thing. I don't know if there was a slideshow done, but there's a reference to a slideshow. And this might be their funerals or whatever too that comes up. I'm not really sure, but I keep getting a slideshow, and because I didn't watch it. I didn't want to watch it. I didn't watch it either in case anything came in. She keeps showing me doves, so that's just a sign for peace for me usually. And I don't know if there was doves or anything or whatever, but I keep getting a slideshow like abundance of flowers and like a bunch of people talking. And I know that's what happens at a vigil, but she's just showing me that to show me that she saw what was going on. I can't get that mural out of my head. It's like really strong. Like someone like from that's a really good artist or something. The light's going off. Someone that's a really good artist or something is going to do like a mural for them. It's going to be pretty badass, actually. That's one thing that's coming through like super, super strong. I wish everything came through that strong.
Right.
And it's weird, like, cause I feel like this guy feels like he should be popular, but he's not.
Okay.
Or he feels like he should be more liked than he is, but he's not. There's also a lot of problems, past relationships and stuff. Like, I don't know. He's just like he's weird in relationships, like controlling, or something like that. I could be completely wrong. And I'm okay with that. It's just I just give what I get. I just give what I get. That's all I can do is give what I get. Vision that she's showing me is it's weird. It's really weird. It's like it's kind of similar to what I got with Xana with someone on top of her. But it's like it's almost like I'm being held down. And the person goes like this. Like to be quiet and don't say anything. So that's what I keep getting. I like it's weird because I see him again in a mask and stuff, and I don't know if that's like symbolic or if he really did have one on. But it's weird when he's kind of on top of her. It's like I almost can't breathe. Like maybe he was, like when someone's like on your chest or something like that, and you can't breathe because my chest feels really heavy. It's almost similar to kind of like he wanted her to see him. It's almost like she was asleep, but then she kind of woke up and he was like there. But not like to be able to scream or anything, but he still had covered her mouth and was like, shh, like with the other hand. But I feel like this pressure, like I said, like this pressure on my chest, my throat area, like if someone's like straddling you and
Right.
kind of like that. And I'm getting kind of nauseous because she's showing me how it would be if someone stabs. Okay. But then there's also a reference to her throat. I go like this. So it's almost like it's weird. I'm like more than one thing. I don't really understand what I'm seeing. So this all in how we perceive information is what I try to explain to people. Like I might perceive things completely wrong, but the way that it comes across is she's showing me a belt with tools on it. Not saying that he necessarily, I don't know if he brought tools that day or that night, or if he was like, I don't understand this because there's a reference to a hammer, but it's because I get the swinging motion too, so that's kind of weird. I'm not really sure if there was more than one thing used, but we're focusing on the knife. Like that's kind of confusing me a little bit because it might be symbolic for the guy uses a hammer. Not really sure because it's all kind of coming in together at the same time.
Okay.
So I'm not really sure the meaning of that. I'm getting dizzy right now. Like I still feel like I'm getting a headache with her, and I'm wondering there's got to be like I don't know if there's head trauma with one of them, or you know what I mean, because that kind of comes in. But my the whole front of my face hurts. Like I don't know if I don't really know. Like my all right here is starting to like hurt, and so I don't know if maybe I was punched or there's something with my head still, like my head, you know what I mean? Like I've gotten that before, but I'm getting like a really bad headache, but it's all kind of in the front of my face.
Okay.
And so I'm not really sure about that. And I'm like really struggling to breathe, but then I go again, it feels like there's a reference of this, like to end it, but it was a bunch of stuff before that. That makes sense. Like this seems and I hear the words, you won't snub your nose at me again, B. So, I mean, the guy at this point feels out of his mind. With a lot of different emotions and feelings. Like there's a lot. And again, it might be his emotions all over the place, along as them, like, and everybody just surrounding the case. Like there's a lot of emotion around it. But there's a lot of, again, anger, jealousy, obsession, like all of those types of feelings that would make somebody do this. But I mean, he could have drove and parked down and I just see him walking. You know what I mean? Like I just get bits and pieces. I don't get every single part. I'm kind of like nauseous with all of that. It's kind of weird. It like feels like most of her injuries were up here from the chest up. But there's also a reference to, I don't know if like she had tried to put her, I don't know if it's her arm or hand, or I'm not really sure what that's about. Like if she tried to block in some way, even though she was being held down and it got her arm, like, you know what I mean? I get 20. I'm getting 26. I got that before, and I don't know if that has anything to do with stab wounds or not.
Okay.
But the way the timing of it coming in, it could be. Did all three girls work in like the restaurant or something? Was it
I
all
think
or wherever
two of them.
all two of them did?
Yeah.
Where did she work? Did she work there?
No.
Okay. I get confused with the two blondes because they look so similar in my visions. I can't tell who's who.
Okay, I don't know. And I can't see chat, so I can't verify it.
Okay. I keep going, it's weird because like I keep going back to somebody that was a customer. Like because she's showing me, I don't know if it's one of them, I don't know if it's her or one of them, like they're working somewhere and this person is there. Or they're like I hear around town. What is textile? Is that something that I know that came in Delphi? Weird. I like again, that stalking feeling comes in, like the lurking feeling, like in especially online.
Okay.
There's a lot of that kind of stuff. I hear the word erratic, like this person may have been erratic either before or after. Like I hear the word erratic behavior.
Yeah.
And like again, this comes across as I know them, but I don't know them. Like they're more like an acquaintance or a customer, but I know who they are, you know what I mean?
Right.
But it's not like we're great friends. Trying to put what I think back. February comes in for some reason. It's so hard because it seems like there's so much going on around everybody on them. You know what I mean? Like it's so hard to wade through things because I could be picking up a lot of different things around this case because look, there was all this other energy of other things that are going on. The party, the fighting, you know what I mean? Like I could be picking up on a lot of that different stuff. And it's really hard because it's weird. They had so many like things are going on around them at that time that were like volatile and had a lot of different people that it's like holy crap. Say it because I can't ignore it. I can't ignore it at all.
Okay.
And you know what? I always felt this guy was single. This guy just has this vibe like he doesn't like he doesn't have a problem doing this. It's like nothing to him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I wouldn't be surprised if there's cases that are connected that we don't know about.
Right. Yeah.
Because it puts off that kind of energy as maybe he can't control himself or he can't control his temper or he can't control his urges kind of thing.
Right.
The same way that kind of Ted described him. And I really get like what comes in is a bunch of behaviors that kind of lead up to this. And I kind of do flip-flop back and forth between like the older and younger, and that might just be because he may act immature or something. Like he seems like he's hard to get an. I've heard the word schizophrenic.
Yeah.
I haven't gotten that before. So that might, like it comes in like that. I still get boot at like evidence on the boot or something. Evidence on their boots or something. Like I don't know. I still don't feel like they threw him out. It's weird. I feel like they cleaned him and kept him.
Okay.
Because I still get boots. And there's something about again, like there's a student but dropped out kind of thing.
Yeah.
That comes in as well. And he might flip-flop between seeming like a normal person but maybe being a little creepy and then being the type of person that would do something like this, because this person, I feel like he has no remorse. I feel like he's not worried about getting caught because he thinks he's smarter.
Right.
But again, there's those cop lights again that keep coming in.
Okay.
So I think maybe the badge and the cop lights that were coming in before could possibly be he was going to be arrested or will be arrested or something like that. Like I keep seeing cop lights red and that's come in multiple times. So again, whether it be for this or something else, there's some kind of police presence that I keep getting around him. See, she's saying psychopath again, which is the same thing that Ted said. You know, there's a lot of dark energy around this, and there's a lot of dark energy around them. It's very weird. I've never seen anything so much like so many people in their lives could have done something to them just from what they were around in the, you know what I mean? It's just so weird. There was so much going on. It's confusing, but like I've been feeling the last couple of days this is going to be a surprise. This is not going to be anybody that we would have suspected or had a hold on or anything like that. And I know people will say, well, it's kind of weird that it you know, it's so random. But then I go back to, I always get reminded of when I start to question things, going back to what Ted Bundy did. So I kind of get that because it's so similar and they will reference other cases to me. So it's I definitely, again, get like fascinations with knives like that. But I keep going back to his closet. So I don't know if that's important. It might be the boots. It might be something else. But I keep going back to a closet for some reason of there being some form of evidence in a closet. Whether it be like put on a top shelf, put in the back, or something of that nature.
Right.
I don't really know. See, I get the word interrogated. In the wood watching and being kind of thing. But there's also a reference to, I don't know if he was in the house prior, like he broke in when no one was there, because or if it's even him, but there's someone that was going in the house and doing things. I don't know if they were kind of freaking out the girls. There's a reference to like being scared and things happening around them that were just weird and odd.
Yeah.
I really think that there was like stuff going on that was like really weird. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I don't really know what it is, if there was tricks being played on him or there's just something that's like I hear
That's what I would think.
Yeah. And that's what I hear. I hear like creeper, like creeped him out kind of thing.
Something.
Yeah. But I hear like the word voyeurism. Like, and I know peeping in windows came up before, but it's coming in a different way. And there's also like there's stuff with computers. That's something I can't kind of let go of. And I don't know if it's just like that's where he was stalking him from, or that he does like weird, like reference to like careful what I'm saying on YouTube.
Yeah.
Past that's enables him to know how to get in and out of places. And that's coming before, but I kind of see that. Like I feel like I don't know if he knows how to pick locks. I don't know if he knows, you know what I mean? Like there's something about his past that kind of comes in with that. There's a lot of like I mean, it comes in like a lot of stuff in the past that is like questionable. And that might be even little things to big, you know, they're showing me the phone because it's weird because they're showing me like an old school phone, which it's probably symbolic. So I'm not really sure about that. I mean, I know about the phone calls, but I don't know if I don't know if it's something else. It feels like it would be something else because we already know that information. This guy's got a lot of friggin' anger. It's almost like sometimes I can't see past the anger. But going back to kind of like the vision she was showing me of like peeping through the bushes and the trees and stuff.
Okay.
Peeping through that, and like I still hear the sliding thing. So that came out the first reading. It's I don't know if it's a door or a window, but I hear the sliding motion of it.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. I keep getting attention to their work.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Or where they hung out at. It's both. It's like work and where they hang out at. Like the
Right.
town. I keep getting reference to town.
Okay.
Like that really keeps very like physical, like physically fit. I don't know if that's just physically fit for his work or he actually works out or what, but I feel like he's very physical fit, and it could it's weird. Like his mentality is kind of like all over the place.
Yeah.
It's like sometimes he can be smart about stuff, sometimes he can be stupid about stuff. He gets really angry really fast. There's that kind of like feeling around it.
Yeah.
And I always get like I just keep getting like darker hair. But don't get too perps. Like I only see this one person. It does
Right.
I only see one person going in, and I feel like this isn't like it'll be a surprise on who it is.
Yeah.
Because it's not anybody that anybody has suspected or anything like that. Like it's not one of the people that people have been looking at, but it won't be a surprise like his personality. You know what I mean? Like it'll be a surprise who he is, but it won't be a surprise like that kind of thing. But I hear the word like collection of not one. He's just got a thing with knives.
Yeah.
He likes knives for some reason.
Right.
But also his hands. Like he likes to use his hands. Because I get a reference to using my hands like not just to work, but like to beat people up or something like that. Like it doesn't bother him to start swinging on someone. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like he doesn't mind. It's both things. It's physical. The physical act is the way it comes across.
Right.
I hear the word barber, so I don't know if maybe I don't really know what that means. I don't know if he went to a barber like recently and like had his looks changed, or it's weird because I feel like partly why this happened this weekend is because Kaylee was there.
Yeah.
And then he knew that.
Yeah.
Somehow, some way he knew that. Because any other week she wouldn't have been there.
All right. Yeah.
So like in a weird way, it kind of, I don't know. I don't understand the meaning behind it, but it's like Murdered Victims Foundation. So I don't know if maybe one of the families is going to go into foundation mode.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird. I hear that. I don't really know.
Okay.
She is laughing. So I don't know if she had kind of that type of laugh that was like a little contagious or just like kind of a cute laugh. But it's weird. She shows me a lot of visions with her and Maddie, the same thing that Maddie did with her. Like they're a big part of each other's life, so of course they're going to show that, but they show me them like dancing around together and acting silly. There's a reference to like watching movies together, doing girl stuff together. I don't know if they did each other's hair, things like that. Like that comes in. Like again, as came in Maddie's and before, like a sisterly feeling. Like she shows me a lot of that, and so but I do get like I don't know, they did each other's makeup, or like it just feels like girly stuff, like stuff you would do with your best friend or your sister. Like that's how it comes across. There's a reference to like going for a drive. I think it's in her new car, and they're blasting the music and having a good time. That kind of comes up. It's like I don't drive, we're just having a good time, and there's a reference to the music playing kind of loud in the car and they're singing out loud, like that really comes in really well. Also they're showing me it's weird. So they show me like wings and a halo, but then they also show me it on a car. So I don't know if it's been put on a car, will be put on a car. This is like the logo for them. That kind of thing comes in. And I'll only ever get at something if I'm shown it, but that's what I'm shown. In a reference to like feels like purple around it, or there's a reference to purple and I don't really know what the color, what it means here.
Right.
I also feel like she I don't know why I get a suitcase. Suitcase kind of reminds me of like I'm going on a trip or I'm leaving somewhere. It could be the fact that she was moving. I don't know. I just get a suitcase. I don't know. It feels almost like a trip though too. Like there's a planned trip somewhere or something.
I'm pretty sure she did. Yeah, she was going to Europe. Okay.
With blood on it that's been put in a bag and put someplace, which is weird. Why would you keep that?
Right.
I feel like some stuff was gotten rid of, but this was almost like kept, like I don't even want to say it. Like I can look at it or feel it. Like it's almost like their own trophy with the blood on it. It's weird.
Yeah.
Okay, what evidence is or whatever, something for the cops to look for. It feels like that.
Okay.
It's weird. Like I see it like in the top of a closet, like in a box or something in the corner. And I think that just goes to the arrogant of I'm not going to be looked at, so they're not going to check here, but I want to keep it because it's like a souvenir type thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's like it's a weird, I get a weird thing with that. I don't really know or understand. Has FBI been called into this yet?
Yes.
Okay. Because I see people in FBI jackets, and they're carrying out, and I know that they did evidence out of the house.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's it, but or if this is this is another house that they're going to look into.
Yeah.
Or another they're going to look into that they're taking evidence out of.
Right.
I see a box of stuff. So again, I don't know if it's the house that they just looked at and they're going back to get more evidence, or if it has to do with something in the future. Because I can't really tell the difference. Going to be something that happens soon, like a warrant's going to be put on someone's house, and it's weird because I hear a word recent arrest with it. So I don't know if someone is going to get arrested or has been arrested for something else. Again, I hear the word recent arrest. So that's kind of weird. But then there's a reference to like a search warrant being done.
Okay.
Because of it or something. I don't know. It's like super weird. I don't know. And yes, I know I say weird a lot because sometimes visions are weird.
Yeah.
But you know what's weird? What's weird? I'll say it again. Is I keep being taken back to. I apologize. I keep being taken back to like in the perpetrator in that alleged perpetrator in that, and like it's almost like it's so similar as like it's gonna be like a similar type guy or something like that. Like I don't know. I don't really know what the similarities is, but they keep taking me back to kind of that kind of feeling like. But I just think, I mean, you know, RA didn't really have anything in his past, but this person I feel like does.
Right.
And I get a circle. So I don't know if like where he lives, there's like a circle that came in before, but I wonder if it's like a place that's like a circle. Well, I know that
Right.
sounds weird. I don't really know. They keep showing me the cop lights again. Freaking A, I don't understand why they always show me that. It's kind of a repetitive thing. I don't get it. I'm curious if there wasn't a video of like Kaylee and Maddie like singing together or something, or because I keep seeing them in a car like just singing and like acting silly, like it's almost like it was recorded, or there is a time that's like that's recorded where they're just kind of goofing off and singing or messing around like that, in a goofy way, not like they're like great singers, but like in a goofy way kind of thing.
Yeah,
like that keeps coming in. Going arrested, has been arrested, will be arrested. There is a big thing with that, and I think that's why I keep seeing the cop lights.
Right. Okay.
There's stickers or something at this heart with these wings with halo. Like, I don't know if there's a heart in the middle or not, but it's almost like there's like stickers.
Okay.
Or t-shirts, or it's like a logo of some kind. That comes in. I also feel like she got pretty good grades. Like all the kids seem really I mean, they're young kids. They're getting into stuff that us young kids get into. They do stuff that college kids do. But I really do feel like they had like good heads on their shoulders. Other than they were goofy, they're young, but at times, and they like to have a good time. But I really do feel like they had a good head on their shoulders. I don't even know if one was like into true crime or watched true crime shows and kind of made her hyper vigilant, because I get she's showing documentaries, like true crime documentaries. I don't know if that's Kaylee or not.
Kaylee and Maddie.
Oh, both of them together?
Yeah.
Okay. Because that they're showing me that.
Yep.
And I feel like they were all like highly suspicious of everybody.
Yep.
And it's weird because they still had an online presence, and their online presence was really open. But at the same time, it's almost like they're the type of girls where, they tried to stay away from like creeps and stuff like that. And I feel like they got vibes off of people. Like, they would recognize a good person versus a bad person versus, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Like if someone felt like a creeper, they would know it.
Yeah.
But they do say that they were like, they show me like they were really tipsy that night, and they were not, they weren't being exactly like nice to everybody. Sometimes girls, when we drink, we kind of get like a little snobby and kind of like, I don't know, sometimes we might be like a little mean to people, like, how she said F you to Jack. I don't really think it was like a mean thing. It was like, sometimes when you're joking around with them, you say that, not necessarily in a mean way. Like that's kind of how it's coming across, like maybe they said something and it's just like, F you kind of thing. It's not like I hate you. It's more like I'm saying it out of just, I'm drunk and I'm saying it. I don't know how else to explain it. That's the way it comes across. She says it's so ironic. It's so ironic, this whole situation, because like we just talked about them watching the true crime documentaries and really being into that, and then she's like, then we became one. It's like, she's saying how ironic it is.
Yeah.
May have like I don't know if it was them or someone else in the house that kind of sold MJ, and maybe this guy bought from them or something, because I feel like there's that around there too. Like it's possible that's kind of like why he knew about them as well. I don't really know. Like I feel like, again, like it feels like an acquaintance. Like it doesn't really feel like a really good friend or anything. Like, can't get out of my mind that he's just like a really bad dude.
Yeah.
And obviously he would have to be a bad dude to do this. I know that's like an obvious thing, but just like the energy feel of him is another, like I said, it feels like TB. And I don't mean to keep referring to TB, but Ortez has that feel of energy around it and around the guy.
Right.
Like it puts off that kind of vibe. I wonder if her family was close. Like they had a close-knit family, because it kind of comes in like that.
Yeah.
I get like number 7. Like I don't know if there's 7 kids or if there's 7 family members, or and I think she would include Maddie in that, because I feel like Maddie was her sister, so I feel like they're more than just friends. They just, I don't know, it's like a sister from another mister kind of thing, and that has always come in since she just wants to reiterate that. And so it's also like the family's the same way too. Like maybe her mom also looked at her as another daughter kind of thing. So that's kind of how it comes in. I'm trying to get things I haven't got before, but I keep getting a headache though, like really bad headache. It like comes and keeps coming and going. And I'm kind of stuck. She's showing me flowers. I don't really know. It's like she had a thing for flowers, or if there's I don't really know what it is. Flowers someplace. I don't really know what that is. She keeps going on about how she never thought there'd be a true crime documentary. There might be a documentary of this. I don't know why she keeps saying that. You know what I mean? I don't know why she keeps bringing that up. It's kind of weird. Excuse you.
Yeah, could be. I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah. Because she keeps talking about it like she watched it, but now she is one, and I hate to say that, but that's just what she's saying. It's kind of, I guess it's like the last thing you would think of. Excuse, she gets different case, something, but Ryan comes in. I always said I won't not say a name again, and I don't even know if it fits here or not. Or like she shows me breakfast. It makes no sense. I don't know if she liked breakfast or she worked the breakfast time wherever she was. Or wherever she worked. I don't really know.
Well, coffee people can come in for breakfast and eat at like a coffee shop.
Yeah.
And that's where
depends
she
on
worked.
what they have on the menu. You know what I mean? Yeah, I guess that's why they were showing me breakfast.
Could be.
So I just wonder if this person like worked around there somewhere or was doing something around there, would come in for breakfast kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like it kind of, maybe that's what she's showing that to me for. And it's weird. I'm getting my nose is hurting with that.
Okay.
I got the face. Or I've got a broken nose or something like that. I don't know if that's having to do with her, the perp.
Yeah. Okay.
She shows me like an apron. So I don't know if they wore them there or not. So there's a reason that she's talking about her job right now. And she keeps talking about her job.
Yep.
It's almost like you find the boots, you'll have your evidence because it's coming in again.
Yeah.
About the boots being super, super, super significant.
Yeah.
Like work boots or whatever. The kind with the ridges is what I keep seeing.
Right.
Just reiterating stuff, this reading.
Yep.
But she comes across as like super bubbly, super outgoing.
Yeah.
And like I feel like she attracted a lot of people because of that.
Yeah.
Very like an all-American girl is how she comes across, you know.
Yeah.
Not only did she look it, she kind of acted like it. Like I wonder if where I'm getting beauty pageants from. I don't know if one of them was ever in beauty pageants when they were younger. I'm seeing that, so I don't know if that'll ever be validated or not. or she's saying she could have been one. I don't know.
Right.
I don't know if it's beauty pageants or like a queen or something, like, you know, queen or something. I just keep
Oh,
seeing
yeah.
like her in like a crown with like, you
Yeah.
know, so I don't know. It reminds me of pageants, like, but it could be either or. Did they get tips there?
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure she waitressed.
Bill, it's like crumpled up, but there's like something written on it.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a reference to a dollar bill and it being like kind of wrinkledy and like having something written on it. I don't really know if she's just showing me that like this guy gave her that tip, or like she got tips. Like it could be either or again.
Yeah.
But she just keeps showing me like a like kind of like a crinkled dollar bill with like something written on it. I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
Really weird. It's like a smiley face or something.
Hmm.
I have no idea. Why did I hear a song? I wonder if there's gonna be a song written about him, or if someone was just like wrote a song, or
Okay.
there's a special song. There's something about a song.
Okay.
I don't know what it is. Idea why she's showing me this. I don't know if it's for a traffic cam or something like that. I'm getting a reference to like a, you know, a traffic light.
Yeah.
Like she shows me the traffic light changing, and so I don't know if she's saying something about traffic light, like maybe there's a camera or something.
Yeah.
That caught something, but that's coming in something about a traffic cam. Is the way it comes across, if I'm perceiving it right.
Okay.
So she said, I hear the words telltale signs. So I don't know if there was telltale signs leading up to this or telltale signs like after this.
Right.
It's kind of like color outfits they wear for the prison in there, or like for someone that's in jail. Is it blue? Usually I get orange for that, but I see somebody in like blue, like this is the same vision I had last reading.
Okay.
Or they're in an interrogation room, but they're wearing like a blue outfit, so that means that they're probably already in jail. Like it's not like they're in street clothes, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like they're in a jail attire, probably blue. It comes across as like a light blue color.
Okay.
And they're being talked to. I feel like the side of my stomach is hurting all of a sudden. I hear the word artsy, so I don't know if one of them was more artsy, like they would draw, or like just was more an artsy person. Painting.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, I don't really know either. I just hear the word artsy, so so I hear I want to thank you, Mom and Dad, for all of the things that you did for me. I feel like they were a big part of her going to college, and she wants to thank them for that. I feel like she's saying that they always pushed her to be better, and they always pushed her to do good, and she wants to thank them for that. She said even though sometimes she pushed back, you know, as a teenager or whatever, she wants to thank them for all the stuff, you know, that they did for her, for being good parents, basically, is what she's saying, and for always giving her a loving home and for always providing for her. And again, I think she was a big part of why she went to college, whether it be like they helped, you know, they paid her way or they helped her apply or something like that. Like, or they always strived for her to be and she's holidays and Christmas and things, and she's talking about like how they were always big, they were always special, they were always family oriented. I get like a very family oriented family. And she says like they always made sure I had whatever I needed, and why she was maybe hypervigilant or whatever that may be was from the teachings of her parents. And so she you know, she says, I'm sorry that this happened. I'm sorry that we may never have you guys may never have all the answers, and this is very hard to comprehend for anybody. And she says she's really sorry about that. Like, she's sorry that this this happened to her family, and they have to deal with this tragedy, because they come across as a very close-knit family. And her mom and dad, she shows me them holding hands, so I don't know if they've been together for a while. I get 15, so possibly 15 years, but I get that they've been together a while, and like she always wanted a relationship like theirs, is the way that it comes across. Like, they were good people to look up to, good people to try to be like, and their relationship was something that she always wanted.
Yeah.
And so I get, again, that, and I know it's known, but she shows me like the back and forth with her boyfriend. But she said like she did really care about him. She said she was very undecided in life. Like, she wanted to be free. She's very free spirit. She wanted to be free. She wanted to go and do what she wanted to do, and she didn't feel like she wanted to be tied down. And so she couldn't make decisions. She's talking about she had a hard time making decisions. Like, if she wanted to be with someone, if she didn't, like, she was at that time of her life where it was like, I can go and do all these things, and I kind of want to be free, like, I get very much free spirit with her. She didn't really like being tied down, and I get the traveling and all of that. Like, she wanted to go and see places, and she wanted to do things like that. And I feel like, and I don't know if she was taking off school for a little bit to do that, or if she was taking off after school for a little bit, you know what I mean? But there's this free spirited feeling of just wanting to experience, wanting to have new, different experiences. And she shows me butterflies with that. Like, I don't know if she liked butterflies, but I know that butterfly is also a symbol of transformation. Like, free like a butterfly too. But and those might be signs for her mom and dad as well. But I just get a lot of like gratitude towards them. Like, she's very thankful that, she had a life that she had. She said she had a very privileged life, and they always made sure, even if they had to work really hard, because I feel like her parents like worked really hard or have really good jobs or something like that. But they always made sure that their kids were taken care of, and especially her, like, they always wanted her to be the best that she could be and wanted her to succeed. And again, she just shows me like she had like all these plans that she wanted to do, all these things she wanted to do. And she was really excited. Like, she talks about, she was like super excited about her life. She was super excited about her new plans and what she was going to be doing. And there was something about this, the Range Rover came in last reading, which I didn't really know who it belonged to, but that might be why I decided to do this one, because it kind of led into the next reading. But it's almost like she was so proud of that, like, because she did a lot of it on her own, or she did it mostly on her own. Like, it comes across as, I'm very proud of being able to do this.
Yeah, she did.
Because I don't know if there was savings that she had. She talks about savings, like she was really smart about saving money and putting money away for a rainy day, she talks about. But then she says she always had like this, I don't know, specific, she wanted this kind of specific car. Like, it just fit her. It fit her personality. And so she was like super proud about that. And she was looking forward to taking road trips with Maddie, and it is what she talks about. And she shows me like I don't know if there was plans to like go a place that had water, or just driving. I don't know. She shows me driving along water. I don't really know. But she says like she understands this is really hard for everybody, and people can't fathom it. Especially her family, but she says they're very strong. Like, they're very strong, and she says they do put on a brave face, but she's like, inside, they're really struggling with everything. And I don't know if there was been a balloon release, or there will be, or some kind of something similar to that. I see balloons going up in the air. I don't know if this is something that is similar, that something that will happen in the future. And she shows me like Christmas time. So I don't know if I know it's going to be hard this year, Christmas time. I don't know if that's a favorite holiday they spend together, or it seems like their family, it seems like her family had always come together on Christmas, or there's some kind of Christmas feeling that she's giving me about it going to be tough. It might be something happening around Christmas as well, but she gives me that. But she shows me her laughing. She shows me her being like very bubbly, very like just a happy person, and like super outgoing. I don't feel like she was really shy at all. I was like, she's beautiful inside and out is the way it comes across. Like she just had a really cool energy about her. And she's talking about, I don't know why she's saying this, but like she's sorry for the finger pointing. So I don't know if people are pointing fingers at certain people that she's just like, you know, sorry about. Like, I hear the words, the truth will come out. So she makes me feel like, you know, this is going to get wrapped up. The truth is going to come out, which is kind of the same thing I've always gotten.
Yeah.
That this is going to come to, this month for some reason comes in really strong.
Yeah.
With stuff around this case. Whether it be the guy's just not that smart, but maybe he thinks he is, but he's not. She says the karmic wheel.
Yeah.
So she says that I know it's hard for people to comprehend and understand from a human level, but she talks about this bringing changes. I don't know if it's some kind of change to a system or some kind of change. I don't know. It brought the world together in a way as well to try to find who did this. And she's thankful for that because she talks about everybody banding together and doing this. And she's appreciative of that. Like she's appreciative of everybody coming together to try to help.
Yeah.
And then she talks about, you know, it making a difference in some way. I don't really know what that difference is going to be, but there's going to be something that good comes out of it. She says after every storm is a rainbow.
Yeah.
So, I also feel like she shows me, I don't know why she's showing me this, but sometimes Spirit will do this. She shows me like a baby coming in their family, like in the next few years. So I don't know if it's one of her like brothers or sisters, and it's a girl, but I think it will carry her name.
Okay.
So it comes in as, you know, someone in the family is going to have a baby and it's going to be named first or middle after her.
Okay.
Okay. That comes in really strong.
Okay.
So it kind of feels like if she has a sister, it might be a sister, but
she does have a sister and a niece.
Okay. So yeah.
Okay.
And hopefully we'll be able to validate that one day if it ever comes out. I don't know.
Yeah.
I also see, it's kind of weird. I don't know why she shows me like a book, like maybe a book being written, or I don't know if that can also be like it's kind of weird. I get like Lifetime movie with, but I don't know if it's just somebody that's going to want to do it or if it'll actually happen, because you know how people are about that. It's kind of like, is that the right thing to do or not? You know, people have mixed feelings about it, like, you know, with Gabby Petito and all the other cases, but for some reason that's coming in. So it might be one of the family members writes a book. I'm not really sure what that's about. And she gives me that feeling kind of, see, they're bringing up Delphi again and how this person just decided to do what he did on the day he did it. It's kind of like that feeling. I don't know why that keeps coming in like that, but it does. Just here, I love you. I love you all. And she's blowing kisses. She's holding a teddy bear or something like that. I don't know if it's significant for something someone gave her, something someone put somewhere. I'm not really sure.
Okay.
active guy, but he's like coming through with that. Like that's the first thing he's showing me is he's doing push-ups and running, and
Yeah.
I'm being flashed like 15 sports. Like
Yeah.
dude was a jock.
Yeah.
Anything he could play, he would play. Is the way that it comes across, and like very, very physically fit. Now I don't know if he did push-ups all the time or not, but he's like showing me him doing push-ups.
Yeah.
Kind of just that's how he wants to start.
Okay.
I wonder if he played tennis. That's not one you told me, but for some reason I see tennis. That's a new one.
Okay.
But he also comes across as very outdoorsy.
Yeah.
Whether it was hiking or whatever he wanted to do, but like I said before, whenever I was trying to figure out the picture, I wanted the beach. So I feel like the water was big with him, the beach was big with him, the lake, water sports, those kind of things. Like he just like did everything. If he walked ever with xana like this, like you know how when someone puts their armor on you and then they hold hands like this, like I keep seeing him walking with his arm around her and her hands like this and they're holding hands. So I wonder if they ever walk like that, because that's what he's showing me. So I don't really know why he's showing me that.
I think I've seen a picture of them like that, but they were sitting down.
Okay.
Like, yeah.
So they could be goofy to get out in her. But he's just an all-American kid. I feel like he's very well-mannered, and he doesn't like injustices or things that are wrong. Like he doesn't like people breaking the rules, is how it comes across. Like if someone breaks the rules or if someone does something wrong, he's gonna call them out on their shit. Like that's just the way he comes across. Like he's one of those people, I just heard the words right is right and wrong is wrong. So he believed in, what was right. Weird. He almost has like this cop mentality, kind of. Not that he is a cop. I'm just saying like the mentality of it. About like, justice and stuff. And maybe that's something he would have done like eventually. I don't really know. It just kind of comes across as he has that type of personality.
Yeah.
But I still feel like he still like to have a good time. He's flipping it on me real quick. So he's kind of showing me what Xana showed me. It's weird. He kind of took me from let me validate who I am and this is me coming through to now he's flipping me back into the house.
Okay.
He said he heard something or he felt something. Sometimes when like you're across the room and you could feel someone like staring at you from over there, or if someone's about to walk in the house, it's almost like that feeling of a presence. It's like he's saying that I'm getting chills on the top of my head. He's like saying that he kind of like felt something.
Okay.
And that's why he got up, because I see but I don't feel like he woke. He probably thought it was one of the roommates or something. Like, I don't think he thought it was anything weird. It's just it's like he heard something and felt something like was weird. At the same time, I don't know why I'm getting like a glass of water. Like if it all kind of tied in while he's up, he's gonna go get a glass of water. Like it's
Okay.
It's kind of weird. He's randomly showing me a glass of water. I don't understand. So it's kind of, I'm getting like both things.
Okay.
Like maybe he was getting up to go get a glass of water and then he felt it. There's something around that. But I hear like a creak. Like if somebody steps on the floor in like a wrong spot and the floor creaks, like I hear that. It's kind of weird. But he was like strong himself and very like athletic, he was caught off guard, and that came in Xana's reading, but he's showing me he was caught off guard. It was almost like someone hid it's like someone hid see someone like in the shadows. Like every time I see this person, they're in all black.
Okay.
Whether that's symbolic or not, or they really did wear all black, it's almost like they blend in with the shadows. They blend in with the night. Okay.
Yeah.
And I feel like this part of the house was dark, other than maybe some lights coming in from the windows. So it's almost like he's. I know that bathroom came in Xana's. I don't know where the bathroom is located in that house, because it's weird. It's like weird because I wonder where the bathroom is, because I keep getting a reference to the bathroom, but I don't think the guy was hiding in the bathroom, or if he was just next to it. Was he going to the kitchen? It really comes across like Ethan was going to the kitchen or going that direction.
Okay. Wait, you have to go through the bathroom to get to that bedroom.
Oh, do you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that must be my validation for the bathroom, because that also came in Xana. So I know that it was so what's beyond the bathroom? Is that the kitchen or the way to the kitchen?
Yeah.
Okay. Then what they're telling me is basically the layout.
Yeah.
So was the guy in the bathroom? It's kind of weird. I don't know where the guy is. It's like I just see dark and I see like him in the shadows. No, he wasn't. I'd be curious if they had a shower curtain. Like a bathtub and a shower curtain. Because of what I just saw. I kind of just saw, like in scary movies, how like they hide in the bathtub and they're like the shower curtain's closed and someone's hiding behind the shower curtain. Like that's what I was seeing.
Yeah. Okay.
And I don't know if the guy was just hiding there. I don't think Ethan was attacked in the bathroom. I feel like he made like the way this is coming across, and if I'm perceiving this right and seeing this right, is that this guy was hiding in the. I'd be curious if they had like a bathtub with like a shower curtain. Like I'd be curious if it was that kind of thing, because I know not every bathroom has that, but in this person was hiding in there, because it's almost like I'm Ethan and I'm passing by, and they show me passing by that, and I don't like, that's what I keep seeing.
Okay.
But then it's like I get to almost the kitchen and someone takes me from behind, and then there we go with the chokehold. Okay. So again, whoever this was has some kind of background where he knows some kind of jujitsu. I'm hearing jujitsu. I don't know. Jiu-jitsu, wrestling, I don't really know. Something like that. It feels like that's
Okay.
I feel like Ethan wasn't as bad as everybody else. My head is kind of like pounding. It doesn't. It's almost like he's telling me like he didn't really know that, like he didn't know the person, or he didn't really know the person.
Okay.
Because I'm not getting like a familiarity there, but I also my side's hurting and I feel like I've been stabbed in the side. Side and stomach is like a big thing in chest area with him.
Okay.
I don't think it was as brutal as the girls for some reason. Because I feel it just it's not coming across as that he was kind of like which is it just the wrong place, time.
Okay.
Is the words I just got.
Yeah.
So he shows me, and I saw this like after the reading, that I think it was after Xana's reading. He's showing me like a map of like inside the house. It's like crinkled up. It has blood on it. I don't really know why he's showing me this.
Okay.
I don't know. He just did the weirdest thing right now. Why my arm hurts all of a sudden too. Like this arm, this shoulder, this my left like bicep hurts all of a sudden.
All right.
It's weird. He's like standing, but he's like pointing up like that.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know. It looks like pointing to the second floor, I guess is the way I'm taking it.
Okay.
Is like that's where the person intended to go, I guess. That's the way I'm perceiving it. And he's just standing there and he's pointing up. Okay. Because I was kind of asking about like who's the target at that time.
Right.
You know, because I'm trying to find out if he knows this person. Like if this was something that was connected to all of them or what.
Right.
Okay. Everybody clear your mind in the chat. I don't know where this is coming from. All right. So I still see what's weird is I I've never gotten like a vehicle like that was driven there. That's the thing that trips me out the most is I've never seen them get in and out of a vehicle.
Right.
And then they're looking for this vehicle, but normally like if there's a vehicle involved, I'll see him get in and out of a vehicle. He shows me this. For some reason, he's talking about the knife. Okay. So in the beginning, I know that I got it was like kind of serrated, but it's also like really big.
Yep.
Like I know people are saying like Rambo knife, but that's kind of what I'm seeing right now. But it's like only the end is like serrated, like it has like I call it serrated because it has like little jags on the end.
Okay.
And he's showing me that it has a specific handle on it. I feel like it's got like we talked about like a guard. Okay, so then there's like a wider thing that goes around in the bottom. But then there's something, and I'm getting chills with that. But then there's something with the handle. There's initials on it or something.
Okay.
But I can't make out the initials. I get in a K, but I don't know. It's weird that there's a K on it.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see. So it looks like it's like maybe like a dark like army type green color. Like that forest kind of green handle. But what's weird is I don't know if people do this to their knives, but you know how there's like I don't know if it's like wrap or tape or whatever around the handle.
Yeah.
I've never seen that before, so I don't know if people actually do that to their handles.
They do.
So he's showing me that, but it's like again, it's like an army like kind of green color. And it's got a guard around it, and then it's like really, really, I'd say it's like that long.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's over the legal knives.
Right.
I don't know how many inches that is. 9. I'm hearing 9.
Okay.
So I don't know. I don't know how big the knives are that they think it was, but I'm hearing 9.
Yeah.
Like 9 inches, maybe.
Okay.
He had to show me the knife for some reason. Like it must be significant or unique or something. And the thing is it feels I hear heirloom.
Okay.
So it might have been passed down or some kind of maybe somebody else's family member was in the military or something and they passed it down. Like it feels like it's it passed down for some reason or given to someone.
Okay.
And that's why I don't think he's gotten rid of it. Like I always see it buried. I don't know what those initials mean. KP. That's like the initial I'm picking up on the knife, I think.
Okay.
Or the letters. I don't know if they're initials or letters or what they are.
Right.
But I literally wrote them in a box like I'm seeing it on the handle or something. And that could be, it could be the people that made it. I don't really know. It could be a family member's initials. Like I don't know.
Okay.
Okay. He said he is a junior. So that makes me feel like he carries the name of his father. or there's a name that's passed down dad to son.
Okay.
Yeah, Ethan, give me good details I haven't gotten before, please.
Yeah, this is amazing.
He's flashing that badge at me again. I don't know why I always get flashed that badge. Like a cop badge or some kind of badge for something. But it feels important. He just said gonna be a surprise.
Yeah.
Like this is gonna be someone that no one expects.
Yep.
Just like Rick Allen was. It's gonna be like that. This is because I keep getting like walking, but like we've always talked about before it ever came out.
Yeah.
You know, going through the woods in the back and coming through the back. And or watching through the back. Because I feel I've always felt like a lurking type feeling.
Yep. Yeah.
That I can't really like I feel like I'm watching someone or I'm in the shadows kind of. But the weird thing is I feel like this person had tried to either ask. I don't know I always have a problem telling which one's which in my mind between Kaylee and Maddie because they look so similar. He says deeper. This is deeper than just, it's almost like I'm a stalker because I have an obsession over something. Maybe something that one of them did, or because, since the last couple of readings, I've kind of felt that, Maddie and Kaylee weren't always the nicest. Like they were just kind of stuck up a lot of the time, more Maddie than Kaylee. But I don't know. I hear the word brother.
Oh.
Not his brother. So I don't feel his brother's involved. Nothing like that. This is like a brother of somebody else.
Okay.
He's a brother. Like he's not an only child. Like I get a lot of again that online activity comes in where he's just kind of watching online. Ethan just said they had more enemies than people thought.
Yeah. I think so.
He says that Xana was a lot different than they were. He said that they got along good. Like she got along with them, but she wasn't like them.
Yeah.
Like they were more, I keep getting, and I'm sorry, I never talk bad about anything, but I always get the word pretentious bees.
Yeah.
Like that has been coming in for the last couple of weeks. I just hear it randomly when I think about the case. So more than likely the killer thought that about them. When we go back to the whole readings where the grievance. Okay, there was grievance that was coming because I was talking about school shooters and we were saying, well, school shooters is also grievance. So this is something, it's not only that I have, it's weird because I get like I get like a bunch of different feelings around this. You know what I
Right.
mean? And I can't tell which way the feelings are coming from. I don't know if it's an obsession, like a love interest obsession, or if it's I'm mad at you obsession. Because I get that whole grievance feeling and rejection, and so maybe it's all of it. You know, maybe back of some revenge or some kind that had turned into like obsession or something.
Yeah.
It's kind of that feeling because I keep getting movie references for this. Like it's weird. It's like Scream. I Know What You Did Last Summer, like all that kind of stuff, like those kind of movie references. And it was weird because I was getting to Know What You Did Last Summer, and I'm like, well, what did they do? And so now, I don't know. But I get like the ridge of the boots. Like that always comes in as a thing. And I don't know if he just wears them for work and again, like the contracting and the handyman stuff, that doesn't necessarily mean like that's his job. That could just be something that he does or something he's good at, but it could be his job because I get that a lot around him, like with his hands. Like I feel like he works a lot with his hands, and he's the kind of technical or kind of mechanical, I guess I should say, person where he the name Kate, but I don't know if that's connected here. So I'm going to say it because I'm getting it, but again, I don't know if it connects here or not. It's like weird. Like I have a hard time believing that car's involved, but I mean, it could be. I never get it. Like I've never gotten it, so I can't say. I'm trying to get more on this person because it kind of just like, shoot. So the way I always see him is kind of the way that Ted described him to me, was he has, it's how people's beards and mustache goes like all the way from back here. Yeah. It's like it goes from back here, and then I got a beard and mustache, and it's like it's brown or chestnut colored is what I get. And I do get the lighter eyes. Because I'm trying to go like feature by feature so that I can kind of describe him. I do. They're showing me blue eyes, like, but these are like almost like ice blue. It's weird because they look lighter than they did before, so I'm not really sure why. But I see like definite like light eyes.
Okay.
Because I'm trying to go, and then the nose, like, okay, so like if we look, I know I hate to like keep referencing Ted Bundy, but like he has like his nose.
Okay.
Like that's the best way I could describe it. Like if you look at Ted's nose, like he has that nose. Like that's the best way I could describe it. I do, like I said, I do get a dimple. Like when he smiles or even when he's not smiling, there's a reference to a dimple there. And again, I feel like sometimes he might have shaved and sometimes he might have like the beard. And I can't figure out an age, guys. I can't. I mean, I feel like he's older. Like it's weird because I always want to go back to the frat, but that could be for different reasons.
Yeah.
But I don't feel like it goes to that school. Like it's not coming across that way.
It's not coming across that this is a guy that went to that school. I mean, maybe at one point he did because I got dropout, but that could be a dropout at any school. I'm kind of getting a pain in my stomach for some reason. I'm getting the initial G. I don't know where that comes in at. I hear the word consume. What?
Okay.
I heard consumed by hatred.
Yeah. Yep.
I also, for some reason, I've never gotten fishing before, but I'm getting fishing for some reason.
Okay.
Like that the person likes to fish or something. Some kind of.
Okay.
I don't know. I've never gotten that before, so I don't know. It's kind of weird. Other than like outdoorsman type, like I kind of get like that, but at the same time, I kind of get like nerdy. It's weird. It's like a weird combination.
Okay.
It's like I got an obsessive feeling over it. Like I'm obsessed. Right. I'm obsessed with doing something about the situation. Yeah. I think that the relative.
Yeah.
So this is. I'm getting a G really strongly for some reason, but for guy. Okay, like he's stocky. He's not. Okay. He's not skinny. Like wider shoulders, like bigger guy. But this was like very thought out. This was very planned. I've always said that from the beginning. This was not something like I'm just mad at you for this and I'm going to do it. This was something that, and he knew that they were going to be there that weekend. And that's why I think everybody thinks, oh, Jack, because she's leaving him. I think that this guy made sure that like he watched them. He knew he was going to be leaving forever and he needed to take care of it now or never.
Yeah, I agree.
If he wanted his revenge.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see what else I can get, man, because like it's like.
Yeah.
It's almost like the information kind of quit coming because there's like G comes in. I don't know where the G comes in at, but it seems to come in strong, but I don't know what it is. There's some kind of like he had to have worked out, prepared. Like I feel like he prepared physically, mentally, besides just being a crazy person. Like it literally drove him crazy because of how he felt about the whole situation. Like that's how it's coming across. I don't know what the American flag is waving for. I sometimes get that with like military or government or, you know, something like that. I mean, the guy feels older. You know, I kept having that vision of him someone walking up the sidewalk with a hat and like the hair like kind of sticking out at the bottom. That's what makes me wonder if like his hair is longer sometimes also. Like he looks a little shaggy maybe.
Yeah.
But, you know, the fight and stuff that I got with Ethan, that could just like in the other readings, that could be because that happened that night or around that time, you know, and I don't know, like, I mean, this problem with this case is it has so many twists and turns with people.
Yes.
Like there's so many people around, and that's why it's like after that he quit talking to me. I'm not getting any more information. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing else in.
Right. Okay. Huh.
It was like after the consumed by hatred, other than taking me back to Bundy's reading in that part, I feel like I'm not getting anything else on this. Like that's just it. Like there's nothing else.
Okay.
And stalking and obsession can come from this. You know, they've got to stalk their prey before they handle what they're going to do and get to know what people's habits are. That's why he knew she was going to be there that weekend. because
Right.
he stalked her.
Yeah.
And I think Kaylee thought that it was just some random person stalking her from the bar.
Yeah.
Or stalking her from downtown. And maybe he was, because I feel like he drinks and stuff.
Right.
That's why I say serial killer, like, it has that energy. You know what I mean? Like, it has the energy of it. It doesn't
Right.
necessarily mean that you're going to go kill a bunch of people, but it has the energy of it. That's why I've always kind of said that.
Right.
Plus, there's also I guess, another guy that they're calling Ted Bundy in another area that I could be picking up that as well.
Right.
You know, with the whole serial killer thing.
Yes.
So remember, my cases interconnect, and that's going on right now. So whenever I see him stalking someone else, it could easily be that other serial killer I'm picking up.
Yeah.
Because it's going on at the same time. So, you know, people got to keep that in mind, that not everything I get will fit here. Although I try to make it fit here, sometimes I do get the interconnecting cases.
Right.
Like the ski name and it being that one other serial killer. But there's one that they're calling like Bundy right now.
Oh, really?
That would be it. And kind of told me, he's like, I didn't have anything to do with this. Like wrong place, wrong time. Like, I was just there. Yeah. Like the way that he showed me it, I mean, he was, you know, multiple times, but it wasn't anything like the girls. And that's why he's pointing upstairs, because even Xana wasn't even the target. It was those two, and that's why he kept doing that.
Okay.
And I think that's why in the very first reading I was drawn to Maddie.
Yeah.
I feel like whatever it is that he does, this person, it's a very physical job.
Okay.
He's very physical. You know what I mean?
Right.
So when I did this, it ended up being more of a psychic profile of the killer. So something that was planned for a long time, as stated in previous readings. This was not something that, oh, I just am getting mad at you this one night and I'm going to go unalive you. It wasn't like that. This was something that was planned. This was something that was done meticulously, and it doesn't seem that way, obviously, because of the crime scene. But again, of course, it's going to be a crazy, messy crime scene. And this is something that, again, someone stalked. They watched. They surveillance. They had, you know, they did whatever they needed to do. So getting a headache. And I will try to go through this slowly. I know sometimes I read fast. That's just my ADHD. It is coming in strong. So I'm not sure if it's one of the victims or if it's the perp. Again, I did this December 26th, 2022. I forgot to mention that. But I get that image of the perp brain kind of electrified, like Ted Bundy showed me in the reading. I get this feeling of someone who is angry. The anger has built up in them for quite a while. The feeling of killing built up in them for quite a while. The feeling that they are pretentious. Not them, but the victims. They think they own everything. The idea is that they think they are better than everyone else, talking about the victims. The feeling of grievance. All things have come up before, are coming back again. When things repeat, it's important. The act of revenge, the collection of sword and knives. A loner, some exterior. He seems a little off the wall. I hear watching online, following them, stalking them. I get the feeling of watching and waiting for the right time. Someone that feels like he is in the right in his mind. Although we all know he isn't, that's not how he thinks. His mind only allows him to see that his actions are allowed because they deserved it. I feel he's someone that has quite the strength. Maybe went to school at one point, either dropped out or graduated, but I don't get the feeling of a student, not recently anyways, yet knows of these kids in some way, by some kind of actions towards him or some other reason. I keep getting some sort of blame coming from him. As Ted stated in his reading a few weeks ago, this is about power and control. Sneaking into a house at night, taking control and power. This was planned out to the T. As I stated in prior readings, I do get the reference to a backpack with possible different clothes in them. I do get the shoes coming off. I do get, again, something taken. All things mentioned previously. I, for some reason, only see him walking around. I hear the word brother, meaning he could be a brother to someone. Him walk up the sidewalk. He has kind of creepy air about him. Like he is tough, strong, yet there's something lacking in his life. He's not the time to put up with BS, but it's something I feel he would let build up and take up later. I hear the word awkward, but I get the sense of his blue eyes again. Sometimes I feel or see him cleanly shaven, and other his hair seems just like a darker brown. There's a bit of a wave to it. So his hair feels disheveled. I feel he's got mental issues, narcissistic tendencies, and someone who feels they are doing what is right by him or someone. I see him sitting and he's looking at his knife. The knife is a larger blade and wider, and I see him going like this with the knife. It has kind of a curve towards the end. He's looking at it and moving it back and forth. I feel he has lots of them as a fetish for these types of things. Also, slasher flicks. I don't feel that he's married or has a girlfriend. At least I don't see one around him. I feel he's just feels older to me, but he may be younger. It's really hard to get an age on him. He's good at hiding in the shadows, watching, lurking, waiting. He's patient, cunning, like a predator. He's intelligent, more than you would think, to even if you have looked at him. I hear the word criminology, like maybe at one time he studied it or was interested in it. I know I always say it, but I get a Ted Bundy type nose. So if you look at Ted Bundy's nose, that's kind of a nose I get. I get a dimple on his right cheek. They should feel anyone else helped him or around. I only feel him. I feel that this is something he prepared for and wanted to do for a while. I like to take into account that what he is doing is right. That's how he feels. So I don't know if he actually is or just feels that way about himself. This is very personal overkill, something that fueled his anger. I hear the words bullied, so maybe he was bullied in his life, or someone else was that he views, or someone else was that he knows that he's connected to, and he views these people as the same type that bullied him. Makes no sense to me, but I hear the name Charles Manson, so I'm not sure if this is a reference for some reason. I actually don't know much about Charles. I feel that he has been put down in his life, bullied. It turned him into this vengeful person. I also again get the visions of someone placing flowers on a grave, like it's possible that someone passed prior to this. This is someone that has a kind of his tough exterior feeling yet awkward. I'm not sure how that fits. It feels like he was bullied as a kid, or someone else was that comes in very strong. So either it was him or someone else, or he's connected to someone that was. I hear the sound of like when you're in a mechanic shop and you hear the noise of that they do, like the tires, like the brrr sound. I kept hearing that when they use these things to put the tires back on, or some type of machine. I can hear it clearly, but I'm not sure what the machine is called. But I get the sounds of being in a shop, and all of a sudden, I've never felt that before. I see him at the end of the bar. I do feel he drinks or likes to drink. He may have been thrown out of a bar from what I'm seeing I feel like he may have tried to be a cop, or tried to be a security guard, or tried to be in the military, but that didn't work out. I don't feel he would have passed the psychological exam or something. He doesn't take failure very well, but he has that feeling about him, like he wants to be a cop or someone who is about justice, but his own sense of justice. He doesn't have that feeling or sense around him. Again, though, I'm struggling with an age, but I don't feel he's as young as they are. He feels older, just uses that feeling or sense of authority to believe that what he's done was for the right reasons. The bullying comes in strong, the rejection by social norms. There's feel like someone they were close with. That's not the way it comes across, but yet they have known each other. I hear the word outcast. Someone that doesn't really fit into social norms. He's seen around a lot, to his closet being very clean and tidy and other things, to a bit of OCD, as they show him turning on and off light switch a few times. This was again about power and control. He had his reasons. This carries the feeling or energy of a serial offender. He may have some type of record, but I don't think it's for anything major that would require DNA. But they show me that he's got some kind of small thing on his record, like it's not for anything closely related to this crime. I keep getting this name Brett. I've been getting that for days. I don't really know how it fits. It might not even fit here. I don't know. Names can be first, middle, or last connections, or they may not fit here. I feel that in a way he seems creepy, but I don't feel anyone would think he's like this. Like he just kind of quiet. However, because he has this feeling that he's done this for his reasons, I don't think things have changed too much. Or I always see him walking up to the house. That doesn't mean there isn't one. I'm just not getting it. I do feel he's local because that's what I hear. I do hear the words payback. I do feel he was nerdy at one time and now he's just sort of awkward. I see him both with and without glasses. I also feel he's more on the stockier side, like wider shoulders, in shape, and there's something in his background where he is able to sneak in and out of the house, as well as some kind of moves like wrestling moves or some kind of moves that he learned at one time, how to overpower people. I feel this was personal, but on his level, I feel that it was mostly about these four. But for some reason, I always pick up Kaylee and Maddie the most. I see him washing the knife before he takes it with him. I can see the sink running and him washing it off in the sink. The dark is important as he moves in the dark. Kind of reminds me a bit of the Night Stalker in that way, just not really a sexual component. However, I feel it has sexual undertones, or there's an element of it. The knife is personal. He is known about town or by the people in the town and even by people in the university, but they just haven't put two and two together. I don't know if at one point he has shaved his head or will, or even just cuts it shorter, or if it's the facial hair, but I hear the cutting of hair, so it may be like a buzz. So maybe he cut it or went to the barber. I can hear that sound. He has this sense of authority feeling about him. It's weird. I feel very much like something hurt his ego as well as that was the last straw. I also don't know why I'm being shown a tiger mascot that maybe he keep getting an M as well, kind of training for military or police. I see him running like they do, but I don't know again if he didn't. I don't think he ever made it that far. I feel psychology possibly was something he may have studied or was interested in. I feel like he knows police procedures and things like that. I really think at one time he wanted to be a cop. I can't shake that at all. Kemper. Now, this reminded me of Ed Kemper, which I didn't know a lot about him, so I went and looked at it. So I don't know, there might be some kind of similarities in there or something. I'm not really sure. I do know that Kemper did want to be a cop. I Googled it afterwards to see. So I don't know if that's the reference or not because of where it's coming in at in the Autowrite. I don't know. It's like I see him with the paint that soldiers put on their face underneath his mask. He wore this was something he was going in for, like a mission. His knife is special if he was bullied by them or if he just views them as this type he was bullied by. But I get a lot of feeling or grievance with them, like how shooters take out their bullies. That's how it comes across. So I guess, I don't know if that would make him younger or not. See, he may be younger and feel older, but he may also be older and feel younger. This is hard to identify with him. I see an envelope with a stamp on it. Not sure how that fits. I also keep getting like, this is where he was messing with them for a time. He was around spying on them, and they felt it. I feel he was in their house. When they were gone, he looked around. I feel like he went through things. They were heavily surveilled. I can never say that word. Surveilled. Like cops do. Before this happened and stopped. That comes in super strongly. Apologize. Sometimes I can't pronounce words right. It also comes in that this was planned out for quite a while before it was taken out. This wasn't like you ticked me off and I'm going to kill you. I'm going to unalive you now in one night. No, this is a fester buildup. But he's smart. I feel like his IQ is pretty high. It's possible he took shop in high school or college. I keep getting that as well. I think that's all I'm getting for now. But if I get the urge to do this, I will. But things will fall as they may in the right timing. So keep in mind, I can see them at any time in their life. So I think they're going to take me back to his childhood. Kind of where this all started. But interesting enough, they're starting with what Ted showed me with the brain. They're showing me the brain and the electricity through the brain. So that tells me wired wrong, something with, the way that the brain works, which, we had said that in Ted Bundy's reading, but we're in the reading where I channeled him for this. So they're starting off with that to try to tell me that maybe he was born this way. And then there was things in his life that happened that made him kind of turn this way. You know what I mean? Like go ahead and act on his feelings and things like that. So that would be a psychopath trait from what I understand, being born this way. So I'm guessing that's what they're trying to tell me, is that he was born with something in his brain. You know, it would be interesting, and I know they've probably done studies on it, but it would be interesting to study the, psychopath's brain to see how the difference in the way that they think and the way that we think. Because if someone's born this way, I think it's hard for them to cope. And then I think that they go through things in their life that kind of exasperates their feelings or makes them go to a certain direction. So,
right.
I mean, it comes across as so the way that they're showing me, like, he was kind of a shy kid, kind of shy. I feel like he was kind of awkward. I know that we're saying like he was kind of chubby, and again, I think I picked that up before where I was saying like he was stocky, but so it's almost like I'm getting he was very insecure in his childhood. You know what I mean? And so that's where it's coming across is insecurity. Know if he was pushed around, or like this came in the Autowrite about him being bullied or the bullying situation coming up. So like I said, things will repeat as they show me. It's not like I didn't say it before, but I see him being pushed around, and I see kids making fun of him. Now they show me a vision of him being pointed at and like laughed at. So there's something that maybe he looked awkward, maybe he was a funny looking kid, or he was just like kind of weird. And I feel, kids can be really cruel.
Yes.
And so I feel like that they were pointing at him and laughing at him and making fun of his weight, making fun of his looks, making fun of the way he was. Like, I feel very much of an outcast or a loner type deal with him, as I always have. It kind of comes across as, he didn't fit in. And so I feel like there was something that switched where he said, okay, maybe I'm going to be the bully now. Maybe I'm going to switch the pages here. Right. I'm going to turn things around on them, and I'm going to bully them so they can't bully me. Yeah. Is the way that it comes across. And also, like, he didn't, I think a big part of, like, again, this comes across like they keep showing me the whole grievance of the shooters, the school shooters. Like, that's something that always comes in, and I think it's just trying to show me how bullies take things out on people that may have bullied them, and not saying that these people, that the 4 victims bullied them, but I think they did snub their noses at him, and I think it was finally like, I'm going to take action in a bigger way. But shows me that he was ready to turn the tables, is what I hear.
Yeah.
He was tired of being bullied and made fun of, so he turned the tables. And I think he also acted on some psychopathic tendencies. It's almost like that lay dormant for a little while, like it does kind of in some kids, not all, because we see some psychopath children that they start showing signs at an early age, but I think this kind of hit later. I think it had something to do with, the bullying and that aspect that kind of pulled it out of him, which there may have been certain signs, but I feel like he hid things really well. Like, I don't feel it's like, how you see some kids that they're just, you can tell they're a psychopath because of the way that they act. I don't think he did that. I think, for his childhood, he mostly seemed like a normal child until he started, maybe something shifted, there's some kind of shift there, or some kind of something that happened to shift his thoughts and whatnot. Then it also comes across as having these desires as he gets into a young adult and a teenager, and having these desires for women or girls, and them rejecting him, and not like he'd ask. It's almost like he's showing, I'm seeing he's asking girls on dates or asking them to the dance, and they kind of laugh at him and they kind of don't take him serious, and they kind of just like, there's something off about him that people just don't like putting off, but he doesn't really understand why. So he takes the rejection to heart, and I think it also helps things build up in him.
Yeah.
And I think maybe part of the reason why he started losing weight and started using drugs was because he wanted to, I think the drug part is partly because he wanted to, you know, how a lot of psychopaths and people that are, that really kind of struggle with things or have mental illness, how they turn to drugs and alcohol. It's that kind of thing. Like, I don't know if he wanted to quiet his psychopathic tendencies. Like, he started having those thoughts and things like that. And also part of it was to lose weight, because I felt like he wanted to lose weight and he thought that was an easy way to do it. But so it comes in as like both things. And also there's I hear personality disorder, which obviously psychopaths have, but there's something with, I swear, like, I don't know if he's schizophrenic or he's going to say he's schizophrenic. There's something, or like the voices told him to do it or something, because I've picked that up before and I kind of feel that with him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's almost like I hear, so sometimes when I pick that up with someone, I'll hear whispers in my head, and that's kind of what I'm feeling, and I'm getting chills with that. So that's my sign of truth, that he's got whispers in his head. And also this all kind, the OCD thing, and I've said that before, so it's just coming in again, where things have to be a certain way. Like, I have a little bit of OCD, but it's not to his extent. Like, we can all have kind of like little pieces, like little parts of it. Like, I can't stand a cracked screen on my phone, or certain things have to be a certain way, but other things don't. Like, that's how it is for me. But there are some people that have OCD where everything has to be like a certain way. They show me the flipping on and off of the light switch. Now, that is my symbol for OCD. I don't know if he actually does it. Okay. But there's something with 3. I don't know if he has to do something 3 times, but there's something with the 3, but it comes in after the flipping on and off of the light switch. And I'm getting chills with that as well. There's also something with, like, again, his closet. They took me back to his closet. Okay. So I feel like everything is neat and tidy. The shoes are all right there. The clothes are all right there. I don't know if he actually irons or has to fold things a certain way, but that comes up as well. It's kind of weird because they're taking me to, again, the Big Bang Theory and Sheldon. If you guys have ever seen that, like how kind of he is about certain things, like how he folds his clothes and stuff. It's kind of weird because I just started watching that, like, again, this last couple months, and they keep referencing, because Sheldon, he's not like this guy, not a psychopath or anything, but it's more of like they're trying to show me the OCD part of him, like how he has to like fold things a certain way and all of that, or has to have things a certain way, I guess. I don't know. But so that's why I'm wondering if they're even going to find any residual evidence in his house, because I feel like he's kind of a neat freak. And I also feel like he's constantly cleaning or constantly doing stuff. And I don't know if he was still using at this time. I want to say he was, because that came in the reading. And yes, I can get past, but I think it's something where his psychopathic tendencies kind of got worse. Yeah. And I don't know if the drugs were like a Band-Aid, or if he felt like I don't know, with heroin, does it like make you go? Because there's a feeling like he I don't know, he has nightmares when he sleeps, but he doesn't like to sleep. There's something about doesn't like to sleep. So I don't know if he has nightmares when he sleeps, but I feel like he just likes to be up. It's really weird. It's kind of really weird how that's coming in. Like, I know it like came out that he was like vacuuming and all that. I am like seeing him doing that. So, and that's coming to me. That's not from something I saw, but it's almost like I see him wiping stuff down and all of that too. And I think like he was really like, as far as his clothes were concerned with this, I still go back to like he threw them in the trash can. Like he put them in a couple of bags and like threw them in the trash can. I don't know if they have rollout services there or whatever, but you know, I even think in a way he was OCD kind of with with going into the house. What comes across, and it was weird because I was just talking to someone about this. I think the reason why he picked that day is because he had to do it. And Charles Manson came in the Autowrite, the last Autowrite I did. He had to do it on his birthday, but he couldn't do it on the 12th because no one was home. So I feel like that's why he picked the 13th. And regardless of if Ethan was there and Ethan wasn't a target, he had to do it that day. That was the day he had planned, and nothing was going to break his plans. Plus the 13th is kind of a, unlucky number, right? Yeah. So and you get that in a lot of horror movies and things like that. So that's my feeling on it as to why that day. I mean, I think he thought about other days, like Halloween comes to mind, but there was something that happened that threw everything off. I don't know if they had a Halloween party or something, or there was a lot of people in the house, but there's something that threw off that day. But literally, like, everything that has come in is kind of coming in again about stalking, lurking in the shadows, like always being, he always had to be, he planned this, like, so he thought he planned it so well. And that's why it throws me off why he kept the car a little bit. So I want to try to get into that as well, because like, I feel like he planned this so well, as far as like he stalked him for weeks, but I kind of want to get into like what kind of flipped him. There's something, I'm telling you, there's something with one of the girls where this has come in since the beginning. They snubbed their nose at him. There's something that they said or did where they didn't want to include him anymore. I don't know if they were originally talking to him, but they snubbed their nose or kind of kicked him out of, I'm not going to talk to you anymore, or he's like weird, or there's some kind of feeling like that in it. But I feel he had already had this in his mind that like he's obsessed. Like, I always get that show Obsession Dark Desires, because obsession makes you do really weird things instead of, they always end up trying to red rum the person they're obsessed with, I guess, to get rid of that obsession. So it's almost because it becomes an obsessive feeling to where, and because he's OCD, that's fueling the obsession. Okay, so it's almost like he had to do things that night for that reason. He had to do it because otherwise he was going to have to wait another year. Because there's again, it comes back to, I feel, and what I've said since the beginning of him studying serial killers and him studying horror movies, I think he was trying to do a mix of the serial killers. I think he was trying to take a little bit of each playbook and put it into his own spin. And I am seriously wondering if this kind of feels like a cat and mouse game. I feel like this is an ego thing. And I feel like there is something up his sleeve that we are not aware of yet. He is going to try to outsmart the legal system or something like that. Either something with a speedy trial, something with you didn't do this right, you didn't do that right, try to get things thrown out, say that he's innocent and play stupid, or it maybe even be something where I'm going to take a psychological exam and they're going to have to, they're not going to find me guilty because I know I'm schizophrenic or whatever. There's something up his sleeve, because there's like I keep getting this weird feeling like he almost wanted to get caught. Like, I think originally maybe he didn't think he was going to get caught, or I don't really know, because it came in before, like he didn't think he was going to get caught, or there was something about that. But it's weird. The energy feels different. I don't know if all of a sudden, I don't really know. Like, I can't really explain the feeling that I'm getting, but it's almost like, why wouldn't you ditch your car? Like people are saying, like, that's a rolling crime scene. Why wouldn't you ditch your car? Because now it's on video and everybody's seeing it. And the thing is I think that he knew that, and he was laughing, like, here I am. Like, I'm hearing that. Like, I see him sitting in front of a computer screen and he's laughing, and it's like, here I am.
Yeah.
And so it's almost like he is trying to be, I go back to Bundy again, and how Bundy tried to be in the court system, how he defended himself. Not saying this guy's going to defend himself because he doesn't know the law like Bundy did. This is more like, how Bundy tried to manipulate. I think he's going to try to manipulate. He's trying to be a manipulator. In I think master manipulator came up somewhere, but I kind of get that with him. Like he's going to try to manipulate something, the system, or I think he's already manipulated his lawyer, honestly. And I think he's really good at hiding who he is, and that's why he's got along so far with everybody being like, I am shocked, and I think that came in one of the readings where I had said, or at Spirit had said, that this is going to be the person that you least expect. This is going to be a surprise because he doesn't come off as this type of person, like a little weird and a little awkward and a little to himself, but not one that he would ever really show too much of his rage. Like he had this rage boiling inside of him, and I think one day he just wanted to take it out. He picked them he'd wanted to do this for a long time. Because studying these serial killers and studying these horror movies, it's like it was a fantasy. It was something that, and I wouldn't be surprised if he played video games where there's a lot of red rum going on, because that's what I see is like shooting games and things like that, hand-to-hand combat games, stuff like that. And I also think that's why partly maybe at one point he wanted to be a cop, which I also had said before, but it's maybe he thought he would even get away with it more if he was a cop. There's something about again, he and the same thing is he feels like he's authority now. Like he wanted to be kind of an authority to maybe even get back at people. I don't know. It comes across kind of weird about his whole reason for wanting to be a cop and stuff like that. Like I feel like he has his own idea of what justice is, but I mean, like I said, I wonder what his IQ is, because I feel like it's pretty high, and I feel like this is all part of a game or part of something that we're not even aware of what it is. Because there's a reason he kept the car.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like normally people would go burn that car or ditch that car or something. But it's almost like he left breadcrumbs. And I think that's why he went online. I really feel like he was in some of these, and I think I said that before, like he's boasting. Yep. He's boasting in the like the online chats and stuff like that. Like I think that came in earlier readings, and it's almost like he did that on purpose.
Yeah.
As like he knew all the details and he wanted everybody to know them too. Yep. But so it's just a psychopathic trait. Like he did that on purpose, and he knew it was going to leave breadcrumbs. So and also I think this is like an ego fame kind of thing. Like he wants to go down as one of these people that went in this house, took their power away, did this to these people, and he wants to be known as that. He doesn't care at this point if he's looked at as, someone that did this.
Right.
He doesn't care about that. This is, I keep seeing Ted Bundy again. They keep showing me him. It's like, this is going to be, he wants it to be like that. Yeah. Like he wants it to be like, how Ted Bundy became famous and then all girls wanted Ted Bundy? Like that's what he wants to be.
Yeah.
And so I really think he idolized the guy, honestly. Yeah. And like, again, that came in earlier readings, and maybe he saw, well, we've got the same eyes and the kind of the same hair, and we kind of look similar. I could be another Ted Bundy, like that kind of thing. But it comes across as, maybe I can get girls this way. They went out, they liked him. Like maybe he thinks he's more smooth than he is. You know what I mean? Like he's got this whole thing going on in his head, and I don't think it's like we probably would think like you're just crazy for thinking that, but to him it feels real. Like it's almost like he's replaying, because I keep going back to like Ted Bundy trial, and how everybody was like he had literal fans like writing him in jail and stuff like that, and how the cops like wanted to analyze him, and everybody wanted to analyze him. Like that's what he wants.
Okay.
Because I feel like I said, he left breadcrumbs.
Yeah.
Because I felt like he went in with like protective stuff on. I don't know, because they're saying that they found his DNA, so I'm wondering if he left it on purpose.
Could have.
Or maybe he didn't realize it. I don't know. Or maybe he thought it was going to be mixed. No, because he would know. Like, studying serial killers and stuff, like, you're going to know if, like, you're going to leave DNA behind. You know what I mean? Nowadays, because back in the day, there wasn't any with Ted Bundy. That's why he got away with it for so long. But if there would have been, he wouldn't have gotten away with it for so long. This guy wants to be known for committing this crime. This is a big ego trip for him.
Okay.
And again, I go back to the Night Stalker, and I go back to the feeling of, haha, I went in and I took their power away. I went in and I did this.
Yeah.
And I was smooth and I was slick, and I pulled another Ted Bundy. Like, that's how it comes across.
Okay. Yeah.
Which is always, it's always kind of crossed that way. But this is just what I'm picking up from looking at his picture, which I didn't think I was going to get this much, honestly, because I've tried to look at perps before and I haven't pulled all this stuff before.
Right.
But I think it might be easier because they've already given me most of it. Yeah. And so this is going to be really interesting, because I don't know, like I said, I don't know if he's going to try to manipulate things. I definitely feel like there will be some sort of, and I've said this before on my live, like there's going to be some sort of psychological exam, which I know that's obvious, but it's, I mean, I feel like he's already, like, he fooled his parents for a long time. He's fooled his lawyer. I feel he fooled a lot of people.
Yeah.
He's just good at fooling people. I mean, he still comes across as like he has a mean streak and he has like a temper. And so he used all that rage that he built up to go and basically do all of this. Because again, so they take me back to the same vision they kind of have before, where he's in there and he's committing the act and he's calling them names as he's doing it. You effing B, you effing C, you effing W, you know, how dare you reject me? Like, he is saying all that while he's doing it. Okay. I don't know. There's some kind of rejection that went on here where I don't know if one of the girls let him on and then rejected him, and he was just like, that was the breaking point. Because I feel like there's some kind of communication, and it might have just been in passing. It might have, it might have not have been something like, but I feel like he really got, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, he had delusions. I get the word delusions. Like, he had delusions about maybe the relationship with them or something. Right. Or, and maybe he thought, like, I think he had been so rejected by so many girls that this was just the final straw. But I think there's like, again, the obsession with them was different than before. And he had already been in the midst of like studying all these serial killers. So I think it just gave him ideas. You know what I mean? Like, I think it gave him ideas. And again, I think it's like a mix, because that's why I think I keep picking up serial killer names like Kemper and Ted Bundy and Night Stalker and Charles Manson. Like, it's all, there's a mix of like every little bit somehow, some way. And he might have been there for like a party or something. I don't know. Like, I feel like he's around them prior to this. So again, I don't know if it's like, maybe he was a customer, because that came in too. Yeah. Like, tipping one of the girls or something like that. But I get like really big online stuff, like watching the girls online or some kind of correspondence or something like that. Yeah. To where he built up some kind of delusions. And the delusions turned into obsession.
Yeah.
And then again, there's all this emotions around it. Not only is it rejection and it's anger and it's, there's an underlying sexual thing to it, but also it's more like, how dare you? Like, grievance or something like that. Yeah. So I hear the word payback too. Like, he thought he was like, I feel like he picked them. There's something about, like, again, I get the 2 girls, so I can't tell if one was the target. I really think that all 3 of the girls were in a way a target. He was trying to be like Ted Bundy, as Ted had said in his reading that he took a play out of his playbook. Like, I think that was always part of the plan.
Yeah.
Do I think he was stalking at the bar at night? I do. I think he was stalking at the bar. I think he was stalking at the food truck. I think he stalked them for like weeks on end. Either if he wasn't following them, he was following them online. Like, I think he had their locations or something. And I really feel, and this has all come in before, but I really feel like he was like OCD about that too.
Yeah.
Like, the OCD and the obsession kind of come in really strong with him. Like, he had to do things a certain way and at a certain time and all of that. Like, Ethan was collateral damage because he happened to be there that weekend. He had to do it that weekend, so he wasn't going to wait for Ethan to leave. And plus, Ethan was a challenge. And also there's jealousy there. Ethan had what I didn't have. Right. Ethan had a girlfriend. Ethan was popular. Ethan was an all-American boy. I'm not that.
Yeah.
So I think it was just like, okay, this will work. Kind of thing. Kind of feeling.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Cause see, I really feel like he was like, I don't know, I either put clothes over what he had on or he changed. Or there's something with his shoes. Like, he either covered them up or changed them. Because I always saw that feeling of him carrying his shoes like outside. Yeah. Like, I just wonder if he was like I don't know. Because I always see him with a mask and then I see him pull it up so like they could see who he is before he does what he does. Like, he wants them to know that he's the one doing this. And then there's some times where I see with a hoodie and I can see like the side of his face.
Okay.
So I don't really know. Yeah, the chokehold is kind of strong with Ethan. And I wonder if I'm getting like a stabbing feeling in my back or by my spine, my kidneys, where I'm being like this and then getting stabbed through the back. So I'd be curious, and I don't know if after that, he stabbed him anywhere else, but that's kind of the feeling I'm getting. Or in the back and the side kind of is what comes in. While I have him like this to where he can't move or something like I'm choking him to where he can't breathe. He can't really fight back. Like, that's kind of what I've always gotten there.
Right.
And again, I we know now he has maneuvers, but that had been said before. And also I think a big part of him running and getting in all that was so he would be strong enough to carry this out, because this was a plan when he started like studying serial killers and stuff. Like, he wanted to be like that.
Yeah.
And he found the right people and the right situation and everything to do that.
Yeah.
Like, I hear the word famous. He wanted to be known as a famous, and it's not even about the amount of victims like Ted Bundy or whatever. It's not even about that. It's about how he was able to go in and do what he did at night, and no one know or hear anything, and the gruesomeness of it and everything. Like, there's certain things that he wanted talked about, and he knew that this was going to make it a high profile case. So it's the fame from the high profile case. He doesn't care if people hate him, because he feels like there's some that are like him that are going to love him.
Okay.
In his delusions.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that can happen, but in his delusions, he wants to be how Ted was when Ted went to jail.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's almost like, I think there's maybe the thing I'm feeling about not getting caught is maybe he thought maybe they weren't onto him for a little bit and he didn't think it caught, but then and I think actually going there for Christmas, that was all on the plan too. Like this was all timed out to where it wouldn't be weird if he drove across country to go see his parents at this time.
Right.
Like that's why he didn't leave before, because I feel like if he left before, everybody would think something was weird. But if he left Christmas break, it's not a big deal. And he's going to his parents aren't going to think anything of it. You know what I mean? And I think having his dad go with him one last time is he knew he was going to go to jail. He knew he was going to go to jail and he knew something else might happen later on. And so I think it was a bonding time between him and dad.
Yeah.
And that's why he had it. But see, his dad didn't know, but he did.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, I think he knew eventually he'd be caught, but I just think for a little bit he was thinking, well, maybe I'll get away with it kind of thing.
Right.
Because, it was all over the news that there's no suspects and everything. And I think that maybe got his ego going, well, and then he started thinking, well, maybe I need to do it again or something like that, like to gain more attention. Like, I really think he wanted to get caught. So I want to try. I'm getting a lot on him, even though a lot of it is repeated. It's just like a lot's coming in. I want to try to get where like maybe he did with the knife, because the knife feels like a memorial, like because like I said in one of the readings, I feel like he washed it off there. So if you're going to get rid of a knife, you're not going to clean it and wash it off.
Right.
I feel like it was like this thing that he kept as part of this. Like he could look at it and relive it if he wanted to. You know what I mean? Like, so that's why I think it was kept close to him.
Okay.
Like he could have thrown it anywhere out away, all right, in the river, in wherever. But for some reason, I want to go to the parents' house. I really think he took it with him to the parents' house. It's either got to be in the house or on that property. I want to go outside. It's weird because I know Lizzie sent me something about the gnomes. I keep seeing those for some reason. It's really weird.
Okay.
And again, I think he maybe even left breadcrumbs to that, but like I'm like, why would you see? Like, to me, in my logical mind, it doesn't make sense. Like, it doesn't make sense. Why wouldn't you just like throw it in the river or something on your way where they're never going to find it? Right. And also known that you're like being watched. Because I don't know if he knew that, but maybe he had an idea.
You're right. Yeah.
And that's why he called the dad. But see, since the beginning, I've always gotten like the single tree, which their house does have.
Yeah.
It just came in kind of different before. You would notice if anybody's like dug a hole there. So that kind of doesn't, because there's grass and stuff.
Right.
So I'm wondering if they were showing me that just to kind of show me the like that house. Like if I saw that tree, I don't know. Yeah, why would he take the knife with him? It's like, I think it was like a memento, or it became special or something like that. I see him giving money for it. So maybe he did buy it. Maybe he had planned to. I don't know. I don't know where the passing down of the knife comes in before. Unless he was given a different one or something at some time. But I keep getting, I'm sure the cops have done this, metal detectors. Because I keep seeing like metal detectors. Why do I keep picking up those stupid gnomes? I wonder if I would have picked that up without seeing that, because I'm always straight up about what I see, you guys. And again, I won't get it. I won't say it unless I get it. And I keep seeing stupid gnomes, like the gnomes where they're placed at.
Okay.
But if he's being watched, I don't see him putting him there unless it's just to validate the house. Like, it feels like they would be more in the back of the yard or something, like somewhere where no one could see.
Right.
I'd be curious if his parents know of any hiding spots in that house from when he was a kid.
Yeah.
Because the one thing I'm getting is like, so I don't know, the gnomes could be just because that trying to tell me that house. I'd be curious if there's not like a loose floorboard or a loose something that maybe he had like in his room. Cause I wonder, when I used to go back to my parents' house, I always stayed in the room I grew up in. And I'm wondering if he didn't stay in the room he grew up in, like when he was there. And there's not like a special hiding place or something that he has.
Right.
I mean, I've always kind of got there's something in the closet in a box, but I don't think that's I don't know what that is. It's got to be something because it always comes in. So, because this became precious to him.
I bet.
But there's blood. I think even though maybe he cleaned it, like, I think there's blood like underneath the hand, the guard of the handle, underneath that. Because they keep showing me the guard and then they take me underneath it, or maybe even on the top, but definitely underneath it.
Yeah.
Because even though I think he thought he washed it all off, like it's kind of impossible to get it all off when he has like the guard. I think if they took off the guard, if there's a way to do that, I don't know. I just see like there being something underneath the guard. And we don't know. I mean, the cops could have the murder weapon. We don't even know that, for all we know.
Right. Yeah.
They might just not be even telling us that. Because I keep going into his, it's like weird. Sorry if I say that because it just sometimes pops in my head that it is. Like if I can't make sense of something, that's when I usually say it. So I wonder if the gnomes are just like to tell me that house or that residence.
Right.
Because I keep wanting to go maybe in the room that he stayed in, and I keep getting something about maybe a loose floorboard or maybe a loose something. There's like some kind of hiding place that maybe he had in his old bedroom or something like that.
Okay. Yeah.
Because you know how sometimes kids have like little hiding places for stuff.
Yeah.
Like I would think it's wherever he liked to hide things. Because I feel like he did hide things. I don't know. That's the way it kind of comes across. But I keep going into his room and there's like I don't know if there's a rug on it or if that's just symbolic. And there's like I want to be curious at what kind of floorboards this thing has. Like I feel like he kept it like really close to him ever since, like this.
Yeah.
That's why I don't think he didn't get rid of it, because this is what he committed the crime with, and this is like almost like a memento, like, so it wasn't like just trash to throw away. You know what I mean? With him being obsessive like that,
yeah,
I can see why he would keep it.
Yeah.
Maybe even the car. Like I could see why he could keep the car. Like maybe he had an attachment to it because it was part of the crime. Like, it's gotta, like, I don't know. I can't get away from some kind of loose floorboard or something in his room or something.
Okay.
I mean, it would depend on what kind of flooring he has or anything, but.
Right.
Unless it's symbolic for just like a hideaway type.
Could be. Yeah.
Spot or something. I mean, you would think it would be like no murder weapon, like you guys don't have that on me kind of thing. You know, you would think it would be like that's what he would think, but again, I don't think he has a plan to get off really, other than like he's going to try to manipulate certain things. But again, he wants to like be famous for this. Like that's how it comes across.
Yeah.
He wants books written about him and stuff. Which is weird because I got the books before that one time, remember?
Yeah.
And actually, I think that maybe him and the girls, maybe that's something they talked about, true crime.
Could be, yeah.
Because they were into it as well, and I remember that came in at one time, and so maybe it's possible like they were like maybe start chatting on some boards or something about true crime, depending on where if they were part of any like chat boards for true crime. I don't know, because he like wants books written about him and stuff. Like B2K, like BT, like I think he took that class with that girl with that lady on purpose. Obviously, like maybe that's one reason he chose Washington was to take a class with that because of her thing with serial killers. And I think he thinks that by taking her class now that maybe she'll write a book on him.
Yeah,
like she did, like she did others or BTK or whatever. Because I don't know. Every time I want to find the knife, I just go to his room and I keep getting like a hiding spot.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know why they're showing me the fireplace either. I have no idea. But you know how my like finding things works. I can get stuff like around, or there's usually a significance for it.
Yep.
Because like I don't think he burned it or anything. I'm not really sure why I'm getting that.
Well, sometimes you can move the blocks in the fireplace and put something back there, and then put the block.
That's true. And it's a big house. I wonder. I don't think he would have like a fireplace in his room though. Like I don't know. Maybe getting a fireplace. I don't know unless it's like his room is close to the fireplace or something, depending on where his room is.
Right.
Like sometimes like living room's right there or a room's right there with fireplace, and then you go in another room. You know what I mean? It could be something about that.
Yeah.
But I keep getting like a hideaway, like some kind of hideaway at that house. I keep getting his room, but I get the gnomes too. But I don't think like he went outside and like maybe he did put it in the gnomes. I mean,
yeah, because the gnome.
I don't know if he thought that he was being watched. I don't see him going out front and just like, oh, let me put the knife here. You know what I mean? Because they were watching him and they would know right away. You know what I mean? So that's why that kind of doesn't make sense to me, because I'm sure they would have checked it because they were surveilling him. So just like he surveilled them, he surveilled. I can never say that word, but it's got to be in the house somewhere in like a hideaway. I hear the word lockbox. Did I get that before? Why does it sound familiar?
I'm not sure.
I don't either. I don't know. It seems like I got that before or something. But I hear box. I don't know if that means he put it in a lockbox first or something, or it's in its case. No, because I don't know. I don't really know. Or if there's something in a lockbox somewhere else, or why I'm like getting a bank right now. Like that kind of doesn't make sense. Because you know how people have like.
Yep. Yes.
Like those boxes in the banks.
Yeah, I do.
I don't know if he would do something like that though, unless it's something else. Like who knows? Sometimes I try to find one pair of keys and I find a bunch of other stuff. I mean, I don't know what could possibly be in that lockbox at the bank, but it feels like there's something there because they're showing me a huge bank right now. It's almost like it's like I don't know if it is Bank of America or it just reminds me of it, but it's I keep getting that for some reason, like weirdly.
Huh.
Like maybe he has a lockbox there. Oh, like or his parents do or something. There's something. I don't understand it. I don't know. Because I also keep going in his room.
Okay.
It's almost like his room. I wonder if his room is almost the same as it was or something.
Probably if he has OCD.
Yeah, because I get like, I see like this bed made and it's got like a blue comforter on the top of it. And I see like a nightstand. I think no, it's almost like they tell me like false drawer. And again, that could be symbolic for like a hide spot.
Yeah.
I don't see him, like, it would be smart to throw it out somewhere on the way, but I just don't see him doing that.
Okay.
I feel like he wanted to keep, like, the knife was like his friend. Like,
Yeah.
it was like a memento of his, you know, of what he did, and he wasn't going to get rid of it.
Yeah.
Like, that's just how it comes across.
Okay.
I wonder if there's like a false, I wonder if he could like build stuff, because I know like he drew things out. I wonder if he had made like a false like drawer or fault like something, you know what I mean, like where you could put stuff. Because I also keep seeing one of the girls' hair, like a piece of their hair. I know I got that before,
right,
but it's almost like it's in the same place with the knife or something. Like there's like where he kept those mementos at or something. But that's why I'm thinking, like, I don't, if he left to go, I think he would have taken it with him. I don't think he left it in his apartment. I get this feeling like maybe he thought he was never going to come back to his apartment.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, I feel like him leaving and not returning, but not making it look obvious like he didn't take his stuff and move or anything.
Right.
So I feel like whatever he had, like maybe he took with him or something. I don't know. Yeah. Like, I don't think he would have left any kind of memento like this is this important to him. You know, I don't know what this means. So they're giving me different references for it to, I think, to try to help me understand. But okay, you know how sometimes, like when people play a video game, but they see things like from the person that's playing like point of view, or if like you're a cop and you're seeing it from your, I guess it would be like a body cam or something like that.
Yeah. Yep.
I don't know if that's what they're trying to say or not. I hear tactical, so I'm curious if he did wear tactical gear. Wannabe cop, tactical gear.
Yeah.
And 511 fits because everybody told me that. I am just wondering.
Yeah.
You know, because he wanted to be a cop at one time, if he actually had tactical gear or something like that. You know what I mean? Because you have the grievance, you know, the school shooters, they have tactical gear sometimes. Like they go and they buy the tactical gear and stuff. So that kind of makes me wonder, you know, if they don't have something like that.
Yeah. Well, if he was a security guard, couldn't, you know, they...
Yeah, I wonder if he still has that stuff. I don't know if they have body cams, though. Like, I don't know if that's what they're trying to tell me. It's weird. I'm, like, seeing it from his point of view, but it's lower. Okay,
yeah. Yep.
Like here, like here, like, you know, in a video game where you wouldn't see it, you would see it from, like, a lower viewpoint. And it's kind of weird.
Yeah.
Sorry, saying it's kind of weird, but it is to me. So again,
maybe he recorded it.
Possible, I guess. That might be what they're trying to say. I kind of don't want to guess what, you know. I'm just gonna put what I got, and that's what I'm seeing. And
okay, sorry.
No, you're all good. That's
the first thing that made me like. That's the first thing.
I mean, that's kind of what's making, like, yeah, but that would be so stupid. Like, I really feel like they have evidence on him.
Right.
But it's almost like he did it on purpose.
Yeah. I believe it. Or I agree. Yeah.
Like he wanted them to get him for this. But if he didn't, he was going to go do it somewhere else or something. You know, like there's that energy around it. Like if he got away with it once, he'd do it again kind of thing if they didn't catch him.
Yeah.
Because he still wanted to be a serial killer. But again, he reminds me of Kemper, how Kemper wanted to take on more than one. It was like a challenge.
Yeah.
And to challenge himself to, you know, taking more than one life at a time. Almost like a mass red rummer.
Right.
I don't know. I feel like it's got to be at the parents' house.
Okay.
Which is like, sounds stupid. Like, why would he take it there? And they might even have it. We just don't know.
Right. Yeah.
Because, I mean, I think they're going to look in every nook and cranny. They already got so much evidence against him, but they just want this to be like a really good case.
Yeah.
Like, I think it's going to be mind-blowing, some of the stuff they bring up in court.
Yeah.
I mean, and I allegedly feel he's going to be found guilty anyways. And he may even get the same. I don't know how Idaho is about the death penalty.
They have it. They have it.
Because it's almost, it's like the same fate as Ted I'm getting, but not, you know, they don't do that anymore. But like the same.
I think Idaho does still.
Or electric chair?
I think so. Lethal injection?
No, I'm saying, okay, so Ted Bundy was taken out by electric chair, and I'm thinking I don't think that they do that anymore.
Okay.
I'm saying it's gonna be, it comes across as it might be the possible, you know, it might be. It's a possibility that it may have the same fate, because I feel like capital murder.
Yep.
Because they're going to be able to prove that he planned this and this was premeditated.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, obviously. So.
Right.
I mean, why am I getting sick all of a sudden? Like when I go into, I'm trying to find the knife, I just keep getting the house. Like I'm not getting a river, I'm not getting anything else. Like I'm getting the parents' house. He may have had it buried like somewhere else or put somewhere else safe until then, but I feel like I see him put it in his bag and I see him take it with him. It's got like a lockbox or some kind of special box that like has other stuff.
Yeah.
Like maybe stuff collected or something.
Yeah.
You know?
Right.
Or stuff from the night, or, you know, it's weird. I kind of like, I feel like, again, that he went in the house when they weren't there, like as a practice run.
Yeah.
And I don't know if they went out a lot or whatever, or if they, like, if there was no one ever home sometimes.
Right.
But it almost feels like he made practice runs, or he went in and like, sounds weird. Like I see him like smelling underwear and stuff like that. Like being a weirdo like that. And I always do, again, see him like looking through windows or watching through windows. And I feel like he's got this fantasy in his head, like he's delusional.
Yeah.
But I get like mementos, like there's like a box of mementos, and that might be even like just little things like he collected before this happened, like from them.
Okay.
Like maybe a napkin they used, or you know what I mean? Like maybe he did take something from the house when he was in there before. Like this comes across as like maybe a lockbox of mementos, and maybe he might have different. I don't know why he would have it at a bank. I don't really know what that is about. That's kind of weird to me, but I always say what I get in case it doesn't make sense to me. It might fit somewhere, and so I'm not really sure why I keep, unless it's just symbolic for like a lockbox kind of in like a safe place kind of situation. But it's like I have this box of mementos.
Yeah.
And it's similar to what I got in Delphi. Like I think I got a lot of stuff on him in Delphi if we go back to it.
Right.
Because there was a New York connection in Delphi, and we could never fit it. But his family's from New York.
Okay. Yeah.
So I think there's other stuff. I think Christopher also came in Delphi.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of there might be other things that I got in Delphi. Like I said, it was Autowrites, so it was interconnects. And I think there's going to be some stuff that may fit here.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm getting like a box of mementos, like in a safe place. I think his parents might know where like his hiding place or safe place, and I don't know if maybe they've thought about it or not thought about it.
Or trying to hide it.
Yeah. You know, his parents don't come across that way.
Okay.
His parents kind of come across like if he did this, you know, let him get in trouble for it. Like, I don't think they're trying to like hide him or, you know what I mean? Like hide anything. Doesn't come across that way. Okay. Because they know that this was like a horrible act, and I just don't see them trying to think from the police, you know? I really think the dad flying out there, it was more like a father-son trip. Like let's bond. And I think it might have been BK's idea, because I think he thought, you know, maybe eventually he'll get caught, and he wanted to spend some time with his dad before that.
Right.
Any other place for the knife? It's like in a box hose or something, or some kind of weird lockbox in like a weird secret location that's in the house. That's how it comes across.
All right.
The fireplace in his room seems significant. Like, I'm not getting anything other than that.
Okay.
I mean, it would be nice if they would just kind of do like they do with you, like, well, on the table or in the couch, or, you know what I mean? It's
right. That's Ted.
Oh, I think that's all I'm getting on this. So I think it basically was, I wanted to do like a wrap up, and it kind of wrapped up it wrapped up the case, and it just wrapped up and validated the readings. It's just that whole feeling of that Ted Bundy had. He went into that house and did what he did. Like, I think he was trying to copy that. He's psychopath. He's just psychopathic.
Yeah.
Or memento type thing. But I wanted to kind of see and get into his mind a little bit and see what I could pick up from this, and in a way to like wrap this up, because there's really not any more work for me to do on it.
Right.
And when I came back and did the auto write, it was because I told you guys I was going to be done until I felt pulled back, and one day they just pulled me back, and I think it had to do with the arrest coming. There was things that they wanted me to put out that would be validated later, like the criminology and all of that. I feel nauseous. Could just need water, because I feel like a lot of channeling for some reason.
Yeah. That would be weird if it was at the bank, because, you know, they never ask you what you're putting in there or anything. They just let you in.
Yeah, but they would have
getting the house, but I'm just saying, like, it's just weird.
They would have him on camera, though. That's the thing. Like, it would be easy to track.
Right.
So that's why it doesn't make sense to me unless it's like symbolic or it has something to do with something completely different. I don't know. But I always say what I get, because I never know if it could mean something anyways.
Right.
Well, I think a couple more last thoughts I want to say is that I know a lot of attention has been put on him, and that's what he wants.
Yeah.
Because everybody's just blown away by who he is. And I told everybody it was going to be a surprise. I told everybody this was somebody you're not going to expect. And that's kind of how it's always felt.
Yeah.
You know, Ted Bundy issue from the beginning. And I think we really need to not try to give him the attention that he wants and put it back on the victims.
Right.
You know, the attention should be on the victims, because they're the ones that lost their life. And I can't wait to see the mural that's going to get done. Because in my mind's eye, it looks really badass. It almost feels like the people that do art at the college might do something. Yeah, I see it like on this wall. I don't know if it's like the side of like, you know, side of a building kind of thing or something, or if it's in an area where like they do a memorial. I don't know if it comes across as a wall. And it's something maybe like the art students will do, like somebody that's really good at it, because it's really beautiful.
I want to see
And
it.
I know it's something that I keep getting, and I when things repeat, I usually know that it's usually going to happen, or it's like really important. And so, I have this vision of them, and they've got, heaven behind them, and they're all holding hands. So they're okay on the other side, but I think our attention needs to go on them and not this guy, because that's what he wants. And I think I just want to remind people of that.
Yeah. I agree.
So
justice.
Yeah, because it's easy to get thrown into like people did with Ted Bundy. Like it wasn't about the victims anymore. It was about him.
Yes.
And that's what the guy wants. So everybody's giving him what he wants because he's the whole talk of everything right now. And he loves it. And he's still going to say he's innocent because, I mean, Ted did too. For how long did Ted say I'm innocent? He never really admitted it.
No.
So, and he'll do the same thing. This is going to be a very similar Ted Bundy court thing is the way that I just keep seeing like Ted Bundy court, and how that all thing went down and stuff.
Yeah, he represented himself.
Except for that. I don't think he'll represent himself.
Okay.
He doesn't know the legal stuff. Yeah, no, it's more of like how it was such a big trial and how everybody wanted, all the girls liked them, and all, like I just keep seeing like Ted in court.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think it's more that situation. I don't think he'll represent himself because he took on a public defender anyways, and Ted didn't even do that.
Oh yeah.
So I think it's more of just like the way the trial was and how everybody reacted to it, how it was so big, just that kind of reference.
Okay.
Because they keep showing me like Ted sitting in court. He might even like grow out his facial hair or something to kind of look like how Ted did in court.
Oh goodness.
Because I keep seeing Ted like sitting in court with facial hair, and I don't know if that's what they're trying to say. Like, I mean, he might grow out his facial hair.
Okay.
Because it did look like he freshly shaved. So, and I got barber. So, and everybody was saying he grew it out, and then maybe he did just cut it like recently.
Yeah, because some of the classmates said that he wasn't like he was letting his facial hair grow out, and it wasn't normal for him.
And that's what I kept seeing too. I kept seeing him with facial hair, but then I'd see him shaved. And so that's why, because I kept getting like barber and like the sound of like, bzz, not necessarily that he went, it was just a symbolic thing. Symbolic, like he cut all that off. Yeah. Cause we know the tire thing. I mean, this guy got his tires done. So that could be why I was hearing the sounds of a shop.